Your heart beats fast. Your heart beats faster as you find yourself in new territory, slowly but surely realizing that here you are no predator, merely vermin scuttling down the hall. It won't be long before you find yourself feeling something that's eluded you for centuries. Fear.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I a late introduction for my co-caster today. Mattia, welcome. Welcome back. And he's muted. Oh, it is just classic production.
I was gonna say, man, no, it's me, it's not the production. Let's not address.
Okay, sorry, not production.
I had to come back from a long journey of discovering the ancient provinces of Nepal to understand why Hoot picked Graves yesterday, but I did not find an answer. So we may keep that for an endgame interview today, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you look at the general win rates of these heroes, you look at Graves, she actually gained like, I think 3 to 5% win rate. So the buff's definitely working, and maybe he just looked at those stats and said, hey, this hero might be good.
How bad could it be? Right.
Exactly.
I get it. That makes sense. Well, how excited are we? I see all the players ready. Probably game's gonna be starting soon. What are you expecting today? Actually, no, fuck that. What are we gonna see today? Tell me everything about the future.
What are we gonna see? I mean, new patch, so potentially less Mirage. I hope, fingers crossed. I want to see these teams maybe experimenting, maybe thinking a little bit outside the box. Just because if you experiment, it's kind of hard for the enemy teams to sort of like predict what you're going to try and do and prepare. So maybe the McGinnis, maybe the Graves, like you said, these heroes that you don't really see in comp, at least recently, and sort of just don't know how to play against them.
Well, I don't want to, destroy your dreams, right? But Mirage is still with us, man. We're not going to lose him anytime soon. Yeah, it's been a journey, actually. It's been a journey. If we could get a quick view about how the tournament has played out until now. Today is the final day. Hey, are we excited?
For sure. I mean, up to 8 games, right?
Up to 8 games in a row, no stop.
Non-stop Deadlock action incoming.
Phenomenal. We all love Deadlock. I mean, most of the games, Dorman Mirage, that what we see, that's what gets out. Billy first pick, that's the next thing that comes in. From there, it's sort of a free flow. Who gets Geist? Who gets Venator? We're gonna talk about it more a bit. But we've had a pretty good challenger. Everyone was trying their best. We've seen fairly close games back to back, not too much. We've not seen any big stomp yet. Maybe because we selected the right games to watch. Maybe because the teams are trying their best. And honestly, we saw a fairly close game in the aftermath, which we did not stream between Slice and Dice and Abrams, which we probably would I'd like to see. We saw very, very close of a series between Buff and Joyce and Leviathan. So I would personally hope for a rematch. At the same time, Abrams is looking kind of strong, man. I don't know. So
yeah, I mean, just looping back to what you said about these close games, it might be just because of the recent economy changes with the kills being worth less early. You're looking at that sort of second rift, maybe even second mid boss is where the big pivot of the game happens, where it actually propels a team into that 10k 20k lead and they actually can snowball it off it. Because realistically, dying in lane, once or twice, it's bad, don't get me wrong, but it's not the end of the world, right?
Right.
You still got the sinners to come back. Just the way the kill gold works, where 2 kills at minute 2, it's probably the same amount of gold as a kill at minute 9 or 10. So definitely look towards those, second riffs, maybe first mid boss, second mid boss for those game-winning, game-defining plays.
True. I mean, I think the biggest thing we're on the lookout for, we were talking about it before a little bit off stream, was just how do the team decide when is the time to do something which is just a bit out of the ordinary, right? When do they decide to appear all together on blue? When do they decide to collapse on a tower? When do they decide to force a mid boss, right? All these things sort of what define the direction of a game, in what you would call a higher octane sort of lobby like these, where mechanics matter a little bit less because everyone is sort of on par. Individual mistakes, again, matter less because choices tend to be compensated from the rest of your team. And we are mostly going to be looking for which team makes the best decisions and sets up the best to be at the right point at the right time and secure enough of a lead to, of course, go to win the game, right?
Yeah. I mean, just speaking off that, it's like, I usually think in Deadlock nowadays, it's always the objectives come first and the kills, right? You're forcing that Guardian, you're forcing that Walker, you're making your opponents react and you're being the proactive one. That usually leads to you being in the driver's seat and actually winning these games. Because objectives first, the objectives leads to kills. Usually,
Sure. I can agree with that. I also can agree with the fact that my AC has been now turned on to full, since we're going to be here for a while. My room is going to be closed. So teams seem to be getting ready in the draft. We're probably going to get into the game soon. We see all the players already in their channel. They're locked in. They've been prepared. And I mean, honestly, I'm going to keep it a buck. I don't think we've seen Dorman lose, which is sort of defining most of the drafts. With Dorman literally unable to lose as a hero, how do you play the draft out to not just go to always the same first 4 picks? What did you call? What would you do?
Wow, I mean, that's what you call meta, right? Obviously, these teams have found out like what's strong, what works, and yeah, Doorman definitely one of those heroes that basically warps the game with one spell. On top of that, he's also just very strong laner, strong gun, strong poke, very good ulti, to be honest. It's very underrated. But yeah, the door just warping, like how the macro plays work out in this game, especially one door in front of your Walker on mid, one door leading to mid boss. It just becomes very, very hard to play around.
It does. Makes your every single one of your objectives a free take. Makes every single one of your points on the map a free choice. And yesterday we were discussing a little bit after seeing the Graves as a pick that there are other heroes in the meta that allow you to play a bit of a distorted version of the map, right? Give an example, Mirage, right? Some other heroes can try to replicate that. You have Graves with their ultimate. You can go for some form of duration build early to make pressure on the other side of the map. You have heroes like Viscus or Shiv that try to do similar, but don't necessarily do that. And end of day, we'll see what the players do. I don't think we were fast enough to get into the draft before Dorman got banned, though. So it is what it is. It's
yeah, I mean, literally going back to what I said, game, macro warping, game warping, whatever you want to call it. The law is just very, very strong laner. Makes sense why Abrahams wants to ban it out. What do you think Leviathan are looking to ban here?
It's usually a decision between do we ban the Billy or the Mirage, right? You ban one, you get the other. Sometimes, there's the variation where you ban Pocket. Just depends a lot on the players. Okay. I would say that overall, I mean, the Mirage coming through is pretty solid. We've seen Sanya play him for almost every game he's played. Infernus has also been a pretty good first ban against Abrahams we've seen. But being first pick is, in my opinion, easier because you get the Billy, which, again, sorry, Tanner, is not going to be very surprising. But I want to make comments, but we don't have much time for the first 3 picks. I think we just have to let them ride because we're going to see sort of the same stuff.
Yeah, I mean, Billy Pocket, very standard. They're basically like your foundations of your draft. Obviously, Billy, very good at the team fights, sort of strong laner. Never really has a bad game. Always feels like he just comes back. And then you can also just apply the same logic to Pocket. I feel like Pocket, you never really have a bad game. He always gets that impact with his ultimate. But then we see a Calico. And what do you think about this Calico here?
Calico, in at least per us the duration of the tournament, has been, I think, the most consistent damage dealer of every single game. She is built to be a literal nuke machine. Her bombs, if well used, are phenomenal. Her ultimate is phenomenal as an escape and as a mid-game tool. She has access to the funny mechanic of sewers. One of the few with a golden ticket, right?
Yeah. You know,
and also, double. You also usable as a scout machine, which it's basically what you're looking for in games like this, right? Oh, we have a Calico that is just checking where the enemies are before we take any action and can just rotate around.
Yeah.
I actually wanted to tell me a little bit what you think about the guys, because you've not seen many of these drafts, and she's been a very big staple.
So with Geist, she's just one of the strongest side laners in the game. Oftentimes, you can leave a Geist alone and she can defend her Walker or even threaten the enemy Walker in a 2v1 situation, just because of the swap ability being that strong, right? Obviously, the sucks very, very good. Her lane's very, very good. She farms fast. She scales very well. Just overall, the sort of perfect side laner that you want. Right. Not many heroes can actually lane into her.
Yeah, there's an argument. I think it was another discussion we were having yesterday, which is the speed at which a side laner gets money in the current meta, especially in scrims, depends mostly on how safe they can feel while taking waves, right?
Yeah.
And arguably, Geist is probably one of the safest side laners to take waves on. You cannot really easily get 2v1'd. It's still something that the enemies have to think about and plan for. 1v1s are almost always out of the door, at least for the first part of the game, right? Swap just makes them absolutely atrocious. You have to space out, and we're playing against players that know exactly their corners and where to position. And she also she's sort of, the alternative version to Venator. They do a very similar job. So what tends to happen is that you get the Geist early, so that the enemies have to lock the Venator, which this is what currently I'm expecting Leviathan to do. Because if the Venator is locked, the enemies cannot ban it back, and we do have a decent M1 that can play the game throughout, right?
Yeah, but saying that, it's never going to really apply the same pressure as a Geist, right? I feel like when the Geist is able to take those 2v1s, it's so much pressure off her team that it enables her team to play the game. Venator, not saying he's not terrible in a 2v1, but he has to outplay the enemy so hard to the point where it really comes down to individual skill of the player to relieve that pressure from his team.
It's also a matter of the heroes you have to play into, right? My personal view is sort of mixed, because we've seen Holiday being a monster. Holiday is another damage machine. She does everything on the map. She has her lasso always up. She does probably the most sustain the early game damage. And on the flip side, right, Drifter has been a very similar case in the sense of he's going to provide you with a form of damage that is almost unachievable from any other hero, which is the consistent anti-heal plus percent damage very early on without an actual proc mechanic going, right? Abrams and Yamato bans actually not super expected, right? They are definitely banning the frontline role, but I was not waiting for a Yamato ban, but I think Leviathan really values the hero. We've seen him be outplaying a lot, but this opens up the ramp pick. Do you think this is the right call to just get the Abrams out?
So, from what I can see from Leviathan's draft, Pocket, Calico, Drifter, no stuns, right? They have a silence, and they can potentially buy a couple slowing hexes, but you're not really got that hard CC. And then you're looking at Abraham's draft, they got that Geist Holiday. Two heroes that you really want to CC lock down, just so they can't get the swap or the jump pad off. So I can understand why they're banning the Abrams. It just basically stops them from picking a stun.
I get it. Cridmat yesterday, the other Kirkcaster was having a very big discussion consistently about teams stacking debuffs that you want to remove, right? And I think it's sort of been a recurring topic in winning teams to be able to get a draft where the use of debuff remover, which tends to negate some of the strongest heroes in the meta, right? Is sort of hindered because you have not just one, but 2, 3, or sometimes even 4 heroes that want to apply a debuff on you. For example, the case with Infernus or Drifter, right? It doesn't seem like either of the two teams is going to be able to pull it off just because the slots available do not really allow for any other debuffer, right? We've seen Vindicta being picked a lot, even if you wouldn't believe it. But last pick's progression looking pretty solid. Lash on the left side, debuff on the right side. Vanator to close it off. Call it out. What is the next pick for Abrams? You have 2 seconds because you're going to go very fast. And they picked Phage. Well done, man.
Okay. You know what? I was going to say something supportive.
No, it actually didn't pick Phage, by the way. It didn't pick Phage.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I was just rolling.
Well, no. Page is... I don't know about Page, but... maybe an Ivy. You just go for that mid-boss contest. They already have Billy Infernus Lash. Like, they definitely want something on the lower econ side.
I would argue this could look like a Mo and Krill game. I think Saint is still open, but no, they go for the Dynamo. Holy big stuff. And Saint does not play low econ Dynamo, just letting you know right now.
Okay. Well, I say low econ, but I don't mean, he's going to have 10k net worth 30 minutes in. I just mean on the lower econ side of things. But you can see why they picked Dynamo. They just need a less greedy hero that can just skirmish. I'm looking at this Abraham's draft, and their mid contest is absolutely Thanos. Their team fight is absolutely Thanos. I'm really struggling to see how Levy win this game for a team fight at any point. They're going to have to just full tempo, go for picks, go for those 2v2 skirmishes, and use the Calico Drifter, the Bebop hook to their advantage, and try and turn picks into staggers, which lead to objectives, really.
I think Leviathan as the more EU comp of the two. So Abrams' draft is up. I would call it a lock, right? I think if anyone is putting down a draft, they would never say no to any of the heroes present. You can argue about Dynamo, but I don't think if you look at it in a true light, you can ever say that Dynamo is not a good pick. Right side will be played the way he has been playing more, which I was sort of mentioning before, which is they have a very specific plan in mind, I would say. And these heroes help them execute this plan. This plan could also just be, we're going to be hard looking with Bebop from this time to this time on this Walker and pressuring the other sides of the map, which means that there's pressure on the map in one side. If you go there, you literally die, right? Bebop hook is almost always an instant death. And the enemy team has to sort of react or find a way to counter it, understand where you are, understand if they have to take a team fight or not. It's not going to be a simple game to follow. I don't think the two teams want to do the same thing, which means that we'll see a very sort of colliding gameplay when we move on into the 12+ minute range of the match. Anything weird you would expect from lanes? Because we know Abrams likes to experiment a lot with the laning phase. Is there anything you would like to see that you thought about in these days, but you've not seen experiments with yet?
I mean, not really. I feel like a lot of the heroes that are picked in these two drafts, at least, are quite good laners. You don't really have anything too weak.
Right.
Looking back at the draft, though, I really think Leviathan has to abuse these long cooldowns of Abraham's. The long cooldown of Dynamo ult, Lash ult, Geist Swap. They really need to up the tempo when these spells are on cooldown, because if they don't, and the enemy team get to take a fight where they have every ultimate available, they're just going to lose it every time. So it's really on Leviathan to play proactive. 8-minute, Sinners, invade as much as you can. Force those first cooldowns, whatever. They're going to be down for the first Wild Rift, take the Wild Rift fight. That should be the game plan in mind.
I would say your point is actually very very clear, right? Abrams is a hard ultimate team. They have like Leviathan Ultimate are so much more disappointing, you know, as buttons than Abrams are. And for those thinking that like Pocket Ultimate is massively important, you get to a point where, especially when you're playing Dynamo and Billy, which are two things. One, Dynamo can dodge your ult. Two, Billy buys Divine Barrier and Dynamo buys Divine Barrier almost always. Pocket Ultimate stops being so much of an important button. And Leviathan is kind of lacking in the CC space, right? You have Ram, which can secure something, but I think they're trying to play a more high mobility comp where they just try to avoid getting caught. As I said, I'm not super sure if I can outline very well what Leviathan gameplay is outside of just let's tempo very well in this time of the game, and if something else happens afterwards and our Venator is not rich enough, we just go next, right? That's my personal view.
Yeah, I mean, I'm probably looking at the Drifter and Calico. They're going to be the two main skirmishers. Hopefully, one of them buys Slowing Hex, just because Slowing Hex is super good this game.
Right, 100%.
We'll see if they buy Trophy Collector. Sort of item you see very common in pubs, sometimes in comp, especially on the Calico, especially on the Drifter. But people still sort of experimenting with it. I think it's a good item, especially with the recent economy changes where they sort of toned down the souls or the soul rewards from troopers, guardians, walkers. That technically buffs the items that give you souls. So stuff like cultists, stuff like trophy, even egg, they actually got buffed by about 10-20% relative to everything else that got nerfed.
I would say that also, guys, we're going to be getting into the game soon. The players are just reading up in the lobby, and we're going to be moving on to the next view in a second. We're going to be keeping you here just for a few more minutes until the players are all ready to go. But coming back to the discussion about Trophy Collector, I have a very weird view about it, which is I like Trophy Collector on heroes that already like to be high net worth. I'm not super sure about middle of the pack or like bottom of the pack Trophy Collector, because I do feel like combat mechanics are still one of the main drivers of what happens in like between two very good teams. And having a Trophy Collector on one too many heroes, or having a little bit too many souls on the hero that technically does not have the same soul value economy, right? Can lead to a pretty devastating mid game where you should be 5-6k souls behind and catch up fairly quick, but instead you're stunned from those Trophy Collectors actually providing a very solid source of economy. And I do have a very similar feeling about Cultists, but we've seen Trophy actually play. We've seen Trophy played yesterday a bunch of times on Calico and a bunch of times on a higher net worth starting Vindicta. I'm not super sure how that turns out in the end. Do you prefer Trophy be above another 1.6k in the early game?
It's a fine line, right? It's a hard choice because you always make the argument, okay, what if I use that 1600 just to be stronger at these skirmishes? Or can I maybe sort of greed it and spend that 1600 on trophy and still win these skirmishes? And then it lets me sort of scale a little bit. Because the base items on, the base item trophy is not actually that bad, especially when you get those stacks starting to build up. The sprint speed's really nice. The ability range is sort of meh, but, you know, it works, you know. Going back to your point, sometimes 1600 can be the difference between killing a hero, though. So if your choice was Trophy Collector or Slowing Hex, then the line sort of like blends, and then you kind of have to make the choice based on feeling in the game, really.
That is the difficult part, because what I mean with lower net heroes getting trophies, that like, of course, it's not irony, but I think it's fairly clear that if a hero is played as a slightly lower net compared to maybe a position one, or what we could call a position one, right? We are more tempted to see higher value individual items on those heroes, right? It means the cooldowns are good. It means the items are going to is what secures the cooldown value. So sometimes I see a Calico with sometimes I see a Calico with a trophy collector. She misses a kill for like 100 HP, and I'm like, was that worth it? Was that good? Because she's gonna get souls anyways, but the other guy on the enemy team did not get the respawn timer, so it's a difficult topic. I don't think it's a super easy solution. I don't think the players or the teams have figured out a solution yet. And I forgot to mention one thing to you. Restock. I think you're gonna be seeing a lot of those. People really be loving that.
So, I mean, it's just one of those 1600 items, right? It's the choice. Trophy collector or an item that can potentially heal me for, 350, like 10 minutes into the game. And the stam, 10% spirit res, and it's giving you green invest.
Keep it going.
What you were saying, it's not black and white. It's not, for sure trophy this game, for sure, Resto Locket this game, for sure Starting Hex this game. You sort of just have to feel it out and just see, it's experience. So obviously you can play a lot of games and feel out these items, and then you'll probably know in the future, but it's very not clear.
I think the one topic I was having with Lightbringer, I think yesterday night, so before the games of yesterday, was that we saw a lot of RAM coming back up, which doesn't really make too much sense if you look at it from a very sort of basic way of how much more healing does RAM do from before. There hasn't been any change, right? But the reappearance of Restock with the higher healing count does mean that at about 8 minutes, your Restock plus RAM heal plus RAM Restock is gonna be looking like 1k healing burst, right? That does change the tide of an early game.
I mean, that happens when you buff certain items that are explicitly just better on some heroes than others, right? Like
100%.
Rem is just the extreme case of we buff the healing item. Oh my god, the hero that duplicates healing and also gets healing boost. It's insane on them. But looking at the lanes, what do you think? I'm looking at this mid lane and I'm looking at the Pocket Calico lane. And my first thought is, 2 shotgun heroes. You're probably going to be laning against a Holiday, which they are.
Right.
But they're not doing too bad.
I mean, with these teams, like as you may have just literally seen, it is just the case of, oh, these 2 characters position themselves a bit too close to the wall during this contest, so Pocket hit them with both of the cooldowns, right? The players are very set on what they're gonna do in lane, which means that you don't easily get to a point where you see the full strength of the hero used. It's more so, how do we play these scenarios that go one behind the other, which is a very common thing in pubs as well, right? People will go for the tier 1, people will go for that timing, people will go for box sets. So you sort of make a decision on how you're gonna play it. And Pocket Calico, if played correctly just for those timings, and if the enemy team does not sort of realize, hey, we can just force them out a lot more consistent than they can force us out, and you just play the default scenarios, well, Pocket and Calico are gonna thrive, right? Go into tier 1, they're gonna destroy you. Try to contest them below the bridge. If Dynamo does not have the cooldowns, he's gonna take a lot of damage. Holiday does not have a big HP pool, it's a bunch of stuff. First kill coming through from Sherik, sorry. Freemok did not unlock his stacks yet. Not that a first stack matters this much early, but it's still something you are maybe taking track of. Do you feel like Drifter stacks matter? Like, when do they start mattering, actually? That's a better question, I think.
I mean, it's usually when he gets to that 30 to 40 to 50 range. That's when you start feeling it in the gun. But going back to this lane, the Drifter Rem, it looks like they're just full sustain. You got the Rem healing, you got the melee lifesteal on the Drifter, and basically whittled down the Lash until he died.
Yeah. I mean, Drifter is also a very weird poking hero. His bullets are extremely high damage. He feels a little bit like Page in the super early game, right? Not as strong as Page. We would never say something like that, but he does feel that way. And what happens a lot of times is that if you're not able to line of sight well against the hero, you will keep getting hit by 30 to 40 damage bullets, and they can start to pile up, especially when they are consistently able to be hit, consistently easy to be hit as well. Again, Drifter gun is super easy to hit if you're in range. we don't really see a big preparation going in for buffs, which we instead had seen in previous games, meaning the teams are maybe not super excited about the idea of contesting buffs. Calico with a very strong idea here. Will she be able to get out?
I mean, that's not what you want to see if you're Sapphire. It's,
Big berry coming in from Pocket towards the Dynamo, though. Damage coming in. Pocket able to keep contesting, gets the kill, and Holiday does not go for more, even though she has the green buff. Perhaps just a choice of not wanting to lose the wave, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's still not a great trade. You got the kill, of course, and the Calico lived, but the survival buff can be the difference between a lot of fights in the early game. It's one of the most OP buffs you can get, really.
Looks like overall on the map, we see most of the tower damage done only to the mid tower as of now. Big trade coming in due to the Pocket, and ooh, that's a pick.
Rem
That's a pick.
just dies. He just dies. Crossbow popped here. It's a bit early. He does have his third bullet. He needs to land this. Gets the headshot as well, but the resto locket comes in.
Ultimate stuns
Double
both.
stun?
Demov goes down. Not what you want to see, man. You do not want to get these early deaths. Every single time you contest in lane not against the carry, and the carry stays alive, you just know that that guy will get 300, 500 more souls, right? It's always something annoying. I think Abraham's identified that they have the pressure available on a mid lane to try and get the tower down. Probably gonna be their goal, opening up the stairs, opening up like the map information for them. As we mentioned already, like before the game even started, right? Gauss is probably the easiest character to just live on lane. So we're gonna be seeing the Lash starting to farm soon after the lane is over. Doesn't really look like we've gotten a big swing yet. There is a little bit of a more consistent advantage and missed affliction there.
Okay. I'm very surprised the Holiday didn't try and go for the lasso, but it looks like he just sort of bewildered by the Pocket just punching his keyboard and just pressing all his spells on the creep wave, but it is what it is. We're probably going to see a lasso in the next probably 1 minute, I'd say, and they're going to go for the blue tower. But saying that, some trades happening on the yellow lane. Drifter trying to apply as much pressure to try and get that tower.
Looks like Leviathan is trading the blue tower, which they knew was going to go down for an early, well-timed gank on top of right side. Lash not connecting on the Calico. The connection will be inside of the room, not giving him any damage to follow up on for the Drifter.
Black hole? And it looks like the Rem got solo black holed.
Alright, anyways guys, today we should have a little bit of visual effects on the screen. We don't know if they're too oppressive, we want to test them more, but Deadlock got updated 15 times in the past 2 days, which did not allow us to do so. So let us know a little bit of how they feel, how they look. They should be able to let you follow the game a little bit more closely than we would be. You saw the Dynamo ult being used, but you're gonna be seeing more. Drifter gets buried on the side. Guys able to pop out a pretty decent amount of damage. Your swap is still up. Drifter not so much of a problem, just an information dealer as of now. Ooh, will he go for it? He doesn't have max 1, he can't really do it.
Yeah, and this is at that point of the game where Synapse has spawned. I want to be seeing, you know, the Bebop, the Calico, the Drifter looking to invade those Sinners, potentially catch someone off guard. Maybe they're doing doubles and basically being low HP. That's what they're looking for. They're looking for heroes being low HP.
Looks like the Calico was trying to look for Dynamo, but the big fat fella is not going to be an easy one to take away from the Sinners, and most of the focus of the game currently on the right side. Flash damage from the Slam, not minor, even though he does not have points in it yet. We'll be looking at Demov going down again. Another small death that does start mattering, you know. For carries specifically, these early deaths mean that they will slow down and farm. They will be drastically slower than the other person on the team. And the one thing which I'm most scared about in almost any Deadlock game as of now is currently happening. Billy is getting money, right? You do not want that thing to get money. He's gonna just appear anywhere on the map, do 2 bash downs, and kill approximately every hero. Arguably not the Venator, but again, arguably. Buffs coming up. Urn coming up. What are you looking for on the map?
I mean, like I said, the Calico and Drifter, they need to get involved. You just had your Pocket Venator, both heroes that wanted the side lane, try and defend a tower as two. whilst you had the Drifter and Calico sort of invading jungle, being a bit iffy, not sure if they want to go for a kill or not. We really need to see this trophy collector Calico try and go for kills. As we see Infernus trying to land the ult, does not land it on the Bebop. Probably needs to get out here. As he flame dashes away, Lasso comes in, and they actually get a kill.
The Venator. This is starting to look a bit ugly. Your teammates having more souls than you is very, very bad, because you will need to be taken care of from people that should actually be on the map, actively reducing the value of your own team's economy, right? Are they closing souls? Not even that much anymore. Looking like Abrams is setting up a very big sort of gap in the economy. And ooh, that's a bag as well. That's a Sewer's bag. I know the sound of it.
And this is like the sort of pressure you don't want to see. They're being the enemy team's being the proactive ones instead of your team when you have the Calico Bebop Drifter. I want to be seeing this Calico Drifter Bebop actively making the enemy team react, just so my Venator and Pocket can farm. I want to see them being in the enemy jungle, like being slippery, trying to get away, bait maybe 2-3 over, try and get outnumbered, just so you give that space and relieve some pressure from this Venator. Because right now his game, it's not the worst, but it could have been so much better.
It's not the worst. Billy has not gotten involved yet. Probably going for max RAM. We've seen together really like the max cooldown, and you know, how can you tell him this wrong?
Yeah.
Some people like to go for mash bastard down, but it is what it is. Rift spawning, is it 10%? How much resistance is that? Fanny.
I mean, it's a bit weird because I believe the first 3k of souls do not contribute. So it's a little bit of res, but it's not going to be impossible to fight. But we'll see what Abrahams do. Looks like the Dynamo's just trying to touch at the moment, buy as much time as he can. He does have Black Hole, and now Billy is touching. And they just give.
Yeah, they just give. I mean, it's 1.4k souls, you know. A little bit of combat bonus as well, but the kills you get from it are so much more important than the rest. As we say this, Shark getting another pick on the Drifter. Looks like Venator able to secure a kill, but too many people close to him, you know, not gonna do too much for him. Big dive going into the Walker, but Dynamite people is nothing to scoff at. That's probably already above 3,000 at this point in the game, and I'm not even joking.
I mean, so it looks like Abrahams did trade the Walker for the Rift, so that was probably the game plan. They maybe just gave too many kills on this right Walker on green lane.
I would say so as well. Yeah, I would say Leviathan identified how deep they could go there.
Oh, the parry comes out. Probably lives still. Actually, the Infernus was reloading and does go down. So if they get this Walker here, they're actually up. You know, they've traded both Walkers and they got the Rift.
Yep. As we say this, Walker does go down. Souls seem to be coming in. Also, we are getting. I don't know if it's just me, but I'm getting a little bit of lag from the observer view. I'm okay. If you're fine, I'm gonna let you take it over for a second until I understand what's causing problems.
I mean, we can see at the start from that engagement, they were approximately 6k souls down at the start of the Rift. They gave the Rift, so Leviathan actually get the Rift. Obviously, the Walker got traded on the other side, but because they bled so many kills on that side, they managed to trade the Walker back. So now we're at a point in the game where the lead has basically become nothing, 2k, 3k, not really a huge amount. We're going to be seeing some of these ultimates come up, Lash and Infernus, and I want to see what they want to do, because
I was
15 minutes, they're probably going to fight over buffs, and that's probably where we're going to see potentially the first mid-boss.
I was trying to check if Pocket is going for specific points, but I don't think anything right now is like out of plans for either team. Big kill again. This Dynamo with this specific build has been just a literal like mid-game menace, right? 3k HP, massive damage on your stomp, massive damage on your just gun as well, and a lot of very extreme escape cooldowns. Early remover on the Holiday paying off. Not probably able to escape from ABL pick, getting another trophy pick, and this trophy picks, you're behind, they start to pile up, they start to show themselves. The one thing to take care of, though, is your Venator. How are you going to make him rich, right? How are you going to make sure he's able to farm freely? And where do you find the space on the map for him to do so? Buffs coming up, guys getting one for free. Contest on the other side of the map. Infernus ultimate. Drifter goes down, does not want to stagger, stays in the place to die quickly. Calico going back up. No ultimate available. Dynamo looks for the ult, does not hit.
That's not great. If he saved that ultimate, or at least got one, the potentially could have maybe gone mid-boss, but looks like it's going to be a nothing burger, and Abrahams get the urn.
Leviathan with a very strong overextension on the right. It always looks like teams that are tend to be more aggressive also are aggressive in the part of the game where they could be looking for some more safe plays. But you know, how do you tell them they're wrong, right? Geist is 19k. She keeps getting money even if the team entire economy goes down, which is I do not want to say natural, but it's very hard to avoid against a good team. Oh, I was going to say no secures from Calico, but she does get something. And just to finish off my point, even if the team economy goes down, this 19k Geist will start being a problem. And she already definitely is for Venator, right? Venator cannot take the 1v1 against her. The only problem we see right now on the screen is definitely that Pocket starting to have enough souls to be a very efficient side laner, a very efficient farmer, and very efficient fighter as well.
Yeah. And we can see she just picks up the Berserker. She's eventually going to hit that point where she's not going to just die in like a single stun, right? She's going to get hooked. She can fight you back. She's probably going to kill 2 heroes in the process. And we see a little bit of poking from Calico. Maybe if he had a slowing hex next to him, that guy probably dies, but it is what it is.
Does Holiday have Spirit Spike or Max Barrels? What was that damage reduction on Calico? Oh, perhaps she hit the... Oh, she definitely hit the Spirit Strike before on the Holiday. Okay, I was not understanding why she did not take the 5 million damage, or more realistically 500 damage that she should have took from that barrel, but I think I get it. Map split right now looking pretty consistent with what we're expecting from these teams. I'm not super sure if either of the teams is looking for a collapse. Leviathan setting up on blue perhaps, or rotating for a side lane pick on the Venator aggression. Not super coordinated. The enemies know the map position of the other 2 players due to the lanes being super shoved. So Abrams trying to rotate, not necessarily fast enough. Bebop and Drifter could be looking for a pick on mid, but I'm not sure they definitely understand that they're not alone anymore and they cannot go for the collapse they were hoping for. Players repositioning themselves on the map as they were before. 1v1 going through between Pocket and Infernus, but Pocket just leaves as Pocket does. Venator getting chased.
Oh, he used Counterspell early, so the Billy Chain's actually going to pull him in here. Ren healing.
Gets cover below the rooftop, able to one-shot the ramp.
Oh, and he does actually finish off the Billy. Is he going to be able to live?
That's hit very hard on the ultimate as well.
And it seems they've forgotten about him. He's trying to jump out of the bomb of Geist, which was lingering on the floor, and Holiday actually goes down as well.
This is
the Venator does go down.
And no Pocket Affliction. Do they have the... I don't think anything can really be gotten out of this more than just like a little bit of stabilization. Probably going for something more would just endanger both team stays, right? Sort of a gamble. Which one of us dies and which one of us lives? And when everyone respawns, they just go mid-boss, right? We're gonna be getting to the long respawn ranges pretty soon. The Drifter has not been popping off as much as I wanted him to. Is he playing the max 1 build, or is he going for something a bit more gun-ish?
I mean, ideally he has the max 1, just because their team does lack CC, and the silence is such a good CC in the game. It's probably one of the only sources of silences now that I think about it, apart from obviously Silence Wave.
It is one of the only sources. There's that, and there's just Mina Ultimate, right? I don't think there's any other natural sources. Yeah. Can we get a quick check on the Drifter current state of build, just to understand what? Thank you very much. Yeah, he's going for the default sort of backstabber plus spirit, and then slowly turning into gun. not super positive on the stacks for the day on the Drifter, I'm not gonna lie. Could be time to start investing in a bit more spirit, perhaps. Looks like a rift fight may be issuing. Dynamo's carrying off the pocket, the Leviathan not set up properly to contest it due to Venator being on the other side of the map. He's probably screaming his team to not die while he's farming. It will be pretty tragic for him to see the enemy team skyrocketing souls even more. Calico delaying the rift as much as possible to keep the enemies wasting time here. She has to leave at some point, rift gets secured. This guy is getting
Probably a smart
rich.
call.
Yeah, 100%.
You don't have affliction. The enemy team have basically every ult available for that rift, and if you lose that fight, they just go mid boss and win the game. So probably you can take better fights.
Leviathan will have to start addressing the prio on the waves, which will give Abrams plenty of space to go for a fast earned delivery as soon as they see the pocket and Bebop getting spotted from the wave. Lash goes immediately, understands the space he has available. Infernus with a slowing X dealing a lot of damage from the Calico. Barry goes down from Ram, not going to be able to issue it for the rest of the team. Very, very good, very, very good timing for the mid boss. I like it more than others.
Oh, and he actually
Dynamo
greets the
still
black
up.
hole. He doesn't
Will
use it.
pay
Does
off.
respawn. Manages to press the black hole. Looks like the pocket goes down. They still have one rejuve. Ideally, they don't waste it here, and they can turn it into other objectives, but they might have to be forced to fight. Billy goes down, uses the last rejuve. Chasing the
Difficult call here. You
ram.
definitely want the ram to die immediately.
Yeah.
He has a pretty good high net. Calico staying alive. Drifter going down once again. And Calico will probably be catching the holiday. And I mean, as I say this, right, this actually doesn't happen. But on the other side of the map, we saw Ram trying to help his teammate, getting caught. Dimov down, Ram down. Walkers are open. Your base gardens are technically open if the team can react fast enough, otherwise your doubles or anything else. There's also the argument of just fixing waves. Calico actually doing a phenomenal job of stalling this Walker alongside the pocket. Abrams may be in a very bad state to keep taking this, and they will have to go back. Honestly, probably one of the better ways to approach this, and Infernus goes down while trying to get out. Very bad result from Abrams at this point. They do not want to see this happen. Pocket is able to keep going for the kill. He has all the cooldowns available. Goes back as slowing X used, but I think the fight will start slowing down here. Bevo looking very deep with his hook, but not finding anyone on that side of the map. Waves are in a bit of a hectic position for both teams. They'll start resetting, they'll start pushing them again, and we'll sort of go back to a more stable point of the game. But 10% gap between the two teams.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm Levy, I don't want stable right now. I want chaos. I wanna look as deep as possible, and basically abuse these long cooldowns, like we talked in the draft, right? What we said was, you know, Abrahams, they have this big ultimate draft. It's very hard to fight around this mid boss. They managed to get the mid boss kill and a couple kills, but for sure, if Levy want to play the game right here, they need to be invading. This is their time. They can't be waiting for this black hole, this lash ult, you know, stuff like that to be up.
Yeah.
As I say that, they are just hitting creeps. So, I mean, maybe they have a plan to scale, but are you really going to outscale this 31k Geist? Who is killing her? Let's be honest.
Yeah, there's also, we saw a very interesting build yesterday from Mayonnaise, who sadly got knocked out in the game between Abrahams in what was the pre-lower bracket final, right? Not the one we're currently watching. Where he really liked to go refresher on guys. I'm not sure if it's just a personal thing of his, so I'm not sure we're gonna see it again this match, but it does make for a pretty interesting state where the guy stops just being your gun carry, but also becomes one of your best disables, right? 3 seconds of silence on the entire enemy team. Seems like players are very hardly ignoring the max points in 2, which leaves them open with another possible cooldown to max. As we say, of course, the first choice for guys still is to just get Spellblinger. You get it, right? Spellblinger.
Yeah. Unstoppable force there. Actually,
probably
really
got scared
good.
off the Drifter. Yeah. That's. Can you do something with this though? Pocket is still down.
Yeah, Pocket did get picked off in that sort of timing. So it looks like Dynamo just genius mode, making space for his team to get that pick.
It's sort
but like
of
I said,
oh, go on. Sorry.
Levy need more chaos. They need to be pushing these waves. They need to be looking deep. They need to be trying to force these ultimates before next mid boss.
Oh, we're getting a quick pause. Not super sure whether it's attack or not, but we're right back into the game. I was gonna say it's very. Oh, we're not right back into the game. As I was gonna say, it's a very common call. I don't know if it's a global thing, but in EU, it's fairly common for the frontliner or like the HP monster of the team to take the blue wave. To take the blue wave while before any sort of like big call, right? We want to go mid or we want to go take the urn or fight the buffs. Frontliner goes and takes the blue wave. Very hard to argue with the fact that Dynamo is probably the most resilient player on the team. Maybe Lash, but Dynamo also includes the amount of apparently not ready. We're gonna be seeing a little bit of back and forth here to see what's going on.
Can we check the items real quick?
Yeah, we're gonna check items. I'm gonna check what's going on.
Okay. So, I mean, first thing that strikes me, we've got 4 resto lockets on Abraham's side, and we have 2 on Levy's. So, item got buffed. Turns out item's good. So now everyone, or at least half the lobby, is buying it. Definitely, you know, buy it in your pubs. I feel like that item's very, very good since not only did they make the healing more, but they made the boon changes. You get more boons early, so the item's just way better now.
We were discussing that as of now, Resto Locker just gives you more healing on average than Heal Vein. And you know, it's sort of the switch, right? Do you want the anti-heal and the spirit power, or are you fine with the spirit resist and the stamina? Probably they are considerable as the literal same item, but in most cases where you would rush a heal bin that also kind of forced you to go for a kill, Resto Locker is not conditional to kills, right? Big damage pickoff, as we were mentioning, with the explosion from both of them, and holy holiday damage.
Holiday moment, he actually gets out there just because Jump had literally fly around. Pocket going down.
Picked after using all of his cooldowns to deal damage, and it's gonna also look like Holiday will escape the Drifter unless we see a quick, I'm old enough to say MLG moment here from Drifter 2, but it looks like he loses her.
Yeah. And so, it's those pivots. It's what we were talking about in the draft. You know, third Wild Rift now, or third Wild Rift. These big objectives, it's really hard for Levy to team fight around.
I don't think they want to be losing their pocket before the objectives come up. And
of course.
This has been, by the way, the tech from every single team that we've seen up until now, right? If they have a pocket, our entire gameplay revolves around shutting down the pocket the best way we can. So I don't think I'm exaggerating when I say that you probably want to play your pocket more safely and more hidden than you would play your Bebop or Holiday. He is your chance to win a team fight, and he is your condition to not get stomped anywhere else on the map, right? Pocket goes down, you're kind of free to do whatever.
Oh. 2k nuke coming in on Lash. Does get out though, because, you know, another hero that just flies around in the sky box.
He also ends up having movement buff, which...
Yeah, I mean, maybe if Calico had a Bebop with him, or +1, someone with a slowing X. I mean, he does have Dispel magic, but you can sort of, you know, buy that extra second where they have to think about pressing the button. He might have died there, but unfortunately not.
I do have to agree, EU really likes to use their ego more when it comes to solo picks, because of course, right, if the Calico gets the kill, it's massive. I've seen an Ape a bit more reliable at playing with duos, right? Ooh, unlucky lasso. Could have been a pretty big swing here if the Bebop went down. It would have been a decent secure for any objective they wanted to take, but Bebop says alive. Cooldown is back for 80 seconds on the Holiday. Mid-boss spawning right now, and Unstoppable being bought from both teams. Interestingly from the Drifter, but I think it makes more sense than anything else, right? Is the one guy that should probably be starting to slot more utility, given that he did not get the required stacks, and he can't really play close enough to proc his one, right? At this point of the game, if you don't have gun stats on Drifter and you have to play off your one, you're just gonna die.
I mean, you also just need someone contesting the mid crystal because there's an unstoppable Dynamo ult, and if you don't have an unstoppable in your team, they're just going to get free rejuves. So it's a very smart pickup from him. I believe the Calico bought a late rebuttal here, around
they've
27-minute rebuttal.
I've been watching most games where these two teams play against buff enjoyers, for example. Rebuttal sets who gets the mid buff. Sorry, the mid boss.
Yeah,
It's
very underrated item.
It's so stupid. It is what it is. Irizumi getting picked off basically in his base. You do not want to see that before mid call, especially when he's the one with Scourge on. Billy low HP after the pick. Repick coming in on together. Repick also probably coming in on the Infernus. The entire team is chasing the Lash. Not necessarily the easiest option to chase, but if they do catch him, the third pick will come true, and this is looking a lot like a
Guys.
you know? Oh
Guys, we
my.
got the Rem pick. Why are we going more? Just go to mid boss. We had mid boss for free. They had well, not all ults, but they had the black hole available. Just force them to fight in the mid pit. Now it's going to be a very strange situation where Guy Swap comes out. Looks like the pocket gets caught out again and dies. The Guy Swap silence.
Not super sure about using the cooldowns to deal damage from in that specific position from pocket. Guys gets hooked, no swap available. Their HP is gonna go down, and we're getting some back trades again, but Dynamo's still alive, and they don't. Oh no, they do know where he is. Dynamo, you need to keep on going, man. You're the one chance, even though they have unstoppable on Drifter. But as I say this, they're slow.
Yeah, I mean,
they're very slow.
They have to do this. Oh, as I say that, one-man black hole. Do they even kill the B? Well, this guy's not even taking damage, I'll be honest.
They're fully playing for their ability to be back. This is gonna be an absolute chaos of a rejuve drop.
We got Billy and Infernus. They just respawned.
Hooked. Oh,
what a hook. 2 rejuves. Okay, they actually get 1 rejuve. This isn't an impossible fight. Looks like they're trying to focus the Infernus. Trying to do some damage. Good
on the Drifter again.
Parry.
Drifter gets stopped, but Bebop, one of the more oppressive heroes in almost every fight when it's stacked on a single hero. Billy will be going down again, getting parried and not able to secure his healing. Not more. A lot of options remaining for Abrams to conclude this fight. Neither of the heroes are actually able to do much in a disadvantaged case. Drifter will be able to give calls on where the enemies are. May decide to go back. What's up?
Look at their base. Their shrine's half dead. They lost guardians. There's 3 waves pushing in, and they're still looking for fights. Lasso sort of just slingshots him. Stoppable pot.
Listen, man. You does not care about macro. You have to suit that in. As long as the shrine is not taken, everything is fine.
Okay.
If the shrine gets taken, it is what it is, and most of the times the shrine requires the team to be traded. But you guys in NA call them Winions, right? If I'm not wrong. Is that the correct terminology for minions that kill stuff in your base? Right. But yeah, I mean, that's probably not the best outcome you want to see from this for Leviathan. I would say Abrams played this phenomenally well, even though the multiple sets of setbacks were definitely not expected, right?
Yeah. I mean,
interesting toxic on the Lash. Sorry, I got distracted for a second. Go on.
No, all good. If Levy got 3 rejuves there, I think we would have seen a way bigger swing than it actually is, but they actually managed to get that 1 rejuve, and I think it's a huge factor. Obviously, Levy still have 1 rejuve to play with, about a minute left. They're probably going to look to either split these 2 walkers or try and land a bebop hook somewhere.
A
bebop.
New terminology invented. All right.
I would like to see them do a free split here. So 3 people on one lane, 3 people on the other lane, and then just try and collapse on where the fight happens. And it looks like the fight is happening.
Getting burned down without K, because this is not looking very savable for now.
He's gonna use rejuve here potentially.
Still up.
Yep, so rejuve down. Billy's going to base, but no, he's going to mid. Looks like they actually do get a mid walker.
Okay, that's very good.
So this is what I was talking about. You do the 3-3 split. You may lose that 1 rejuve, but it was gone in 40 seconds anyway. It doesn't really matter.
Perfect solution, yeah. 100% perfect solution. I have to agree.
So they actually just get a walker.
arguably the pocket being caught, you know, actually stalls Abrams for longer and gets the Walker more for free than he would have had if he did not die. But technical feeding, Affliction coming through, not super sure about this. This is probably to force a reset before the Rift spawns, but Affliction does not last for the entirety of the 30 seconds, you know? So I'm a bit worried about that cooldown not being used at the correct timing.
I mean, definitely not as strong as it used to be. You can see Billy's health bar. He maybe lost 10 to 15% of his health, but
Yeah,
they're down an Affliction at this Rift. I believe they get a little bit of reses here for Abraham, so it'll be interesting if they can get someone to touch. Black Hole comes through.
Them out of Rift, and
Billy manages to take out Rem. It's a 4v6. It's going to be a bit rough. They're probably going to back here.
Infernus actively deciding to not contest the Rift. I think you saw him as well, right? Just staying on the edge there and deciding he was going to go back. I'm pretty sure the team had effective calls to just decide, hey guys, we got enough, just chill, don't fight Rift, which can turn, you know, probably could have turned into a positive here, but very arguable to say while you're actually playing it. Now map pressure is going to be massive from Abrams. They will definitely get their lead back. The important thing is, will they do it without trading so much? Because of course it will be dedicating most of their heroes to take the right side Walker. No one is going to be able to go back fast enough to stop a pocket and a Bebop from taking this. Perhaps someone will be able to clear the wave before it gets to base, right? Not sure that these players would even try to go deeper than this. Cape came out, 8-second cooldown. I don't think it matters so much because no one's going to be able to catch them fast enough. Venator setting up for a repick on the two that are trying to kill the two teammates. Venator going a bit deeper. They still have wave they can play here. Dynamo coming in, the TP coming through. Enemies probably heard the TP and are looking to go back. Ern picked up from the team. They understand that Abrams has the pressure and confidence to take up Yearn and go for it. Or at least that's what they believe, which would be true anyways. So they end up falling back. Waves are in decently good state. Abrams did not get all their money back because they traded Walkers. So maybe you could have looked for like just a single person bait. You know that trade is coming there, but it's always like hindsight sort of callouts, right?
Yeah. And Levy actually starting to pick up some items now. So they're definitely in the driver's seat. They're about 15k up. They got the double unstoppable. They got cheat death on pocket. And it looks like the fight that they want to take to counterspell on the Infernus. Infernus in a little bit of trouble here, taking so much damage, trying to fight back. Billy Ult comes out, but I believe it's on a Calico, so it doesn't really achieve much. Lash is gonna go down.
Venator items not available for the next minute, basically. No Unstoppable, no Vamp Burst. I'm not sure how many Unstoppable are remaining on left side. I'm not sure if they're enough to warrant a mid call here. Probably enough to warrant a mid bait, though. Definitely, right? You want to get this through. Dynamo with Refresher, I am fairly confident it still has it. So very difficult mid call, right? This is the strength of Dynamo. When can you ever go mid?
Bait. They
100%.
Levy
100%.
have to bait. But saying that, they have an unstop on Bebop, they have unstop on Drifter. Probably just going to be looking for those hooks around mid. As I say that, Bebop misses a hook.
There is an argument, you know, Dynamo ult keeps getting some, like, they keep giving it a little Red Bull every time there's a new patch. Which in turn ends up making it do, for some reason, like, upwards of 12% damage per second to players. So even if you're unstopped, that's still a lot of damage coming through.
They're trying to force a black hole here.
Yeah, they're trying to bait it so hard. They're trying to sack. But, ooh, that's unstoppable is not what you want to get right now.
Oh, another curse. Dynamo making so much space. Yeah, that is all the buttons. So Bebop used curse and unstop for this mid boss now.
Kali could use it too. Are they... They don't have anything left.
Cheat Death is going to proc for pocket, so he has to get out of this fight. And Black Hole comes
coming through.
in.
Who do they catch? The Venator goes down and pocket goes down. Okay. Second Black Hole will be available soon. Not reused Refresher yet. Not sure whether they want or need to use it. HP is looking a bit low on Abraham's side, but not a big threat. Dynamo's max heal. Look at that HP go up. Holy. Oh Oh, this is
mean,
disgusting, man. Oh,
it's a game of fine margins, right? You know,
Yeah.
looks like Levy tried forcing that black hole, didn't manage to achieve it after using 2 curses, unstoppable Bebop, and that was their opportunity to win the game. So, looks like Abraham's gonna get this mid boss. I don't believe Drifter's gonna try and contest. I mean, he potentially could try and parry, but
could try and go for it. Maybe yeah, still unstoppable. I mean, we know what happened, right? Maybe they have not realized, but they used all the buttons.
yeah.
It is what it is. They used everything they had. Dynamo just able to do whatever he wanted. No one able to actually confirm the kill on Dynamo due to Billy consistently hovering him. I mean, really an unlucky set of events, right? And Drifter does become a hero that, again, without the gun switch at this point of the game, really hard to get proper value, especially into this comp. So Leviathan are actively playing -1 unless he manages to go for a very like cheeky sort of silence and forces a debuff remover or something like that. Again, very niche
it's
kind of
just not
gameplay
worth
required
it.
from Drifter right here, which does set Leviathan back 1 player.
I think Abraham's probably had this game in the bag. 3 reaches.
Big affliction coming through. Could be looking for a slow chase. Lash manages to get 1. Players getting slammed. Billy will get traded or not. Billy apparently staying alive. 1 rejuve is still 3 rejuves all up for Abrahams. I mean, this is definitely an end call. There is no way you ever decide to go back here. So we'll be seeing a pretty intense fight coming in. Pocket on the verge of starting his cooldowns, where he goes in, comes back, TP's out again, and just repeats the rotation. The entire gameplay right now revolves around Pocket being able to stay alive and keep dealing damage with his cooldowns. But 1 more player goes down, less people with HP pools to defend the mid pit, the patron pit. Another pick, Calico goes down, and this is going to be a game 1 in the favor of Abrahams. Honestly, I have nothing to say to the way Saint played this mid boss. I don't think there is any argument about that being probably the most impactful moments of the game, right?
I sort of applaud Levy. You know, I was looking at the drafts and I was really wondering, like, they didn't tempo that much early. They tried their best. Don't get me wrong. These guys are really good players. But I didn't feel like the tempo was enough. They managed to bring it back. They actually had a 15k lead. They had the solutions. They had the unstoppables. They had the double curse, cheat death on Pocket. It was just this last mid boss. That was it. And if they managed to catch the Dynamo there, they probably win the game. But unfortunately, they don't. Abraham's come out on top, and we're going to go to a game 2.
We're going to go to game 2. Pickers choose the side. Probably going to see Leviathan go for first pick, right? We're going to see the Billies shift sides. End of day, with the way 2-ban draft works, it is sort of who can play the best against the first pick, right? Who can play the best around that? Who can play the best around whatever the super meta heroes are, and who can abuse them better in their team. The team that makes the mistakes and doesn't abuse them the right way, say perchance you are not able to hit the right affliction, you will be having a how do you call it? Sorry. I got distracted, guys. You will be falling back a little bit. So I would say overall, pretty big game. We're gonna be seeing the next one coming up. We're probably gonna take, I would say, we're gonna take a quick match break between the 2 games, and we're gonna be going into the match stats very soon.
It'll be very interesting to see who's going to be doing like the main damage. Like I would like to see, you know, the Drifter Calico pulling their weight. Obviously, we saw during the game they didn't tempo as much, so I'm very interested just to see the damage numbers between them. Maybe Pocket getting picked off a little bit too much. He's sort of your, you know, you don't want to see a Pocket dying, right? It's like the worst case scenario. So maybe died 1 or 2 times too much, but saying that, they definitely had an opportunity to win this game. As Mattia is distracted.
I'm distracted, guys. Tanner, you have to keep going, man.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
I'm fully taking my, you know, how do you say? I'm concentrating all of my energy flow and chakras on solving the managerial problems currently arriving my way, you know. So I have to Match
That's
stats
no problem.
will be coming through. I had to leave Tanner speaking for a second, but those are finally here. I think you go through them because you've not seen this kind of match stats yet, but they've been fairly consistent, right?
Yeah. So as we can see, Pocket, not the greatest game, 375, did 70k damage though. So I feel like it probably wasn't on him. Drifter, 1710, maybe probably should have had a better early game. Looking at it, he only had, what was it, one stack 25 minutes in. I remember you pointing that out. Maybe if he had a little bit better of a game, they could have actually maybe won this game, of course. But saying that, that's nothing to take away from Abrahams. They played this game very well. Played when they were strong. Team fight draft, played around it, made sure to press the buttons at the right times during the mid bosses, the rifts. But yeah, I think Abraham's just come out on top just because their draft is a little bit easier to play, in my opinion.
I would say, I mean, easier to play. I think more linear, right? I think these drafts and like the individual heroes have like all of them have their own difficulties. The linearity of how you play it is sort of like the bigger issue, which is just play around the ult, right?
Yeah,
so,
I mean, it's as simple as that. It sounds very, very funny to just say, just play around your ults, guys. It's not that hard, but like the game plan can be that simple. Just wait for your ults. If your ult's on cooldown, okay, just give her some respect. It's a game of give and take. Our ults are down. Let them have some space. As soon as our ults are up, let's force the objectives. Let's go for that mid boss. Let's go for the rift. Let's go for the walker.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, perhaps you can look at this in sort of a way where did Empty Dreams deal the damage in the exact places he wanted to deal the damage? Was it early? Was it late? But at the same time, you can't be putting all the pressure on one character, right? Venator is in there; he's able to deal damage. Fremok able to turn around a game which would have been destroyed for him into still a very high output match. We're gonna be getting into the next two games pretty soon. We're going to be taking a quick break for 5 minutes just to let the players cool off a little bit and get ready for the next match. So thank you a lot, guys, for coming up. I hope you're having a pretty good time. And thank you, Tanner. Thank you, Tanner, for joining us today and being a pretty cool guy, pretty cool caster, I'm going to say, right?
The first of many. The first of many. We got potentially 7 more games, and I'm excited.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I am honestly, I don't think I would have been this excited, after seeing so many games in a row. I am. I am getting, I'm starting to enjoy watching Deadlock rather than just playing it, which is something I did not expect, but it is what it is, right?
Yeah, I mean, it
All right, guys.
Looks like we're going to go for a break.
We will be waiting a quick 5 minutes and we will be back with you. Okay, guys? Thank you very much. Man, I had to turn on the AC again. It's never gonna stop. It's gonna
The AC.
The AC.
So,
All right.
what do we think about the first game?
Kind of expected. Like I think Leviathan had to play a very high level of Deadlock to pull it off, while Abrams had to play their default level of good Deadlock to just play the game and win, right? Again,
Yeah.
we saw Saint literally dodge almost the entirety of the almost the entirety of the enemy cooldowns and buttons, and basically solo enable the mid, while also because you had ultimate available to just get a single pick plus refresher again. Pocket not available to use affliction on multiple people because Abrams was playing smartly around the pit instead of staying in it. Overall, nothing to say, man. Just teams played well. One team made slightly more mistakes. More mistakes were punished from one team than the other, and the big mistake that got punished was so high quality that it just caused the enemy team to, lose the game.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree. I feel like the simpler game plan just won. Get your ults, force an objective, win the fight. Where Levy has to be bait the Dynamo ult, bait the Unstoppable, maybe try and catch someone with a curse, a Bebop perk, fully lock them down. Okay, I'm using my curse first, you go curse second. It's not impossible, but the execution that's needed is very, very, very high, right?
Yeah.
And sort of let them down that game. They didn't really get the perfect execution off in those critical moments, especially the last mid boss. But going into game 2, I don't want to see Levy shy away from that sort of gameplay. I think they're really good at it. They have really high skill players. You got the Freemore, KBL, Dmov. Very, very good players. They can definitely play to what it's needed. But yeah, we'll see what happens in game 2.
Looks like we are already drafting, and I mean, we don't even have to get too quickly to it. First ban is sort of pre-decided. We could have. I mean, what do you know? Next tournament, man, we're just pre-banning Dorman. I don't care. It's not even. What can you even do, man? What can you even do? There's always a limit to what is available from each player, and that doesn't look right. That's a Geist ban. We've not seen a Geist ban in a while.
Yeah. So definitely a problem for Levy in that game.
100%.
Felt like the execution had to be so high to kill her when she had swap. And then we can see what the trade-off is. Last game they banned Mirage. Last game they banned Mirage. This game they banned Geist. What do you know? Abrams go for the Mirage.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to be crazy, but I'm a bit surprised actually they did not pick up the ability. I think they value Mirage so much more, which I'm honestly not against. There is sort of a tier list within the S tier list, in my opinion. Like Dorman, is not even considerable, right? Mirage and Billy are sort of there. I don't want to make end gestures, which would go closer to consequent numbers. But I was making a 6-7 joke. But basically, the whole idea is that do you pick Mirage or do you pick Billy first, right? That sort of decides how you're going to play the game, because they do approach a very similar role within each other. It is what it is, right? I think Abrams plays both very well. Leviathan Billy is always an interesting one, and we do see the Abrams pick. Do you like Abrams? Do you like Abrams right now? What is your...
Yeah, I mean, I've seen it in a couple scrims, especially on the EU side. Looks like a lot of people are just going for the max charge into max ult nowadays. The max ult is super, super strong, like very underrated. People don't actually... It feels like people don't appreciate how strong the Unstoppable is and how game-changing it can be for those mid-bosses, those rift fights. But yeah, as a general frontliner, maybe on the weaker side of laning, but he can get past it. It's not an issue, really.
I've seen Abrams be used as an aggregator of mispositioned people that are trying to chase someone. So basically you play a fight, and instead of using the Abrams to sort of initiate like he was used to, you just wait until someone is slightly misposed, and then you get them to your backline, right? Or you For those who are like more Overwatch oriented, you Doomfist punch them into your team, right? That's been what I've seen the Abrams get the most value at. And of course, the Max Ultimate is massive. I think these teams are actually playing Max 2 Max Ultimate, by the way. No points in anything else, just to give you an idea.
And that's strictly because you get max ult around the 15, 16k mark. If you were to max your Siphon and then max ult, you're probably getting max ult around the 25, 26k mark in souls. And that difference in timing between 15 and 25k can be the difference between winning and losing the game. Because in that period of time, it's very, very likely you're either fighting for the, well, you have to fight for that second rift, and you probably have to fight for either, you know, first mid boss or, you know, a couple walkers in that time frame.
I mean, Holiday coming through early. I'm finally freed of crit Matt that would always call the Apollo as higher value than Holiday. That would be crazy to say. I think Apollo is a good pick. I think Apollo is also a very difficult pick. Bebop getting out, very common call. You know, you really do not want to have tasks just consistently annoying your Holiday on jump pads. It's very important when you're playing Bebop to know exactly sort of the trajectory of most animations, right? The easiest animation for Holiday is definitely the landing phase, but there is sort of the point of the arch where if you are very good at Bebop, you can get the Holiday fairly consistently. Both of the follow-up heroes getting banned, this could set up for Vindicta pick.
Yeah, I mean,
which is very annoying. Again, it's one of the hardest debuffs, and it's one of the more sort of problematic debuffs to have on yourself.
Yeah.
What is left?
I mean,
I'm trying to think. Sorry, go on.
To be honest, on Abraham's side, they're quite beefy, you know, they're quite tanky right now. Venator, Abrams, Mirage, not the easiest hero to kill. They can actually get away with those, you know, less tanky heroes. Potentially something like a Paradox is what they're thinking of. They want some pick, potential to play the mid game. Obviously, Abrams can buy a Warp Stone or something like that, but it's not the greatest catch. Saying that though, Levy go for an Infernus. Pretty good skirmisher overall.
Yeah, I mean, the Infernus being left open up until now makes the Abrams lane horrible. So we're going to be seeing, these teams really like to lane swap super early. So I think we're going to be seeing a forced lane swap wherever the Infernus and Abrams are, right? I'm trying to think if like there's any sort of strat that opens up for either team here. I may say, I was gonna say like the last available catch hero is the Yamato, and I think the first team to pick it up will have a bigger advantage. Ram still in the play, right? Not picked from either team. Left team will probably be the better abuser of it, but they do value. I think they were valuing Dynamo a bit more. Could cause Leviathan to still have to force it, or just Leviathan to say, yeah, they will pick Dynamo. Why would we ever care about the Ram? But you know, left side, first pick, and the last pick, you can always have a say in what they're gonna get, right?
Yeah. I don't hate the Ram. Obviously, buying DB against Pocket's never bad. Giving Spirit Res against the Infernus Holiday Pocket, even Billy to some extent can be very effective. But it looks like they go for Calico. So like we were saying, you know, maybe something less beefy, something more skirmishy. Can play with that Abrams, play with that Yamato, dive and look for kills.
Yeah, it's Calico again, like a staple, just damage staple, scout staple. It's not gonna go away easily. We're sort of like just throwing the dice on which order we're gonna use to pick the heroes to see if the order used forces like the wrong call on the enemy team. But all teams are staying disciplined. They're following their specific plan, which may just be block the frontliners, which is sort of what you see a bit more being done on Abraham's side, right? What is Leviathan health pool? Billy? And then what? Guys is not available. You go Shiv, probably Shiv is still open. If you don't care so much about life pool, like health pool, you will have to start moving more into heroes like that are a bit more mobile that can just go in and out. So you may have to look into an Ivy or Ram. I would really hate it. So maybe an Apollo. I don't think Leviathan is left with a lot of choices here because of the blocking picks Abrahams did. We'll see. You know, 30 seconds remaining of reserve. Leviathan taking their big time to think, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, there's a
And-
lot of directions they can go with these last two picks on Levy. They can go the more tankier side, like you said, maybe something like a Mo and Krill. They can also tempo it up. Silver, obviously, Silver not as good as it was before.
Right.
Mina, stuff like this. Or if they want to scale, okay, they actually do go the tempo routes. They pick up the Drifter. You could potentially say they were kind of lacking on the gun damage side. So Drifter, fair amount of gun damage, a lot of burst, obviously, and pretty good skirmisher.
Yeah, I mean, it was the option, right? It was the remaining option with some health pool. I forgot to think about it and to mention it at all. But he's looking decent. I think it was just a bad game. And yeah, the Apollo comes true. Of course, that seems to be the pick. We discard health pools for movement and for just in general map positioning and fight positioning as well. My AC is also not working, which is slowing down my thoughts a lot. This is a very major problem that we have to face right here. It could call for like a 20 to 30 minutes tech pause, you know? We don't even know. But until that happens, we're gonna have to get 5 seconds for Abrams, and the Vindicta finally comes through. As we were saying, no catch here is available. Open slot. Really fucking annoying hero. That's the only way to describe it. And look at the debuff on the left side, man. Mirage with double debuffs. You have Venator 1, you have Yamato 2, you have Calico Bombs, you have Vindicta. Entire kit. This will be disgusting for the right team, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I feel like Levy could still fight back though. They've got
100%,
a lot
100%.
of power in their draft. You got the Drifter Silence, the entire Apollo kit, Infernus Holiday going to be tempoing, even the Billy. The only problem I see is that maybe the Infernus is going to have to take more of that side lane role and get farmed a little bit more, just because the other 4 heroes, apart from the Pocket, who's going to be taking one of the other side lanes, don't really clear waves that quick, or don't really like to be on those side lanes. So, yeah, I mean, I'm probably going to say I like Abraham's draft a little bit more, just because they have a lot more solutions to like mid bosses, rifts. You got the unstoppable Abrams, the Yamato. But yeah, I mean, Levy can definitely fight back.
Again, Levy's putting himself in a very hard draft, man. I think I would consider almost every pocket draft to definitely not be a minor like difficulty when it comes to when it comes to actually playing the draft itself, right? Because you have to protect that kid, you know? The pocket are not simply just a hero who can just exist and play the game normally and then just appear where he needs to. The enemies will look for them, and if they don't find them in time, they lose the game. So trust me when I say, if Leviathan does pull it off together with Billy, they have a phenomenal draft. Like, what does left side do against Pocket? Like, dodge the cooldowns is not an ability. It's not something you can just do when you're playing into teams of this magnitude, right? Counterspell does not work. There's many counterspell events that you have to go through, and DB, arguably, this Pocket is not even the worst case of like DB requirement. You know, you get Apollo all set and Billy all set, and you're dead, right? So it just adds a little bit to the core, which, in my opinion, is what was missing from last game in this best of 3 series, which is they needed something more outside of the pocket, something that can trigger the fight, can trigger the game happening, right?
Yeah.
So I am more hopeful about the results of this, because I do think they can be a little bit easier. Still, not the simplest game for Leviathan.
I mean, the more I look at this Vindicta, though, it's looking kind of hard. I'm going to be honest.
Yes. Okay.
I know it was the last pick and all, but like, I'm very interested to see how this Vin does, just because Drifter Mark, Apollo Riposte, even an Infernus just shooting you in the sky, Holiday, you're kind of dying to literally like every hero on the enemy team. So very interested to see how this Vindicta goes. Hopefully she proves me wrong and she pops off, but yeah.
It's so crazy how I've had the same opinion until I saw Vindicta being played in the last days. Vindicta sort of acquired two options in scrims for me. The first one is just a debuff stacker, right? You player with perfect positioning, your team knows how to play LOS. I was trying to make an Overwatch reference yesterday to Critmat, but I think it will not go further with you. But I was saying that if you play Vindicta like Shu would play Ana, and the LOS is kept properly, Vindicta just almost locks every fight, right? Oh, we got staked while running away. Oh, we got staked while going in. Oh, half of our team is staked. Oh, my frontliner tried to go in and their backline is staked, and now my entire team is dead, right? Vindicta potential is so high. And then there's the other part of Vindicta, which is she dies.
Yeah, she falls out the sky. She's like a mosquito, you know?
She dies. But as of now, my argument is that the more effort is put in Vindicta dying, the more Vindicta actually does become just a sponge for the worst buttons so that the rest of the team can play properly.
Okay, you say that, but like the spells are sort of low cooldown. They're sort of non-committal. What do we have? Drifter Mark, Apollo Riposte. Not saying it's not bad that she's tanking these spells, but you really don't want to be putting yourself in a position where you are, because you will have more impact if someone else is tanking those spells than you tanking those spells and the other player playing the game, you know? If my Abrams isn't tanking those spells and I'm tanking them, he's not going to do as much as if it was the other way around, right?
So we'll be moving over to the game that started in a second. Sorry guys, but we got stuck on some quick technical issues. The players already got into the game. Sorry again for the delay. We were trying to set up gambling for you guys, so now you have a bunch of time to have fun with that. And you know, well,
lane swap.
Lane swap, but they know.
Oh my
man.
God!
As I told you, they're aware.
They're getting caught out, and the Vin is actually gonna die and give first blood to Pocket. That's not what you want to see.
Not clueless, aware. That's what I would say. The teams knew exactly what was gonna happen. You know, they see the lanes. They're like, oh, these guys are gonna lane swap. Let me catch them in the shot. Very simple, very easy, very consistent.
They really wanted the Abrams not to lane against the Drifter Infernus, I assume. But saying that, I feel like Billy Pocket is not the greatest matchup for Abrams anyway. So it's kind of a lose-lose situation. And then on top of that, your Vindicta has now fed first blood to the guy that you're laning against.
Vindicta has definitely fed the first blood to the one guy that you do not want to have points in his ability on. We're also going to be getting the names for the heroes soon, guys. Again, sorry for the set of slight slows, but we had some technical difficulties between the two games. While that happens, though, quick check at what's going on. Vindicta is being, what is the right term? Touched from the enemies.
Wow, I mean, he's been in Fountain twice now.
Yep.
One time because he's died, the second time because he's 1 HP.
More than just Vindicta being in Fountain, that's the one guy that I now want to see going Fountain again. Phenomenal pickup from Demov, like actual Oracle in like the real life Oracle. I just now realized that the two words overlap with the game. And also, to be fair, Oracle is not a bad rank anymore.
Right now.
Right now. We are gonna have the names on screen. Looks like everything should be correct for those who don't know. The numerical name is Ardo, and everyone else seems to be with the correct name. Empty Dream's name is getting ellipsed, but that's Empty Dreams on Infernus. Anyways, while we're at it, this is the one case where I think talking about laning could make some sense, because how do you play when the enemies are this ahead, this early? Does anything change, or is it always the same? Is it like a Sisyphus case where one must keep laning, or is there something that can actually be done to differ?
Yeah, so I mean, like we said before, because of the recent economy changes about a month ago, these early kills don't matter as much. Saying that though, when you get behind on Abrams and especially a Vin, the 5 to 10 minute mark becomes really hard to play around, because these heroes, they're not the best at skirmishing. You know, Vin's not bad, but I would say both these heroes are very supplemental to a gank. Abrams isn't gonna 1v1. Vin can 1v1, but she's much better at joining a fight and finishing off someone with a snipe.
Do you see the tower HP on both sides of the map?
Yeah. I mean, this is strictly just because of the lane swap, I believe.
100% because of that fuck up. That's it. They just caught it. Like as I was, if like here's the thing, right? If I can tell you that one of these things happens and it's gonna happen from looking at a draft, right? These teams kind of have figured it out. So it is sort of like who's gonna play the correct mind play. I don't think they expected it to be punished. We have not seen it get punished yet in these games. This definitely comes from just the very high reactivity of the players and coaches telling their teams what to do after seeing the specific gameplay done from the enemy teams, right? In this case, this is just, again, you do not want to have these points in pocket because he's just gonna melt you, man. He's just gonna like sit there, have these escape up, and have enough boons to do so much damage with his gun that you cannot even trade the enemy, the fatter enemy in the lane, while Pocket just shoots a shotgun in the air at you.
Yeah. What I potentially would have liked to seen is that maybe they lane swapped a little bit later, just because unlocking that second spell, and then maybe around the 3-minute mark where boxes spawn, you can get a little bit of value doing box route while swapping lanes. And then also, obviously, if you've got 2 spells, you're way less likely to die, right?
Yeah.
If Abrams has the charge and his Infernal Resilience, the Vindictor has flight, they have opportunities to actually escape. So maybe a bit of a blunder swapping that early. But yeah, definitely not the greatest start for Abrahams. As I say that, great charge from Together. Good poke, but the Billy already has reactive barrier. So a lot of that poke negated.
So I'm gonna say this may just turn into one of the sort of like more like Abrams is actually used to playing this way. It doesn't happen to them often, but they are used to playing where only one of their player gets the souls, and they usually concentrate those souls on Sunny Sniper in the earlier part of the game. Sunny then turns into more of a tempo player when he gets around 18k souls, and Arzo consistently keeps farming with the space and then farms more aggressively when the space gets issued. We see a quick trade coming in. Together it goes down again. All these trades you do not want to see, and we're gonna be probably seeing the second tower go down for Abrahams. Very ugly map control. Of course, comeback bonus will still allow Leviathan to get gold back when they do get the towers, but man, this is just bad, you know? And I think the biggest, I mean, this is my opinion, right? Which could be completely wrong. I think the biggest cost of not having tower is the time it takes for you to go shop.
Not only that, that's definitely one aspect. Buying items is very important in the early game, especially these 800 items that you're basically buying every 2 waves. Another aspect of losing a tower is that you lose map presence for when sinners spawn. You lose that zip sometimes, and it's going to be much harder to defend your side sinners if your tower's not up.
Yeah, 100%. You know, the sinners are. I don't know if it's something like some form of technical degeneration that comes to me whenever I play Deadlock, and I stop considering that like the more default things, right? Such as you probably need to get farm and get money, right? Which includes the sinner, and we see the burger happening. Leviathan trying to aggress. Abrams, they know they will aggress because all the towers are down, and they do catch them back and deal a pretty fair amount of damage. Sadly, the Yamato ult comes down a bit late, so the 2 does not get restocked in time to catch the low HP hero. Drifter manages to get away, basically a nothing burger for Abrahams. They did not manage to get a full punish, or even a single punish on the heroes. Lose a player as well. Stacky comes in for free milk, having a much better game than last time. Dimov on his spike. Sanya also not getting the souls he wants to get. They will probably have to start relying a lot more on Arzo, and I mean, your point about Vindicta not being so good is being proven, but not in the way I wanted it to. I wanted it to be a late game problem, you know?
Yeah, yeah, and the thing is, if you give some of these heroes an inch, they're going to take a mile, especially this Drifter and Apollo hero. They got such good early games because it's early lane swap that they're able to invade with a soul advantage and just take as many fights as they want. They're always going to be in the driver's seat here.
Yeah. It's very bad to be in this spot. I would say it's probably easier to recover from like a minus 20k when you're like averages of 150, 170k souls than it is to recover from a minus 6k if the team you're playing against plays correctly. Again, though, remember, comeback bonus on Guardians is real and true, which means that this minus 5, 6k is more likely to be a minus 2 or 3k. The job of Abrams right now, sorry, the job of Leviathan right now is to make sure that that trade does not happen, or when it happens, it gets punished enough that they can just turn it into buffs or something else. Snipe comes through, does not quite finish the kill. He still gets the stack. Second point, Snipe finally arriving. Looks like Saint will not be going for an early rapid recharge buy. Pretty good choice given that low amount of net worth he has and the fact he probably needs to invest the souls in something else. He may rotate it though to the classic to just have like the burst coming in. Yeah, he does. So my entire yapping was completely useless. It is what it is, guys. Sometimes you make mistakes.
But I mean, this leads back to the point early in the stream, right? Where they gave these 2 kills at the minute 2 mark, but they get that 1 kill at the minute 10 mark, and now the Abrams is sort of not...
He's fine, yeah, he's fine.
He's not the same net worth as the Pocket, but he's definitely in a more playable position because they got that kill.
I would actually argue that the one suffering the most, like the one suffering the most from the current state is probably going to be the... Mirage, not really able to find any proper good trade against the enemies, which will sort of force him to play duo on someone's lane, or to just TP and try to join team fights, positive or negative as it is, because technically the Mirage has a bit better time right now laning compared to the Venator, given the sort of like the soul gap between the Pocket and him. But do you really want to give the souls more to the Mirage than to the Venator? And also, as we say this, Irazumi delivers the urn. Taz and Venator trying to get picked off, but doesn't look like much is going on. Vindicta gets picked. She goes down.
That's the power of the Billy, right?
Yeah.
Chain and the Vindicta becomes a victim.
You know what, man? I would probably say, out of all the heroes on the right side, the Billy is the most annoying for Vindicta. I'll say this. I don't think I play a lot of Vindicta. I've seen a lot of people play Vindicta. You can do something about the other like annoying nuisances, right? Billy is sort of an equivalent to Lash it's basically the equivalent to Lash for Vindicta, which is not something you want to face, right?
Yeah.
Counterspell also basically does nothing, right? It only blocks the damage from the bash down. It doesn't. Sometimes it blocks and it doesn't even block the knockdown itself, which is pretty phenomenal. And you know, you can only block the bash down damage or the ult taking you down. So there's only a limit to what can be done. Map position pretty solid from Leviathan. Waves are shoved. Abrams needs to multi-stack on every lane unless they're gonna play below the Walker. Forces them to not play jungle as much. Forces them to look for a pick. Leviathan job right now is just to not give that pick.
Yeah. And it looks like Abraham's is gonna go down here.
Abrams completely down. Yeah, that's unlucky.
It's going to be interesting to see what this Apollo does, because I know ABL in the past used to max his 2, but ever since they changed Apollo, max 2 is now a 60% spirit, bullet, and melee lifesteal. So I wonder if he still values that, or he's going to value points into his max 1 or max 0 instead.
Here's the thing, right? Apollo has some form of supply still, which could, like, it can... I don't even know it's a bait at this point. Apollo can sort of like survive with very low amounts of HP because of his 2 plus his 3, right? Overall, I mean, given the team comp, he has to play Apollo as the second frontliner, basically, right? So I don't think he can go for the full, like, purple builds he would usually go for. I mean, he can still do it because he still heals Daze and Spirit, right? But it's gonna be a fair amount difficult, even if went ahead, to play against a team that has cooldowns that allow them to just stay alive, while your team does not have those available, right? And Apollo is the one person that has them. So, pretty difficult instance. Again, a lot of pressure being done from Leviathan and playing properly, but 2 picks coming in from Abrahams, again, setting back the current economy so quickly and by so much as well, you know? Minus 10k to minus 4k. Comeback kills, I guess. I don't know.
I mean, like I said, the whole economy is a bit Mickey Mouse for the first 10-12 minutes. You're mostly looking to farm those buffs because those are the things that matter. They're not going to show in the soul count, but you're definitely going to feel it if a Billy has 40 buffs on you, you know, 25 minutes into the game. So that's the main objective, and as I say that, it looks like there's a holiday pick trying to happen on this Abrahams. He's quite tanky right now, pops the Resto Locket and Ultimate, and it's just going to get out.
Holiday with Veil Walker getting to 2k HP this early is something I did not really figure out until now, but she does get a pretty good amount of HP compared to other heroes that get the same sort of damage value, and even just for example, like Yamato, right? She does not have Green Spike, but you get the point. I'm trying to... I think Leviathan will have to look that. Okay, I came to a conclusion. I think Leviathan will have to look for a collapse on Abrahams looking to push an objective, and I think this right tower would be a phenomenal one if they manage to get for it, to go for it. Billy does have ult. He can go for a back catch. Infernus would need to keep them not on zipline. The first zipline touch comes through. Abrahams gets enough speed to run away. Drifter knows they're all here. Billy does not go for engagement anymore. The wave is not there. They may be looking again for a repick on the Billy, but sorry, the Drifter, but wave is not able to support that, and the other heroes went back. Buffs are available. Abrams rotating to get the mid wave. This may be a setup for something coming up, such as the Urn itself. We do see the three people from Abrams setting up on right side to go for the Urn. Nothing too massive, but they get the pickup, so this is going to be how the game
control. Oh, saying that though, they managed to pop it off once. Calico mega low now. And, you know, he's stuck with that Urn. He has to walk to base with it, kinda.
Yep.
Unless he just presses cat form and heals his HP. That's probably gonna do.
I forgot about that mechanic. Maybe while getting souls as well.
Yeah, and it looks like Holiday goes down.
Together still alive? What is going on in there?
Yamato. Very low. Oh, okay. It was actually... Oh, big afflict,
Massive
maybe?
affliction coming through.
A lot of chaos in this fight, to be honest.
A lot of chaos, yeah, you're correct. A lot of chaos coming through.
I wasn't really sure what the plan with the affliction there. Maybe just applying pressure to try and get Urn turning, but looks like it was the wrong choice for Demov, and he just kind of dies.
Urn gets picked off, and well, would you look at that? Nothing ever happens. Abrams is back on top. It is what it is, man. And this pick, Slowingak's not immediately available. Calico will go back to full HP, do it through ultimate. No Green Spike yet. Could be the downfall of Taz if he gets chased all the way. Holiday with the ability to do so without a real repercussion. Again, there's not really a big objective coming through. Calico maybe dying to the pole, but not quite able to get out.
I mean, he had a good corner boost there. Actually gave him a lot of momentum. And
yeah.
As I said that, he did just kind of walk into this pole, but he doesn't manage to get out. So initially good movement, and it was just enough to let him get out.
Just a quick... I just wanted a quick technical check. Tanner, what timer are you following the game at?
I'm at 17:18.
Okay, I'm a little bit ahead, so I may spoil you some stuff. Just let me know. While that happens, though, we're gonna start getting close to the 18-minute mark, the more common mark for collapses from teams. Doesn't really look like too much is happening on this side of the map, except some people looking for a pick. Abrams looking for a pick on the Billy. Most of Leviathan is set up on left side. I don't think they will get up to anything due to the enemy team realizing that the collapse was being looked at. Split coming through, but Abrahams looking for a pick deep on the right side. Leviathan will be able to recollapse on them. Going very deep for this call. 1000 ball coming in on the Calico. Calico will need to get alive as fast as possible, but Billy ult comes in. She goes down. Abrams ult unstoppable also goes through. Yamato is in there making space for the Abrams to go in. Quick jungle touch to make sure that that trooper just dies later. Sorry, I kind of fell off of word to what to say there.
I mean, kind of surprising he ran away so much there. I feel like if I was playing Abrams, I might have just ran in, but that is me.
That may be a you thing, perhaps.
I'm just, I'm seeing an Abrams. I'm seeing, max ult.
Right.
But obviously, playing safe is never bad. So, looks like they're gonna. Amber coming out on top here.
I mean, okay. I will keep staying on my point, right? I do believe that the Vindicta will start showing soon, or like there's gonna be even just one fight where you look at the enemy team and they're trying to chase or they're trying to get away, and you see a stake on the floor, and you're like, okay, the hero got value and won the game, right? phenomenally fast turn from Abrahams. Not as easy as the first mid boss they did last game, but still not contestable from Billy being too far away, ultimate not being available, Eternal Sun coming through, not hitting anyone else except for the Venator. People in the middle, no rebuttals available from either team. 2 Rejuves going to Abrams, 3 triple Idris. Yeah.
Yep. It's 3 Rejuves. It should be a 1 fight. It's basically down to how many Rejuves Levy can take off the enemy, but it looks like it's going to be 0. And that's going to be the big first pivot of the game as buffs and urn spawn. They'll probably snowball this into their first Walker, get that flex slot, and put themselves into a winning position.
I would say we sort of have a little reset right now. Urn and buffs are going to be coming through super soon. Of course, both to Abraham's side. Looks like Drifter trying to push out the Yama, so not super sure about the effectiveness of this, but Sharik not wanting to take this fight, ultimate not available, and he's very out of position. Drifter realizing it since he's running away this much. Does not get the green buff. That's a minor setback. That's like a pretty that's a pretty like annoying tickle towards Abrams, but it's still an annoying one.
Very surprising that they gave both buffs, oh sorry, not both buffs, but at least 1 buff there with 3 Rejuves. They at least got Urn Control in the left buff, and the Wild Rift, which Billy is trying to contest. Not sure. Not sure what the plan was, but Rift goes to Abrahams, Urn goes to Abrahams, and they still have 2 Rejuves. Yamato did lose his 1 Rejuve though, so he's dying twice here. Not the worst death. Takes some pressure off the left lane, which gets their first Walker. As I say that though, Infernus is trying to kill the Mirage. Resto Locket and Dispel Magic popped. Now focusing the Walker, just trying to get that flex slot, trying to trade something.
I mean, the slot is sort of like... this is always one of the points, right? And I'm going to also reference what you were saying before about going in with the Abrams. This gives souls to the Infernus, right? Infernus gets in a good spot. He also respawns for 40 seconds. But this gives some form of position to the Infernus. And here you see the power of Vindicta forcing the guy that would have probably run away to just still stay here. But cooldown is not short enough. Anyways, what I was going to say that this trade for a Walker, while valuable because there's currently Rejuve which forces the enemy to be here. And as I say this again, ABL manages to also take away another kill. This trade for the Walker, impactful from the team perspective. At the same time, I don't know. It's always difficult to say what you want to do when the souls are up on the enemy team and they also have Rejuves. I feel like taking any form of trade is decent. But overall, man, Abrams is like Leviathan has been holding on with his Rejuvenator much better than I expected. They are not giving Abrams a free roll. They've not given Abrams a free mid game, and they're gonna be getting into the next part of the game with, you know, Pocket with enough souls, Infernus with enough souls. Billy probably a bit too low on economy compared to what you would like him to be. But again, if Billy gets the correct value on the right heroes, even if he dies, it doesn't really matter. So
yeah. And for sure, like, you know, there's only so much you can push when you have 3 Rejuves. I feel like they got a decent lead from that. They're 11k up. They got 1 Walker. They did trade the side Walker for it, but it's not the worst case scenario. And we'll probably see that, like, the second big pivot of the game to be that next mid boss and that next Rift. That's what's going to decide who wins and who loses this game.
Right, massive damage coming in from Calico, hitting every single one of their bombs. The hitbox of the bombs being increased a bunch of patches ago, making it so much easier to do. Scourge being acquired on the Calico. Again, another one of the jumps that starts making heroes so much harder to deal with, even though they slightly nerfed. If it was a nerf for Scourge, where the debuff resistance is not static anymore, it only applies while Scourge is up. It's just so much of a power spike, right? Calico stops being just the damaging hero and starts being a tank, even though she probably has no other green items, yeah, except the 4.8 spike. Massive Abrams ult would pick off.
Yeah. Oh, he goes for the heavy. Might have just killed him with the light there, but it is what it is. Pressure applied, and as long as he doesn't die, they're just, you know, steal it. making their advantage bigger and bigger. As I say that, Yamato looking to get the solo kill on this guy. It's going to be a lot of gold if he manages to do it, which he does.
1.1k, holy, okay.
Yeah.
A lot of money, pretty big swings for the teams. Drifter goes down, and here the fake runaway for repick with the Abrams comes through. Infernus gets picked off while he was trying to get back in. Yamato may have to pop ult. The classic case of Yamato players wasting a lot of time to not use the ultimate. You can call it greed, you can call it necessity, but it's very common for a lot of Yamato players to just keep their ult for so long and eat so much damage that when they actually do pop the ult, they don't have the required capabilities to either fight with it or escape from it.
Ooh,
Massive
good
Fury
parry.
Holiday staying alive because of it. Billy not able to repick in any case. The stake from Vindicta not doing too much to confirm any kill. Going back to more of a static point. Plus 15k still forces teams. And Abrams do have buff controls, but it looks like right side, Leviathan is doing a quick collapse on that buff, trying to get something going. Pocket still has ultimate, which could sign a very bad fight for Abrams in case they engage in a split manner. But Mirage without ultimate as well, I'm not super sure about this. They do manage to get the urn apparently, which is left to them. Very interesting timing. I guess they are just waiting to look for the holiday, but Abrams is playing smartly and just walking us back as they need, you know?
Yeah, I mean, no reason to force anything. You know, earn is nice, but it's not a huge objective. It's not worth 6v6ing over. Just, you know, if you can get the urn, get out, just get out. There's no point in fighting any more than that. As I say that, though, mid-boss very, 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 very soon. And I would like to see both teams look for a pick within that time.
Looks like the Veilwalker Drifter is looking for something, trying to scout. I'm surprised that... Where was the Mirage at? Why did we not hear the Mirage? Probably just some sound issue or something else that caused it, but... Maybe you just heard it and left it there to make it even more unclear where you would be. Waiting for the repick on the wave clear, which is going to be 100% here. The problem with me is that the farther away you are from your team, the first time someone engages on your team, you are in a very, very bad state, right? And, you know, Rift is coming back with resistances. It's just going to be a mid-boss call, right? Just pick off anyone that's not on the Rift and just go mid-boss.
Yeah, nothing else really matters. This Rift doesn't really... I mean, it's nice to have, but any kill here is going to lead to a mid-boss. So hopefully Holiday can look for a lasso at some point. Warpstone charge away. Looks like they're not going to be able to catch him, but he's still going to be looking around the mid-mark.
Mirage getting in a very bad spot right now, not necessarily able to use his ultimate, doesn't need to. Actually, he does use his ultimate, probably does not proc because of a backstabber tick. Looks like Holiday was looking for a pick, gets picked off first. Massive damage coming in. Counterspell, probably not proccing off anything, so she still has it. Abrams able to counterspell and go back in with the ultimate. Calico gets out. Scourge procced, but she stays out. Value of the Scourge getting lost a little bit. Drifter in the backline. Probably just making a little bit of space. Looks like the Apollo ult was not enough to confirm any kill, and it will leave Apollo in a bad situation. Yamato goes down, repick.
Yeah, so... Yamato and Abrams go down, so both your big mid-contest heroes are going to be dead for around 30 and 50 seconds. We'll see what Levy wants to do here, whether they want to force the agenda, maybe go for a walk or maybe a mid-boss, or they're just going to maybe hit creeps. We'll see. I
think it's just a stabilized angle. I don't think I want to risk, you know, like, there's also the argument of, like, they're playing their tournament live. You know, they're already in the money. Third place is already in the money, but they are playing their tournament live on this game, so you don't necessarily want to risk a mid-boss, especially if you don't have the required means for it, given how much more, like, sort of freedom of movement you're given within a game to actually turn it around in case of a bad instance, but you're not really given that whenever mid-boss comes through. It looks like Leviathan will be starting this mid-boss.
Yeah, so Yamato's still dead. Abrams no ulti, so he won't have that unstop. And I think Pocket's probably going to get off the mid-boss and look for a fat affliction.
What is the damage on the Pocket, though? His HP is starting to be low.
Taking a lot of damage. Does get the affliction off. I'm not sure who he hits, but the mid-boss, parry, punch.
Leviathan, three people going down, though. It's an instant raid.
Three of them instantly used. They should get the fight off this, you'd like to think. Vin trying his best to escape, does go down. Venator going to be dead for 90 seconds, 28 minutes into the game. That's a crazy amount to be dead for. Mirage trying his best to try and get some counter
He
kills.
does Ricochet. He can get a kill here. Billy gets parried. Mirage will keep healing off his one. Not probably enough to stay alive or to finish off any of the kill. But yes, indeed, he does kill the Infernus with 90-second respawn from now. I mean, soul equalization done. Anything else? The waves are just so shit, you know?
Yeah, so... I mean, I'm looking at the map. I'm looking at the Sinners. We've got 4, 6, 7 Sinners up. That's, what, 7 times 4, 28 buffs. We get this Walker, we get the buffs. I'd be happy, It's good enough. We don't have to force it. We don't have to force, base Guardians or Shrine. Just go get the buffs.
Get the money, get the buffs, get it up. This is just a bad instance of getting to the mid-boss without the ultimates you want to have. And also probably just a set of... does anyone have a rebuttal on Abraham's? Production, can we do a quick tap? Doesn't look like on left side we have any rebuttals to make that contest a bit easier, which probably could have caused Leviathan to have a bit more ease. And again, guys, I want you to not really understand how much higher value, how much easier it is to play mid-boss when one of your teammates has rebuttal. It's not even comparable.
Yeah. Super underrated item. Just for 800 souls you can get a damage amp minus cooldown on parry and melee res. Big dive here coming onto the drifter. I saw a huge bag on him. It looks like the pocket is going to be enough to dissuade them from chasing further. Looks like Yamato may be having some issues. Gets a 700 heal off his locket, and funny enough, I'm looking at his quick buy right now. He's going for Crushing Fist. What do you think about that?
I've seen it a while. Every time I've seen it, the game was so late that I did not get actual value. But this is okay, we have something in Europe which is ABL build. Basically, if ABL does something, it will get built, right? It's the same thing with Osis on Venator, right? There is sort of a list of people that play a specific hero that force other people to the other people to get the build going, right? Yeah. And I'm not super sure about...
Oh my god. ABL maybe just playing up a bit too much and does just get 100 to 0'd. But yeah, continuing on the Crushing Fist, I think the buffs were nice.
Yeah, I think the buffs are super good, and I think they're actually very, very solid, but I was just surprised at how much... Oh, no counterspell available here. Everyone uses his ultimate when unstoppable. Maybe able to catch someone, just doing a quick retreat, you have a 50 seconds of free real estate on the map. You can fix your wave, you can try to force something, not super necessary, you just farm and get back.
Oh, missed lasso.
Spam versus skill kind of lasso, sometimes you hit them, sometimes you don't. If you were to watch a pro player try and hit every lasso, you would be surprised at how many lassos don't actually go through. It's more important to look for the lassos at the right timing, and that was definitely the right timing, right?
Yeah.
You get the lasso, if you equalize the map, you avoid the soul gain.
It's better to try than not do anything at all, right?
100%.
It just, if you got a lasso and you're not pressing it or trying to press it at those critical moments, then why are we playing Holiday? We could be playing something else. So unlucky he misses it, but at least he's trying. Going back to the Crushing Fist though, I've been building it a lot on Billy. I actually really like it on Billy, just because the heavy melee is 2 stacks, which is minus 10%. And if you're landing 2 bash downs, it's minus 20% bullet res, which is nothing to scoff at,
Interesting.
Continue on with the game though. Rift is spawning, 20 seconds. It looks like Levy's going to get that mid prio first and able to get set up as they wish on this Rift. And it's down to Abrahams to decide how they want to contest. We don't have Abram's ulti, so it's going to be a bit tough for him to tank a lot of spells here.
I'm pretty sure Abrams does not have enough Divine Bears available yet to force a fight even with Pocket Ultimate. And as I was saying before, right, Pocket is not anymore the main try to look at, which means that Pocket can look for deep dive afflictions.
Yeah, and the Venator gets caught out, dead for 90. Yamato, no ulti, kind of low. Does get the reset or the bonus time. Still afflicted though, so not healing as much as you'd like.
Ooh, the berry
Gets
not in the best spot.
carried. Looks like Calico's 1 HP does go down. Mirage goes down. Yamato about to go down, potentially 2 HP.
Definitely
Abrams
a plus
goes
value
down.
from Leviathan here. Nothing to say about this, right?
Yeah.
Everyone goes down. You get shrines. This can be the end of the game, right? This can be a go next call in VC. Not necessarily true, but at the same time, right? Mid boss is coming up in 10 seconds. It's looking a bit rough. We may be looking into a game 3 immediately.
Yeah, so you can see why that went so well for Levy. They got the mid prio first. They got set up on the rift first. Just gave them more options during that fight because they were set up to choose their targets, and they did find that Venator. And the Venator, 44k, or sorry, 43k, dies first.
Right.
It's not what you want to see, really.
Right, the pocket was in a good position to start like diving at the right time. He did not have to set up beforehand. He was not just arriving from an unexpected place. Everyone else could take the aggro and could take attention. People could get stacked up properly, which means that the affliction goes into the Yamato. The Yamato goes from 3k to 0. You lose basically one of your highest damage dealers, and Venator goes down immediately, making the entire farm on him almost completely useless. Again, we're gonna get to a 30 to 40k advantage pretty soon. If I'm Abrams right now, I have to look for something a bit crazy because the base fight is not gonna be pretty, right? The Vindicta is not strong enough to carry me in base, and they have enough resources to catch her off. And especially,
Yeah, what are you thinking about, Mattia?
yeah, shut up. Shut up. If we die, man, come on. Yeah, it is what it is.
Okay, all right. Well, so what's the game plan from here? We got Levy, we got all ults, we got 3 rejuves. What do you think we're doing?
Got any debuff on the pocket since he does not have remover.
Okay, I mean,
that's my game plan right now. I don't have any other options.
Sure. What I would like to see from Levy, obviously pushing all 3 waves, clearing all the sinners. There's no bust for a while, so I'm quite surprised that they're just kind of taking camps. They might be close to a few items. You can see Pocket there, just picks up the cheat death. Still got a minute 30 of rejuve left, so duration picked up for the holiday. Yeah, looks like they're just getting their final buys before they go for this end push.
You know what it is, man?
Yeah.
I think they should have gone for the second shrine.
Yeah,
I'm not sure, they're gonna probably win the game anyways, but if you have 2 shrines available and you're that much people for that much time in there, I don't think you have an excuse, It is like you don't want to gamble the mid-boss fight, but...
Infernus sees the double Mirage Tornado, but doesn't manage to get the ulti off. A little bit of an overextension
and also will
here.
get staked. Ooh, this is not something I want to see. E-shift coming in at the right time, baiting out the cooldowns. Affliction on the enemy base.
Yeah. So even though it wasn't the greatest Infernus ult, it does turn out to be good for them. Yamato goes down. It's a very, very hard position now for Abrahams. I'm not sure what the angle is. It might be a Venator looking for an ulti. Abrams goes in, looking for a charge potentially. Billy Chain goes out. Abrams going to go down.
Slow here, right? You are...
Unless...
They don't have rejuve. You have to get something out right now. And if anyone dies, it's sort of game over. And that...
Yeah. It's a simple game at the end of the day. Push the objectives. The kills will come. Very hard position for Abrahams, and it looks like when Abrahams leave the pit or potentially die, Levy are going to take this game.
Well, man, we're going to game 3. I got some food right here, so
Nice.
I'm gonna be more energized. Man, what can I say?
Let's think back. What was the main pivot of that game? Spoiler alert, it was the mid prio.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's like
So that one instance of the game, obviously,
That's crazy. Yeah, it's true.
you
It's
know,
true.
it wasn't the entire game was being played out, right? You know,
Of course.
you get
Of
some
course.
kills, you lose some kills, but the main pivot of that game was getting that mid prio for Rift and putting yourself in a position where you can win that Rift fight and snowball it into the game win.
I would say also it's probably just the fact. It's sort of an agreed upon fact, right? Because technically Abrams could have completely ignored it.
Yeah.
The fact they don't and arrive late at the fight and still decide to take the fight while completely split up against a team that likes to pick you off seems to me like just a self-destruct button, right? And again, especially when you have a super mobile team plus Venator. It's what we've been talking about. The more mobile you are, the more your non-mobile heroes are going to suffer. One of the reasons why, for example, McGinnis is a monster, right? Because even if she's not mobile, it does not matter. But heroes like Venator, he's a fat chud, man. He's not gonna, unless you got your movement in the bag, he's not gonna be able to outrun anyone. So, especially if he gets caught, not the best of cases. So, given that, we'll be moving on into game 3 in a second. We're gonna get to the game stats as well.
Yeah.
I'm thinking if there was like anything else crazy. I mean, it was insane to just like the reading from Leviathan to just read out Abrams' lane switch and punish it. That was crazy. That was like probably the most unexpected thing.
For sure. I mean, like I said before, when it happened, maybe potentially looking to lane swap at the 3-minute mark, just because you get a little bit of value of doing boxes. When you do it that early and the enemy predict, and then they get that first kill and they get that second kill, and suddenly the pocket has cold front 2 minutes into the game, he's basically set up to win the game, right? Or he's like set up to snowball from that position.
Yeah. That is completely true. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. The damage from the pocket this game was so much more effective than the last game. 70k versus 50k, but I think we can both agree on the 50k from this game was just completely different, right? It is again just the sake of like you have to stop caring about the numbers, stop caring about whatever is on the scoreboard. At the end of the day, it matters if you win the right fight at the right timing. Billy's on 21k damage. Does it matter? Absolutely not, right?
He did his job, right?
He did his job 100%. I don't think there's anyone to blame specifically. I would still say that probably it is a case, again, like, I don't want to be pessimist, guys, but it is just a first pick game again. Or was it? No, actually, it wasn't, right?
No.
Because they decided to go second. Hold on. So this may be one of the first like late games we've seen in the series that gets decided from second pick instead of first pick. Very good to see. Very nice to see it. Overall, I'm very satisfied. Then I'm not gonna lie. This was pretty surprising. I would say Leviathan read Abrams so much more than last game, and perhaps it was the Dynamo pick that was like doing the most work for them, right? Perhaps it was that.
It's sort of that, but if you think back at, I believe, the second mid-boss, they got 2 picks, right? It was on the Yamato and the Abrams, and those heroes were not available to contest the mid-boss. And those 2 heroes are so important because they're like the foundation of your mid-boss fight. They're both heroes that are going to go in and allow your other characters to do damage whilst they fight for this crystal.
Loser.
But yeah. Great picks from Levy's side. Obviously, the holiday enabling them to get picks on this Abrams and Yamato to enable them to go to this mid-boss.
No. Last one is
basically won them the game.
Sorry, guys, just checking in with the teams. All right, it's 1-1, 1 for Abrams, 1 for Leviathan. Last pick will be given from last pick will be going directly to Abrahams, loser of last game. Is it the Billy?
I
The
don't.
Billy
I don't
man?
know. I don't know. I like to think of these heroes as like foundational. These billies. You can create a great draft around these heroes. So the Doorman, the Billy, the Mirage, the Geist. You can make really good drafts around these foundational heroes. I don't think the Billy was. The Billy isn't. He's a good hero. Don't get me wrong, but he's not the main reason why you win the game. He's sort of just the supplemental hero that enables a lot of plays.
I agree. Quick information for the viewers. Arzo was the player on Venator. Is named 4580. We're gonna see if the players have time to switch names to make it a bit easier. Sorry, we were not able to get the overlay going with the proper names. But we'll be going into the draft. They're taking a bit of time, man. Surely we're not letting him through, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So Levy on Sapphire for the third game. So
they've been on Sapphire. This has been they've been stuck on the same sides all games. That's crazy. Abraham's third time they are on first pick then. Wow, okay.
Yeah. I think Levy are probably gonna go for that guy span again. Just because we said before, she relieves so much pressure from her team. Being able to take those 2v1s, being able to be on that island and just not being contestable, and also just scaling into a monster, right? So I wouldn't be surprised, and there it is, the guy span. I'm interested to see if Abrahams want to go for the Billy or Mirage here. Okay. And it is the Mirage. So obviously their thought process is that Mirage was not the issue that game. Give them the Billy, give them the pocket. It was the other heroes. It was maybe the Vin, maybe the Abrams. Saying that, I actually didn't really like the Vin because we pointed out in the draft she sort of just dies.
I have to agree.
Especially against what she was playing against.
It's like as I was saying, it's like I think it's a super complex hero to play. As of now, like the one player I've seen manage to do it was Irizumi, who plays on Leviathan. So it's still something that like Leviathan could look for. I think the one issue may have just been giving up the Calico and Holiday to Leviathan. That could have did they have both? I don't remember if they have both or did they only had Holiday or Calico. It's whatever. My memory is gonna.
It's whatever.
Me. It's whatever, but you get the point, right? I don't think you want to give those heroes that do allow for just a comeback, given that always allow for just pressure during fights. And you kind of have to do something about the pocket, because you give Billy pocket, you're giving the two required cores for the entire team fight to exist. So if you don't go for a pick hero that can stop the pocket from existing, what are you gonna do?
So from what I can see is that they don't think the first three heroes were the issue with the draft. It was the last three heroes. So they're pretty confident with this Abrams, Holiday, Mirage. We're probably going to see different heroes in the later part of this draft. They might go back to the Dynamo if it doesn't get picked or banned. They might try and play around those, big ultimates that let you get that mid boss. And Levy going their playstyle with the Drifter, with the whole, I'm going to be strong as every point in the game. I'm going to be the skirmisher. I want to be in the driver's seat. And yeah.
Levy banning out the Venator. They do not want Arzo and Sanya to have a pick at the same time, leaving up the Infernus as like their more likely choice at this point. Unless we see some crazy alternative pick, right? The secret Arzo McGinnis coming up. Could be pretty strong, It actually, this looks like one of the drafts where you want to have Kerry McGinnis.
I mean, if there's ever a game to throw a curveball, it might be game 3,
Oh, 100%. 100%. What can you do, right? But
catch people off guard.
Infernus getting banned, leaving the Bebop open for Abrahams, leaving Shiv as well, which I don't think has been necessarily a problem or not being valued highly enough. Ram again, being left open. Leviathan probably gonna be looking for either an M1 or someone to make Demon of an Empty Dreams flex properly to each one of their roles. The one hero we still have not seen on stream yet was Silver, but I don't rate her enough in this specific meta. Lash getting higher prio all the time. Apollo getting higher prio. Calico, of course, getting higher prio. So it is sort of just like a decisional process here, right? What do we go for a pick or do we go for a block? Maybe you find a good solution that is both, but outside of Calico, the only other one is Yamato. Okay.
Okay, so Levy basically saying Yamato and Billy are going to be our mid-boss contest. Those heroes are going to be the heroes we're going to play around during mid-boss fights, obviously. And I want to see what Abrahams do here, because they have room to pick the Calico. They do actually go the Lash. So maybe going towards more that game 1 draft where you have these big ultimate abilities makes it really hard to lose these team fights. You think pick 5 they're going to go for the Dynamo?
I would be more, like, realistically, I was going to look more for a Bebop. Sinclair is a hard pick.
Okay,
it's strong as fuck. Like, we both agree that Sinclair into this is strong, right? Pocket and Billy Ultimate, even just Drifter Ultimate is crazy, but I think Sinclair is so hard to play. You know,
it's definitely a specialist hero, right? You need a lot of games on this hero to know its limits. You know, Bunny range is big, but it's actually not the easiest spell to land. Like, let's say, you know, a Drifter's running at you, or maybe a Billy's running at you. And just pressing your spells at the right points does require some games on the hero. But yeah, I like the Sinclair, like you said, the Billy ult, Pocket ult, Drifter ult. It's going to get value.
Do you think Abrams is scared of Dynamo? No, of course not. Like, no, I'm not saying right now, but like before Sinclair. Okay, so we can agree that Sinclair pick here is sort of not like, it's just not a blocker pick anymore. It's literally just a counter pick, which does leave it open for Leviathan to go for some more heroes. Mina
pickup.
Okay. I mean,
I was looking towards more the Apollo, but
yeah, 100%.
I guess
100%
they kind of wanted someone who can fulfill that second side lane role sort of thing. Mina's pretty good at just, you know, farming the map, pushing wave, and she can play a little bit of tempo, so I don't hate it.
She also has the percentage shield, which is a very good like comeback mechanic damage type, right? When you have Rake available, it means that even if you're not in the best of games and if the game is not progressing the way you want it to, you can just keep picking off, right? You can keep being in fights, keep tagging with your one, and it's just the sake of like how long the game goes. Insane ramp pick here. Again, like, you don't have to consider too much about the percentage heal. You have to consider more about the locket heal, but still, they do have Billy, so that does set up a little bit more gameplay than I expected. Ram would be I think Ram now may be the highest win rate hero in the tournament, now that I think about it.
Wow. And that might be just because it's one of the free heroes that can interact with the tunnels, you know? These tunnels just spawn in souls. What are we thinking about? What do we think about last pick for Abrahams here? We need sort of, it could be a gun Lash. The Lash could be one of the side laners.
That Lash is definitely gun, yeah.
But you could also play more of a tempo role.
If Lash plays tempo, then they have... Do they ever think about Mo here? Am I crazy?
Are you thinking about Mo just so you can find the Rem in the tunnels? Is that what you're thinking about right now? Are you a Rem hater?
Slightly, but that's not the reason. I'm thinking about Mo just because they already have like decent HP pools, and I think the enemies would really hate to get picked off mid-fight. Unironically, Apollo does serve a similar goal in the sense of if you're slightly out of position in a fight or slightly low HP enough, you are stuck there for a while and you're gonna probably die, right? Let me think, because it's so hard to decide which draft is better, because it just depends on which is the better call at what you wanted to do, right? It looks a lot like left side now may have, you know, they got the Sinclair, they have abilities to outmaneuver Leviathan in mid boss, that definitely could have been the weaker spot for Abrahams. They're also going to have a slightly better macro because of Mirage. There is the contest from Ram, but it's always limited to how much Ram can actually do that without ruining his team economy too much. But
So I'm looking at this Rem hero, and I'm seeing maybe potentially 5 heroes that are mainly spirit damage. You have the Gun Lash, but everyone else is doing a lot of spirit damage, right? You got the Mirage,
that is
Holiday,
a good
Abrams.
point.
Okay, Abrams is more melee damage now, so I guess less Abrams, but this Yamato Billy are going to be kind of hard to kill. I
Oh
feel
my god,
like.
yeah, this is gonna be atrocious.
And
Man,
then
it
for
was the
side-
McGinnis, man. It was the McGinnis.
The
It is what it
McGinnis,
is.
Yeah.
We can talk as much as we want about it. It was just the McGinnis.
And then for side lane matchups, you have the Mina Lash, Mirage Pocket, sort of even. Mid lane anchors are probably going to be Abrams and the Billy. And then skirmish wise, Yamato Drifter, Rem. I mean, these are very, very even drafts in my opinion. It's going to literally come down to who gets that first pick, who can force that first rift, who can force that first mid boss, and snowball it from there.
I guess Abrams, again, like with my current vision of the gameplay, I guess Abrams has to just figure out the dynamics of pocket playing. And I am pretty sure they're going to be giving Mina to Empty Dreams and Pocket is going to stay on Demov, who has shown to be much more like aware of his positioning before fights and not getting picked as much. These heroes on left side are sort of the kind that can just appear and disappear and get you killed and get out, which could be one of the main thinking points, because of course you're always thinking about the good hero, right? You're sort of simplifying it while you're in draft. You're not thinking as deeply when you're actually in the draft. You also have your tables. You have if we pick this, then they have options for this, etc., right? But there's always a little bit of a mental concept that everyone in the team or the coach that's drafting agrees upon, which he uses to make the final decision on what to pick. If Apollo ends up being the last pick, there is a big value given in the Apollo ult plus Lash ult. And there's definitely value also given to the Apollo sustainability during a fight. While this happens, we already have the game view in the lobby before the lobby even starts. So we're just going to give you a little bit of information about how the games are setting up. Some things to confirm. Arzo is going to be on the Lash, which means that it probably will be a gun variation. My intuition from before about Empty Dreams being on Mina was wrong. Empty Dreams is actually on Pocket. Demo will be on Mina. And I don't think there's anything else that's crazy or unexpected. Sanya's still on the Mirage, ABL. Did you hear that? That was production speaking to our minds, or that was just our schizophrenia starting to build up due to the prolonged exposure to Deadlock. Either way, just wanted to let you guys know that we will have a little bit of problems with observing. It will not be as simple as it was the last games, so we're sorry if it's not the best, but there are some problems with the API that allows us to go through the various parts of the map and of the players. Just waiting for Demov to get into the game. The game should be starting pretty soon. Hopefully, no more lane swaps that get to losing 2 Guardians at minute 5. Outside of that, if you are, let's do a little thought exercise, right? If you are Leviathan coach, how do you tell them to play?
Play around your Rem. Your Rem's going to be your main damage mitigation this game. The spirit res is going to go crazy. The healing's going to go crazy. Just make sure you're in a position where you're helpable by this hero. If you're playing the Yamato, if you're playing the Billy, dive, but don't dive as deep to the point where your Rem can't save you, right? It's going to be your main tool to win these fights, I feel like.
I would agree. From how strong we've seen, for example, the like we've seen the example about, how do you put it? McGinnis just being a monster just because of her 2, and like Scourge being the best item in the game for most heroes. Rem assistance giving, what is it, a starting 23, or like with max is 23% resistance? I may be wrong, maybe it's more. That's a hefty number, man. That's like a comeback rift, and especially if the damage source is mostly gun, it's mostly spirit. It is literally just a comeback rift, which you don't want to have going around the map just pressing buttons on teammates while also healing them. So I'm not gonna lie, man. I'm gonna stick with the statistics. After like your point of view, I would argue that Leviathan probably has a better edge in this game, given just the comps.
Yeah, I mean,
sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, I mean, I was just gonna like build off that. I don't think it's like a 70-30 draft by any means. I think it's
of course not.
Very, very, very close to 50-50. But if I'm Levy and I'm going in with a game plan, it's definitely around this RAM.
The one thing to keep track of, right, is always the lash damage output is undeniably some of the highest that is available in Deadlock right now. It's consistent, it's simple to do, it always works, you know. It's one of those things which, when used properly and when used correctly from the right player, can just turn around fights and do as much damage as like a good Pocket Affliction would, right? Just press 2 on people, keep spamming your 3 and shooting them, never press your 1, and also have the ability to ult people into a pretty long stun. Most of these teams like to max their ult as soon as it's sort of convenient, so usually max your flog, get points in your flog, get points in your 2, max your flog, max your ult, which at about second rift timing gets you the ability to have max ult, and also for the first mid-boss rush that some players may want to. And we may be seeing that as the main damage output this game. That's sort of the goal by putting Arzo on it. But we'll have to see, man. We'll have to see if Abrahams can survive the laning. Overall, I would say this is the first game where I personally believe there is a fair disadvantage from Abrams when it comes to their lanes. But we'll have to see.
Yeah. And I'm going to be looking at this yellow lane the most, I think, on the right. All this Billy and Rem have to do is kind of survive, but you're trying to survive against a Mirage and Lash. And it's not an easy feat, you know? It's like you're going to get poked on every single wave. The Rem, you know, he has those little troopers, but obviously you're probably not going to get prio against these heroes just because Billy has to walk up to make his gun effective. That means he's going to be taking damage. And Rem, not the fastest pusher by himself with just his little candle. So this Billy Rem lane, just survive. For the mid lane, Yama, Mina, they can play super aggro. Not an easy matchup, you know. Holiday, Sinclair, both have really, really good lanes. Really good guns as well to push the wave. But it's going to come down to skill, if I have to be honest, in this lane. And then the Abrams Apollo versus Pocket Drifter. Again, Abrams not the greatest pusher, but he might be able to cheese some charge under tower. So overall, not the worst lanes. They have ways to play it, but it just comes down to player skill at the end of the day. And as I say that, heavy poke happening on Abrams. This is probably going to happen a lot of the time. Gets the charge under tower. It's going to be a heavy dive here, trying to kill the hill creep, but it's not going to die. Here. And this tower, it's 4 minutes in.
It's 4 minutes in.
It's dead.
So I think we disagreed before unwillingly, but I was saying that I think right side has a better time laning than the left side. It was just a general opinion. I don't think like there's any right answer, right to lanes. It's very player dependent. I just consider like 2 other lanes to be very strong, remarkably mid lane and the Billy Ram lane. Apparently the one lane which I was not thinking too much about is currently is not the best of states, and once again Abrams starting off with a very rough start. Minus 4k souls at 4 minutes, not the one thing you want to see for sure.
Yeah, and it might be the lane setups that they did. Maybe they should have put the Apollo mid, Maybe you could have traded a little better against those heroes. You could have put Sinclair in the side lane, could get a little bit better lane pressure. Oh, this is not good. It's looking very ugly.
Oh, no.
You got Abrams' gun shooting for 17 damage when he's basically point blank, and he dies.
I mean, that's a classic, right? That sometimes happens. I think except Listic, who like actively pays the developers, there's nobody else that does more than 20 damage per Abrams gunshot when you're at any distance between 7 minutes, right? Before 7 minutes.
Yeah.
Everyone else, you're relegated to doing tickling damage to the players. It is what it is, guys. You have to just accept it. I mean, I'm always a little bit stun-locked on how to comment and approach games that have this much of a lane gap, right? Because if you were looking much like lower-seeded teams, this would be it. The game would actually be over, right? If the team on the right, if the right basically goes AFK, the left team does not know to come back and like collapse properly, and the game is just done. But as you see here, quick kill comes in, and we go from minus 20% to minus 16, and it's always about these small trades, and now it's about what does Pocket want to do. Does he want to just skyrocket in souls, or is he planning to just keep farming and keep aggressing? Drifter all coming in, blending in the Abrams, blinding the rest of the team. They know that he's going back, 3 people going for him. This will be a 3-man kill, so it's not going to be too massive, but the respawn timer will. Sadly, Pocket manages to hit them with the with his one, which stops them from running away. Affliction going in on the Abrams. Abrams will get one shot, one more stack going in for the Drifter. Perhaps no, I'm not sure if he was in range. Probably was too close for his teammates, but again, back to our horrible state without even losing mid ownership because Abrahams reacted to the Leviathan play. Playing these reactive choices sometimes can be super costly, you know? Maybe you're able to catch them. Most of the times, if the team is fast enough, their choice will be too fast for you to actually punish properly.
Yeah, and all Levy have to do now is conserve their lead. Just don't give any kills. You can literally just farm whatever you want. Play when you're strong, you know, you have Yammer ult, go dive, push your limits, but don't push it too much. And as long as you're not giving kills, you can just basically ride the wave of this 5k lead, 6k lead now.
The wave, like Deadlock wave? You get it?
Yeah.
You get it? You get it?
Yeah, I get it.
Pretty
yeah,
funny.
Maybe right here, not the best place to be, but, you know, as long as he's not dying, it's fine.
I mean, we have seen more aggressive Yamato players, shout out Amplifying. But outside of that, usually there's a pretty decent limitation that Yamato players put themselves to, which is it too far back behind the Walker? If the answer is yes, and your grapple does not reach him, you can't just go below the Walker ult and then use the grapple. We've seen that happen otherwise, but again, sort of a personal preference. I mean, Sinner's trade, right? Obvious, uncontestable. 8k Pocket will one-shot the entirety of your team if you even try to do something about it. Stabilizing the advantage by taking out enemy stuff, while though losing one player, again, sending them back a slight bit. But, you know, if the doubles are not available anymore, then are you really, like, still, like, are you gonna be able to scale up a bit more? You know, enemies are gonna get their own Sinners now. Leviathan is gonna keep scaling up, and Pocket is gonna get to his... He's probably gonna get... He may get to 10k before the 10-minute mark, which would allow him to just go around the map and one-shot everyone, which I'm pretty surprised is not done yet, but why do it before you have the items to do so, right?
Yeah. If I'm in Abraham's shoes here, I'm just looking to hit my spikes. You know, Apollo needs to hit 6.6, get that max free, buy his Spirit Spike, and then fight around these safes. Just try and avoid fights, maybe give Sinners if you have to, but you need to look to where you're strong and try and play around where you're strong. And right now, you're in a position where it's kind of hard, right? Just try and get the waves, get your spike, and look to fight for those Sinners.
You know, as we say this, right, again, we just see how much pressure two heroes as rich as the Pocket and Drifter can put, even below an enemy Walker, right? Over rotation coming in from Abrams to compensate 2 people, that requires 3 of them. One of them maybe getting caught, doesn't look like so, but we move over to mid, where Ram able to get a quick sleep on the on the Mirage, Tornado coming out, but probably not fast enough. Mirage will be going down, this carry getting stunted. A lot of work being put in from Arzu to stay on top of economy. That keeps his team afloat. Pretty good contest between Arzu and Yamato going in on the right buff right now. Left buff looks more, and I would say more exaggerated, but a spirit buff comes in. Oh, and you don't want to get stunned here.
Gets hyper-lined into the charge, but hasn't used Mark yet. Looks like a bit of a nothing burger, but as I say that, the Sinclair does go down, and Ernest spawned, so...
Oh, Yamato does not finish the kill, and a quick...
Oh, a little bit,
probably the button got stuck.
Yeah, maybe he
right,
got bumped
Arzu?
into the ground a little bit.
Yeah, the button got stuck, right, Arzu, right? We're fairly happy to not be hosting a LAN party. We would be happy about avoiding going to hands, you know? But since we're online, you know, worst that can happen is very bad words between the players, but they all love each other anyways because we all love Deadlock, so nothing bad really ever happens, right?
It's just a little bit of banter, you know? Just a little bit of teabagging, a little bit of well played. No one should take it personally. Just keep it to the game. It's all good.
It's all in the books, you know. End of day. Yeah. It's gonna taste like if it's a defeat, it's gonna taste like a more interesting one, you know, more actually making more content for us overall.
Yeah, Demov going down there, not the greatest death for your team. You're still 5k ahead, but it's not really what you want to see. As I say that, looks like they're going to be diving past. They might be able to get some return kills here. And just as I said, you don't want to see Demo dying. You don't want to be seeing Sanya Sniper and Together dying. Yeah. So overall, a 2-for-1 trade. Demo, 3-for-1 trade actually. So Demo not feeling too bad about that death. Baiting the enemies effectively. And they get a tower off it as well.
So if this is buff enjoyers, right, you would have a bunch of your team switch. If Leviathan is buff enjoyers right now, you would have a bunch of your team switch into a different playstyle and start focusing on getting wherever you want to get money to more active while negating the gameplay from the Lash, right? Lash arguably one of the harder semi carries to deny given his movement abilities alongside, as we said before, right, alongside the Geist and Mirage. Still doable though, you know, the Drifter is gonna have max 1 soon, probably gonna go for it, so he has a double deny with slowing X and his 1, which forces out one of the 2 of the deep upper movers and then just blocks the guy down. Yamato going for a dip dive here, knockdown, Nox coming in, no green spike for ABL, just over classic of his gameplay, not using his ultimate, losing almost of his HP, all of his HP.
Yeah, and Apollo has ult here, so doesn't even need it.
Very
looks like ABL presses ulti and dies
here, but I'm not sure that Abrams will be able to contest that Rift though. Pocket ult will be coming through. They will start contesting. Ram is up with 2 available. Damage from Apollo is coming in, trying to push out the enemies. It's a comeback Rift.
Yeah, but the Abrams is afflicted right now. Wow, it's not max affliction, so he's healing a little bit. It looks like the rest of Locket comes in, heals him 350, and the Rift actually goes to Abrahams. They do lose Sinclair.
Just comeback? How? You would like I don't understand.
Not smart sure, but I wouldn't say it's the worst situation for both teams. I think both teams are fine with what happened.
Yeah.
You know, they're still a lead, and you just have to play off it. Saying that though, the fight is still continuing. Drifter's
probably one of the more important fights of the game right now. And Oli Abrams peel here, getting the Lush completely saved after the parry that he well plays, you know. Lash able to get a repick on the Drifter was going for him. This is looking like a pretty heavy reverse, like not swipe, but you get my point, right? They're getting back up. They are getting into the position they want to get, and Lash keeps getting money. And you know, as we said before, Lash damage is nothing to scoff at all.
Yeah. I'm looking at the top net worths, and they haven't actually changed that much because a lot of the kills are being spread 4 ways, which means you just get less money for them.
100%. Except his last kill from Pocket, which got him from 14k for 60 for, you know, that location.
So disregarding that kill, spreading these kills too thinly is not that great, but if it gives you space for your Pocket to get a solo kill, then sure, I guess it was worth. Very, very early counterspell here for the Apollo. very interesting that he didn't go for the Resto Lock here and maybe the Enchanters or Hillbane. Hillbane being really good this game against the Ram. Just going for the counterspell, and he has a good counterspell targets. You know, you have Pocket Afflict, you have Rem Sleep, you have Billy Chain, so I don't hate it. Just a very interesting choice. Survival picked up here for the Yamato. ABL is going to be very happy with that one.
Most important fight in the game,
God.
does the Lash survive disengage? Does he get out safely or does he get wiped away from the pocket? No more 2s available from him. This will set the game back a lot for Abrahams. You do not want to see the pocket in this state. Empty
That's
Dreams
another
on
solo
top
kill.
of his game, man. Holy.
The amount of damage Pocket can do in a second is
stupid. It's
insane,
really
by the
stupid.
way. He did 1,700 damage with his burst, and then he has an amped gun that is shooting for 100 damage a bullet with a Mystic Shot. So,
Yeah, 400 damage Mystic Shot, yeah.
yeah. I'm looking for solutions here. What are we doing to shut down this pocket? Is it going to be a lasso? Okay,
I mean, it's
curse,
not...
we're not in that point of the game, but maybe a lasso, maybe a slowing hex, maybe a silence wave. We need to try and kill this pocket at some point.
I mean, it's... There's also another option, which is to just ignore his existence.
No, that is valid. Like, it's very valid to try and play around the pocket spells and try and avoid him. But the problem is that he has Mage Leap. He can be where he wants in a team fight.
That's sort of like that. This is like, I think the important part here is whether Empty Dreams manages to execute. Affliction coming through, Abrams will definitely be going down here, not even a question, right? Also, I'm very known for jinxing this stuff, that's why I said it, but...
I think the Walker Resist actually let him live there, the 15-15?
Yeah, you not get hit from Yamato Blade, it was literally 1 meter out of range. But it's pretty funny for me to just call out when someone is gonna die or live, because the more like certainty I give to it, the more it's not gonna happen.
It's
and I
the
can also
caster
force
curse.
it. It is the caster.
It's the caster curse.
100%. Sinclair getting a solo Walker, also giving a solo kill to Pocket, which is probably not not sure about the
Another
trick there.
solo kill happening, going to Pocket. Really trying to defend this mid Walker here. If they win this fight, it actually can turn into mid boss. But
No ultimate
maybe
from Leviathan side. HP is looking a bit iffy from Abrahams.
Abrams not in the best of spots, does eventually go down. And do they want to go for it? Probably not. Maybe looking for another pick. Go on the holiday, trying to get to the bounce pad, gets the dash off. But the Pocket punches his keyboard and
He
just kills
presses the
holiday, to be honest.
buttons!
Oh my
All the
god, he pressed them so good. He just punched his keyboard and the guy disappeared. And that's going to be the start of mid-boss, I believe. So what do we have to contest? We have
You just
Sinclair.
hate to see this,
We have
right?
Apollo ult. What can we steal? We can steal Yam ult. We can steal Rem Sleep. So they have options here. It's not impossible. But as I say that, it looks like they're going to get off mid-boss for a bit, go for another kill. Lash just poking his head in too early and does go down. I think, yeah. And the Apollo also dead.
Wow.
What turned into a maybe contest is now going to turn into a desperation contest. It's going to be down to Sinclair.
The classic Leviathan bait of not doing anything with a
TP
character. for
parry,
multiple-
parry. Get up.
Okay, for one
They got
second,
all
my
three.
brain receptors forgot that Leviathan is always on right side, and I was like, neuron activated, 3 mid boss stolen. Nope. That's
Nope. So that's going to be one of the main pivots of the game. We'll see what. Oh, as I say that, they lose 2 redos instantly, but
that's not necessarily optimal.
yeah, not optimal, but still, they got the mid-boss kill. They still have 1 redo to play with. They're potentially going to look for their first Walker, get that flex slot, maybe with this rift, but I wouldn't be surprised if Abrams actually try and contest this.
Pocket and not in like, I think the main job for Pocket right now is just to literally be unavoidable, like unignorable. That's what you have to care about. Are you unignorable? Do they have to care about you the entire fight? Because if they do, for how rich you are, you will win the game. If you end up not being in the right spots at the right time, you can get in a bad spot. Rift gets given. I'm not too sure if Abrams want to be in the position they currently find himself. Probably need to rush our ultimate from Abrams right now. Sorry from the pronunciation between the hero and the team is a bit complex, but you guys get me. Mirage with a good amount of souls, able to fend off the enemies. The Super Troopers going to the enemy base, not what you like to see. Wow, what a double stun. No one getting stunned off the actual jump pad though. Looks like overall is light. Overall is light. Nothing burger and Magician gets his gun buff with max assistant up. Apparently the technology we were talking about yesterday has been brought to life, you know?
Yeah. So I'm gonna be honest. Off this
Tell me
mid boss, they really haven't gotten much, right?
Absolutely
Like
not.
they didn't get the riff. They haven't gone for that first flex slot, and they just got urn control. So not the best rejuve so far, but they still got a minute left. So let's see what can happen. Looks like Urn's going to get contested, maybe. Billy gets the free handing. Great parry from Apollo. Just not enough damage. Not enough damage.
Mate. Unlucky.
Yeah. And that kill might lead to this right walker going down.
100%, right? One of the walkers had to go down at some point. This is the point. I would be surprised if they did not get more with this. I am still surprised by how unlucky. And Butter's not impressed.
And Pocket punched his keyboard, and Sinclair disappeared. So
I don't know.
yeah, I mean, this is just the power of Pocket, right? It's why we see it top 2.
Yeah.
So many solo kills, so much kill pressure when he's this far ahead. And even if he's not killing you, he's farming at the speed of light. So
I mean, overall, right? Overall, you have to give it to Leviathan. They are managing to just consistently get good value from being second pick by just somehow getting more value from the first top 2 than the enemies get from the first top 1. And that, like, it's not been so much of a last pick thing, even though, like, you know, we do see last picks always getting phenomenally high value. But it's just a trade-off between those. Can your Mirage become 30k and just annihilate my entire team's gameplay, or does my Pocket get 30k and annihilate my team's gameplay? And as of now, as of this point of the game, that's the Pocket case.
yeah. And we can see about a 20k lead now off that first mid boss. Not much to do. Every sin has been taken. You don't have Urn, and you don't have buffs for a while. Rift in a couple of minutes, mid boss in a couple of minutes. We'll probably just
looking for the pick off on the lash I see on the side, but not going through. Of course, like again, we're talking about you have the 2 highest net worth available on the map. The only one that can actually do something to is the lash. Catching Mirage is a hell. Probably Leviathan has in mind another collapse. I think I've been trying to get a pattern going. It looks like their collapse timing is around 24 minutes. That's when they like to start doing stuff.
yeah.
So basically, first collapse looks to be a bit delayed compared to the normal games. Second collapse looks to be around the 24-minute mark. Given this information, we do see an Abrams counter to the push to the left walker. We'll see if someone gets picked out. Sinclair could be looking for a Billy ult here to just keep the enemies in check, but he's on the floor. It looks like he stole Pocket ult and Afflicted, but no clear targets.
yeah.
I'm trying to figure out. Ooh, wait a minute.
Huge solo kill from Sonya Sniper there, by the way. Might actually lead to a Walker as well. So
100% lead to a Walker. The important part is, do they get out? That's the question.
So what became a 20k lead is probably going to turn into a 10k lead if they can live here. So now we're down to 10k. Huge solo kill,
Massive
but they are
Remel.
getting caught.
Holy Remel.
Abrams has ulti. I wonder if he's going to use it. Good parry, but again, the rem healing comes through.
Out of LOX from the Billy does not get pulled in. We see Mirage getting out. Abrams in the backlines getting out. Another Walker going down for Leviathan is the worst position on the map with no wave, unable to move quickly, have to rotate. Abrams on the TP manages to get out, ult still available. He can go towards his Walker to escape. What a turnaround. Mirage coming in clutch, remembering, hey, I'm the first big hero. I can do something. That Demon kill could have turned the entire game around.
And that's an insane macro play from Abrahams. Like, they were 20k
insane.
down. They had like, there was no reason for Demov to die. Probably just overplayed it a little bit. And
You know
his
what I would
death
do
leads
right
to a
now?
10k swing.
Abuse whether anyone is using an item mod, buy a rebuttal, fake a mid boss, and get into and then just not do it.
Yeah. Play the mind games. 10 seconds till buff Cern. Looks like Abraham's getting set up on the right buff. I believe Ern does spawn that side as well. So they're already on bridge. They're in a good position to take a fight here. Survival, one of the best buffs in the game. Apollo
Goes to
gets
Apollo,
it.
making him into a tank for the next minutes. This is not gonna be minor, right? This is gonna be a
Yeah.
fairly like massive jump. It's basically
It's-
a Colossus at this point in the game.
Seems they forgot about the urn, or they consciously gave the urn away. I'm not sure about that, but
Looks like a mid. Maybe it's just a mid lookout. Maybe they're seeing it
Yeah,
from Leviathan
I
or
think-
Force.
I think they're probably focusing more on that one pick that leads to mid boss instead of the
Yeah.
urn.
And
So
as we
as this
see-
Yamato goes to deliver the urn, they're gonna look for a lasso.
Am I crazy or does she not have Veil Walker?
Yeah, she has Velwalker.
You see it? Bottom
Oh,
left.
oh,
Oh,
oh!
okay.
It just spawned in. Don't worry, it was there.
Veil Walker was also invisible. I see. I get it. New
So-
new item patch.
So now Yamato pretty scared to deliver this urn because he knows if he dies, it's mid boss.
it's shot,
Any death
yeah.
here is mid boss.
Leviathan looking to catch the blue wave repick and the blue wave push. Abrams maybe falling to their own mistakes again, looking for pretty split position with mid prior being taken late. Will they engage the fight late after what they've seen happening last game? This is the worst situation Abrams can be in once again.
I really don't like this holiday showing on mid wave. He would
so-
create
yeah, it's so
infinite more
scary.
pressure by just not showing on the map, but because he's showing on these waves, he's actually telling the enemy team, okay, you guys are safe.
Mirage in a difficult spot. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, man. Abrams just has to take the loss. You know, minimize the losses. Just get the fuck out. Don't die. That's it. That's their best play. Leviathan made a better gameplay. Had better gameplay in this specific phase than them. Take the L. Move forward. You're only like lost 4K.
You know, this like series of events for the past 3 minutes, I really dislike. You gave Ern, you gave Riff. What did you gain for it? You didn't get anything. Yeah, I feel like they didn't even try to look for this lasso. I mean, obviously you walked up, but if I'm this holiday, I'm telling my team I'm leading the charge. I want to go into their jungle.
100%. It is again like this kind of money match kind of situation where you lose the individual confidence you're used to having. Am I gonna die? Am I gonna miss the lasso? How bad can it go, right? If you have that in your mind.
Oh, looks like Mattia's phased out of existence. That's okay. Oh, that's all good. I'm still here. So, very tense situation we're in. We're no buffs, no urn for a couple minutes.
Well.
Welcome back. The main pivot here is who gives that first kill. Is it going to be Levy or is it going to be Abrahams? Because whoever gives that first kill is basically effectively saying, I'm giving mid boss.
You want to know my opinion? I think who gives the first kill makes the other team int hard and loses because of the pocket ult. And so the first kill has to be pocket.
Yeah,
That's just how it is. Do
I
we
kinda
do a
agree.
quick check if he has cheat that? Because that can change the actual like setup for the entire game.
Yeah, it's a good
production
time
team
to
first,
check
can
some
you give me a quick
items.
tab? We may have catch
Or not.
production in a quick moment. No cheat
Okay.
that, no remover. Guys, okay. Sanya, your build is actually terrorizing the entirety of Europe. How are we not using debuff remover on pocket?
Are you talking about Empty Dreams? I believe you're talking about Empty Dreams.
No, yeah, I'm talking about empty dreams, but Sanya build does not have.
Oh, I
remover.
see. I see.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
see.
Sorry.
Yeah, he's just full damage. He's just, you know, it's strictly just gameplay related. You know, he feels confident enough to the point where he's saying, "Hey, I don't have to buy these items. You guys have to play well and buy these counter items for me."
I mean, it's also probably the fact that you're like the first debuff remover the pocket gets is cheat that, right? Insane, but it actually
Also
is how
true.
it is. You're gonna get a debuff remover with cheat that, which is actually much better remover. Holiday getting the pick. Yamato low HP as well. Abrams with a little bit of a zoning charge. Yamato going out.
very unfortunate. If we were able to follow up with the shoulder charge there, that Yamato's dead and that's mid boss. But
Yep.
saying that, it's not a terrible trade. You know, lasso only 80 seconds. I believe Yamato around the 120-second mark. So not a horrible trade. It gives you an opportunity to do stuff.
I mean, at this
Buffs
point,
him
right, we're just waiting. We're just waiting for our team to make a mistake. We're waiting for our team to have an idea and progress on that idea. They have been just sort of like mirroring each other on the map, going back and forth between the mid lane and the side lanes. Takes a great amount of skill, right? I don't think this is easily understood, but if you look at the map and you see the enemies mirroring each other, that is high skill. And
Ooh, and the Drifter goes
first
down.
pick.
So that kill is going to lead to the mid-boss contest, I believe. They do get a Walker off it, but if
I
I'm
mean,
Abraham's
Walker at
here...
this point, you know...
Yeah, Walker's pretty mad. The flex slot is nice, but if I'm Abraham's here, I'm calling a mid-boss. We take the 5v6.
Big fight is going to explode here. No one can disagree about it. But then one important thing is...
Oh, early lasso onto
early
the Billy.
scourge. That's more important than the lasso itself, in my opinion. But the only needs to alive of that.
Target. He didn't actually bring him to his teammates, and he's losing the 1v1. He's going to get chased all the way up to
Mina
mid
holds
lane.
the
Gets
sky.
Billy changed. A counterspell on cooldown, but the launch pad lets him get out. Holiday out the fight right now.
Yamato
Pocket
still
Afflict
Pocket with
comes
affliction.
in.
Sun is
ABL goes
clearing
down
the-
though,
I mean,
and
this is your
they look-
only chance. This is where
Yeah.
you set the game. You have to go in. You cannot You cannot wait more. He's just gonna unstoppable. You know it's gonna happen. You have to go in.
well, yeah, Drifter's
We're just
spawning.
resetting
He's
for
got
so
unstop.
long. Wow.
I
Cover
think
bottle
we're
buy.
seeing game 3 nerves here, you know? Nobody wants to be the person to make that call to lose the game. Nobody wants to say, hey guys, let's go mid, and then you lose, and then you're the guy that everyone blames, you know?
Abrams setting himself up in the bottom of the pit. We can probably switch to their view pretty soon. Billy will be looking at quite possibly nothing. No ultimate available, right? Counterspell still
Refresher
available
picked
for the
up.
Abrahams. We're giving a lot of time for people to come in here and do whatever they want. Refresher for Pocket will have ultimate.
Yeah.
Not sure if Abrams realized that. Pocket afflicts 3 people, if I'm not wrong. Super massive affliction here.
Yeah, Sinclair going down. That's one of your big mid-contest heroes. And it's all falling
no.
apart for Abrahams. Oh dear.
We're just
Now,
too slow. We're just too slow.
misses the charge, gets parried. The REM sleep does come through, but it's not going to be enough. They don't take down the Mina. The sleep actually helped them. And from here, the game is hard. The game is very, very, very hard.
Oh, they were just so slow. I mean, they had to reset, you know, but I think at this point, you just understand your Holiday is gonna die. You put her in the middle of the pit to just deal damage to the thing and just go for that mid boss, right? Pocket got time to get Refresher. Drifter got time to buy unstoppable and come in the pit. If we're gonna do it anyways, just do it now. That was such a rough turnaround of the fans.
Yeah, and that's the game 3 nerves. And this mid boss is probably going to lead to the end of the game. They're going to get their first shrine, most likely a second shrine. Buffs and oh, actually, they're playing it safe. So it looks like,
A game
And they-
kind of case.
yeah, they for sure could have gone for 2 shrines there, but they said, hey, we got 1 shrine, it's good enough. Let's keep our free rejues. We have them for 2 minutes. Let's get the rift and buy up. Because they did just win a fight, so they probably maybe have like 20k unspent. And as you can see, Juggernaut, Echo Shard, Hunters, Refresher, so about 20k just spent right there.
Yeah.
And they're gonna have these items available for the Rift.
I mean, it is time for the Rift contest, but Abrams going in a bit too early. Looks like 3 heroes from Leviathan will be staying in the Rift. Looks like they will be holding strong in the Rift. Where is the rest of Abrahams?
Yeah, they're trying to play around the resist here. Abram's still not going down though. He's still alive somehow.
hold.
Big lash onto free. Mina got
Hold.
stuck on the ledge. None of the rejues have been used yet though, so this is still looking really bad for Abrahams. Still trying to fight around this rift. Guys, I think it's a losing fight. And as I say that, 3 people go down, rift is secured. probably a fourth going down, and this is going to be second shrine and potentially the game.
Oh man, it's so painful to see this because it's like it just shows the other side of competitive, right? This is not quick nuke on the head of Yamato.
Yeah.
Right, sorry, I got
a bit of damage farming.
Ult on the pocket goes into the base.
Pocket does get lassoed, but I don't think it's going to be enough. He still has rejuve. Oh, wait, no, he actually doesn't have rejuve. Okay. Is he out? Okay, he potentially dies him, maybe? No, Ren healing. 1.5k.
Of Yoshi. Okay, man.
Okay, that's fine. That's fair.
The bullshit of this, yeah. Some things, you know, what can you do about them?
Yep. So Hidden King Patron goes down. Once again, playing safe, no reason to risk it. Let's go back. We just got another 20k gold injection. 6k spent on the pocket, gets cheat death. Now that guy's for sure not dying. We'll see what other buys they manage to get, but rejuve does run out. Gun buff up, looks like Mina's getting it.
Events. I mean, arguably, you know, you can say whatever you want. It is just the case of that early game pocket just making it so rough. And there is a very, like, I think we're still in a very sequential sort of gameplay procedure that the players are trained to play, such as our early game goes well, we do this, our early game goes like this, we go do this. So I don't think players still have the flexibility to instantly turn around when they get a chance to be closer, right? We go from 40k down to 10k down. How do we play this as just being closer, right? Yamato's gonna buy Colossus here, most likely. She's sold Refresher.
Yeah, on cooldown for 5 minutes. Game's probably gonna end
I get it.
the next 5 minutes. So might as well just get the 3k value.
That's an actually very impressive thing I've never seen, and that seems also very reasonable to do.
Yeah. Nothing much to say. Saint goes in, says, "Hey guys, let's just get this game over with." Dies first. Abrams probably gonna go down next.
Rebuttal
does come in, but it's not gonna be enough. Let's be honest. This game is chopped. We live and we learn.
We live, we love, we learn.
Yeah. And Mirage goes down.
This will set the end of the tournament journey for Abrahams. They will at least, you know, a little bit of jinxing power here, maybe, perhaps. That could get us a little bit more content, but I don't.
Would you call this a little bit of an upset? Do you think Abrahams usually wins against Levy? Or do you think it's much closer?
They went 2-0 in the first match they played against them, so.
Okay.
Abrams winning against Levy usually happens when Levy plays with Sai instead of ABL.
I see.
Just an unlucky, beautiful game of Deadlock.
So
man, time is passing quick today. Holy! Yesterday felt so much slower, and today's games have been absolutely phenomenal. I have to thank everyone from Abrams for participating in the tournament and for even just, you know, even just participate in games like this and show us Deadlock to this level. Overall, what can you do, man? You get the full damage pocket build, giving you 24k or 30k around like the 20-minute mark. Your game looks over. You get back a little bit. Do you have the confidence to press to like remove the foot from the brakes, right? Can you accelerate all the way through and go mid boss for that 10-second window that you get? Will it work out? You don't know, but sometimes you have to realize we're gonna lose this game.
Yeah.
So something has to be done.
You know, they tried their best. Abrahams don't go home empty-handed though, right?
100%
they get the
not. Well, we got a prize pool
place
for
prize.
As one of the tournament organizers, I'm completely uninformed on the prize pool split. It is what
That's
it is.
okay.
End of
They win third place.
We're being told that the split is the same as it was last time. The unlucky part is that I don't remember what it was last time. The mat is matting. So apparently, first place is gonna get 3,000 euros. Second place is gonna get 1.5k, and third place is gonna get 500k. Sorry. Oh. Okay.
Are you okay, Mattia?
It's
the math mathing. Okay, 500.
Yeah.
So So,
gotcha.
like we said, Abrahams don't go home empty-handed. They get a little bit of spoils of war. You know, they played well, brought it to a 3-game series, but unfortunately, they just weren't able to close it out. Are you excited for the next game? Are you excited for the next series?
I'm not gonna lie, man. This may be the most excited I've been to watch a Deadlock game.
Yeah, I mean, we've got the 2 EU powerhouses out of the 3. Buff enjoyers, Leviathan. And it's going to be interesting because, you know, ABL not able to play night shift. It's going to be interesting to see how they play with their full power, quote unquote.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Leviathan went in and had a phenomenal set of games against the buff enjoyers, right? They went 2-1 without Empty Dreams. Empty Dreams only came back for the last game. So, and we think we saw the most variety Deadlock we've ever seen in those games, right? We saw the Moinkrull carry the game. We saw the McGinnis carry the game with the Mercurial from Zergi. There's a lot of stuff. We're going to see it later. While we speak, let's go to the match stats real quick for last game. I don't think anything is... this is not the last game. Production! Someone behead production. This looks more like the last game. Yippee! I was going to say, these stats look a lot like the game we just saw. And yeah,
phenomenal performance from Empty Dreams. 0 deaths on the pocket. 14-0. 16? 60k damage.
Have you ever
just
seen
played really well.
Have you ever seen a Billy go 1 death?
Not in my games, because I'm usually playing the Billy. So
yeah, I was gonna say I don't think it's a
good performance from overseas. But you gotta think about why is this happening, and I think it was the Rem. You know, the Rem's keeping them healthy. The Spirit Res is really good this game. You can see on the scoreboard, 50k healing. Yoshi, what are we doing? But yeah, 10k damage from the Abrams. Probably not what you want from your first 3 picks, right?
Definitely just a top 3 issue, not the best of games. We saw a bunch of charges being missed, but again, guys, it is a game 3 of a fairly big money jump. You know, you go from 500 to 1.5k minimum, so the stress can pile up, but it's not necessarily just stress, right? It's position, it's how well are the enemies playing, because you have to remember the player quality highly determines the player effort highly determines how well the game goes for someone else, right? Is Empty Dream playing the best game of his life, then probably Abrams are not going to have a phenomenal day, right? It's not so much just how you play. Sometimes the enemies are just playing completely like crazy, and you can't do much about it. It is a case of competitive gaming, right?
Yeah, I mean, and it's not to say Abrahams were fully out that last game, right? We saw when they got that 100%. 1 pick on Dimov, he got solo killed by Mirage. Sanya Sniper trying his best to turn around the game. They get the Walker off it, but it just wasn't enough in the end. And ultimately, it's a team game, you know? And just as a team, Levy came out on top.
We're going to be heading soon to a quick cooling break pause. The teams have been playing for a while. Buff Enjoyers will be joining with us in a second to play for the best of 5 finals. Finally, just some information. Buff Enjoyers will be getting first choice on the pick. Fairly important given what we've seen as the results. But, you know, Leviathan has been breaking second pick as the better one instead of first. Then the pick will go to the loser of each game. It's a best of 5, so we're going to be here for a while. This is definitely going to be probably one of the more interesting series because best of 5s are played a bit differently from best of 3s, right? You can't just go out with 2 good options, right?
You get a little bit more leeway. You know, the first 3 games, you can do a little bit of experimenting. You can do a little bit of, you know, maybe you pull out the McGinnis, maybe you pull out the Graves. These heroes that, in theory, that people think are really strong in the current patch. But in practice, you might not want to go that route for the game 4 and game 5, where these heroes haven't been picked in comp for a while. Maybe you're unsure how you play around them, and you might lead back to, you know, what we've been playing for the past 3-4 months, the whole Mirage, Doorman, all these sorts of heroes. You go back to the normal drafts. So it'll be interesting to see.
Right, yeah, who could pick Graves again? You never know, we could see,
It's not outside the realm of possibility.
it's
is
not
what I'll
outside
say.
the realm of possibility. There, as the Brits like to say, there may be some shit boiling in the kettle, and
Yep, that's
never know,
definitely what
man.
we like to say.
it is what it is. It is what it is. So we'll be moving on with a quick, I would say, 15-minute break, as asked from the teams. We'll be coming back pretty soon. We'll leave you here, I would say, with the probably with the, I don't know if with the bracket or just a waiting screen. It depends on whether you guys like jazz more. We'll leave the bracket. You have the timer for when the next game is approximately gonna start. We're gonna be coming back, starting everything, making sure everyone is ready, and then just enjoying a lot of Deadlock. That's what's gonna happen, I guess.
Yep. Grab your snacks, grab your drinks. We'll be back soon.
Also, last thing, I want to say quick thanks. If I'm still being streamed. Quick thanks to everyone that subbed to the stream. Thank you so much, guys. It's phenomenal. Also, we got told that we got raided from Hoot. Thank you to everyone that came in. Thank you to Hoot for the raid. And I mean, it's gonna be a pretty. It's gonna be a pretty big one. So see you in a bit, guys. Well, well, well. Look at
Well,
the movement
well,
on that
well.
guy. Look at the movement on that guy. He's liquid.
Dodging,
Ooh,
dipping.
ooh.
Ooh.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Ooh. Ooh.
Damn. Ooh, look at him go, man. Look at him go.
I'm a bit like Empty Dreams playing pocket, you know? I'm dipping, diving,
True.
dodging with satchel, dodging with cloak. But we're
Man.
back.
We're gonna be watching a bunch of games right now. Not gonna lie, like out of all the kinds of matches that I wanted to see again, what I saw yesterday with Krillmat during the not yesterday, 2 days ago with Krillmat during the Leviathan Abrams best of 3, the first one. Sorry, no, it was yesterday. It was yesterday. Buff and Joyce versus Leviathan. My bad, guys. What I saw yesterday in that was genuinely insane. The most crazy comps we've seen so far. McGinnis being drafted without like remarks being the best hero on the map. Mo and Krill being drafted being the best hero on the map on the second game. It's all stuff that just makes you love the game more, since we all love Deadlock so much, you know? Honestly, man, I'm like, I cannot wait, you know? I just want to get into games as soon as possible. Nothing to say.
I mean, like I said before the draft, oh, sorry, not before the draft, before the break, I want to see some, you know, some curveballs. I want to see the Moes. I want to see the McGinnises. I want to see the Graves. I want to see these experimental heroes. I want to see a little bit of, you know, we tested something out. We're going to try it here. Game 1. It's a BO5. Sorry, BO3. Oh my god, imagine if it was a BO5. Wait, no, it is a BO5,
It
right?
is a BO5.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, never mind. Whatever. More games to experiment with. Anyways, yeah,
I'm gonna
just
bring
more
out the katana. I
curveballs.
can make any one more mistake. So.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Just saying, you know, you can be careful all you want. But
should we take a look at the
repercussions.
teams?
I think it could be time to take a look at the teams.
Okay.
Well, would you look at that?
Any like sort of standout players you're looking at? Anyone who catches your eye?
Drake is German.
Is that what you're going to contribute here? You're just going to say this guy's German?
I mean, perchance I could stop here. You know, I could go a bit deeper, but it is what it is, man.
Okay. For me, I'm looking at, you know, these side laners. I'm looking at these Zergies, these Cosmeticals, D-Mob, Empty Dreams. They're the star players, right? They're the players that are going to take the game home. Not to say, though, other players can't do that, but these heroes are usually going to be... these players are usually going to be on the most farmed heroes, right? And I'm excited. I'm excited to see if they want to still play these guys, these Mirages and stuff, or they try and get a little bit funky, you know?
I mean, it all depends, you know. It all depends if the teams take the games more as show matches or as something to hard win on, and depending also on their confidence in their ideas, right? This is the strength of having had a coach for so long, right? You have like Ringer in your team as the coach. You trust his vision, you trust his ideas, and if he comes up and tells you we're gonna pick McGinnis Graves, and it's like, wait, this shit is actually strong. You pick it, and it is actually strong. That's something that can just, you know, completely turn over a tournament. Because what if it's too strong? What if it's the strongest option you have, right? On the opposite, right, on the flip side of this, perhaps the originality is not necessarily what gets.
Oh, Mattia. Oh, Mattia. Well, I'm going to continue his sentence and say... Oh,
and I got cut off. Yeah, my PC.
Okay. Continue your train of thought. I was just going to pretend to be you for a second, but...
Yeah, it's fine. You have too much air also, so it doesn't work out.
Okay,
it is what it is.
all good.
Guys. We have to be real.
I mean, look. I sort of agree with your points. I feel like Lightbringer brings so much to a team. Obviously, people know of him for his builds, his experimentation in their game. And I think he brings a lot of good ideas. Not every single one's good. You know, we've had some you know, shit in a kettle sort of builds, boiling poo, bruv, like sort of builds. But overall, I think he has like a positive effect on the Deadlock community with
overall
his builds.
positive. Yeah, I would say so as well. You know,
he's no line pro. You know,
does anything stand out from a Lightbringer build history? Anything that you might remember, perchance?
Lightbringer builds. I liked the Spirit Silver. I think that was sort of an out of the box thinking of, hey, Yoshi kind of buffed her spirit scaling a little bit too much, and I really like the idea of just becoming this burst assassin, even though she wasn't. I mean, she's sort of that archetype, but not really. She's more of like a semi frontliner. But I liked that build. Do you have any favorites?
I mean, I really like the recent Haze build where you would put only 1 point in fixation, because the 2 points in fixation are true LARP that would give you too much, like actually unachievable damage early game. So you would get the 2 points in knife early and just do infinite spirit damage, right?
Yeah.
But he's done some bad, and we'll see. Maybe he comes up with a big, massive Graves pick, and we see something work. Maybe. We don't know, right?
Yeah.
I'm not worried, but Leviathan did have a harder game. Leviathan did have a harder game when it came to the best of three. When it was with like a best of three against Buff Enjoyers when Empty Dreams came back. So it's sort of their time to just decide, okay, we understand what the problem is. We fixed it. Let's get on with our day and just win the games, right? If they're able to do that, I mean, okay, yeah, I'm saying if they're gonna win, they're gonna win. Yeah, it is what it is, man. Do you have a more in-depth opinion than mine? Do you have a more?
No. I'm brimming with anticipation at the moment. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to cast some games, look at some drafts.
I am too, man. I just want to get into Deadlock as soon as possible.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm looking at those side laners. I feel like they're going to be the star players of the game. We can talk about the sort of skirmisher players. You got the Hoots, the Listics, the Vrakes. On the other side, we've got Freemock, ABL overseas. These are they're really good players. They're very flexible. They sort of fill the niches that your teammates need, and yeah, I mean, the two powerhouses of EU out of the three, I'm excited.
Here's the thing, right? We have a theory with some of my friends that the simplest comps always are available when you have two players that can play frontline heroes, right?
Yeah,
and I do believe that that Buff Enjoyers kind of suffers in that, right?
A little bit.
Leviathan easily can put 3 different people on different frontliners. They're very flexible with that. But the one strength Buff Enjoyers have is that they have 1 or 2 comps with a given idea, unregarding of the heroes, that gets the job done almost every single game. We've seen it. It's solid. It works for them. Yeah. I don't think we're gonna see a big variation of that comp. We're just either gonna see, the more Geist plus Pocket sort of idea with a single frontliner, or we're gonna see the hypermobile kind of comp where you basically don't even have a real frontliner. Maybe you get a Shiv, but Shiv right now is in a difficult state. Leviathan very flexible, very meta adaptable, so it's mostly gonna be, in my opinion, a slightly different first 3 heroes, kind of top 3 element, right? I would say that probably I'm gonna see more annoying, more complex picks from Leviathan in the top 3, and we're gonna see more constructive picks from Buff Enjoyers. This is my current gamble, right?
Okay.
We're gonna be getting into the draft soon. Do you have any before draft opinions?
I mean, we saw in the previous series, you got the sort of big 4, right? You got the Doorman, the Mirage, the Geist. Well, okay, Doorman is probably maybe on a separate level, and then you've got Geist, Mirage, Billy Pocket. And we said before, these heroes are the foundations of a team. They usually have either a game warping ability, such as Doorman Door, Affliction. Billy has his chain, makes team fights very easy. But yeah, as I say that, we're going into draft.
Buff Enjoyers.
Well, there it is. We take out the Doorman.
Tonight is gonna be a blast, isn't it?
Abrams
Okay, now
first
this is an
ban.
interesting one.
Now, this might be a little bit of metagame between the two teams.
100%.
Maybe they done some scrims, maybe they done a little bit of practice in night shift, and Levy really value banning that Abrams against Buff Enjoyers.
I think they want to put Listic on Billy.
Oh,
Those
and
are
we're speedrunning this
fast
draft.
picks. Holy
So-
shit.
It seems like there's been a lot of prep, because usually when you're picking this fast, you're just trying to make the enemy team use a lot of their time.
Right, and we don't really give a lot of time, to be fair. We give like 30 seconds plus 130 reserve is not super long, which means that you don't really have so much time to think. You have to go with what you already decided beforehand and just adapt whatever the enemies pick, right?
Yeah.
Guys, it's going to be coming true. I don't think that we ever leave the Geist open unless there's a specific choice for it, right?
Well, they pick Holiday, so if there's
They
time to
do,
pick
but
Geist,
like, let's
it's
be real.
right
Right?
on
It's gonna be a
third
Geist or
pick.
Bebop, I think. No, is there anything else that like is worth the slot?
I mean, we've seen Calico in the top 3, Drifter in the top 3, so
apparently that's worth the slot. Okay.
looks like they're still holding their cards for side laners. These top 3 heroes for Buff Enjoyers, none of them really side lane. So they're saying, look, we're confident in playing a multitude of heroes that can side lane. You can ban the Geist. You can even take the Geist if you want. We have options.
Hmm.
And we'll see how Levy respond, whether they take that Geist or they ban it.
Rem getting
looks like they
picked top
go
3.
for Rem.
Arguably, in my opinion, higher value than getting the Geist immediately. You know, there is always the Venator option. There's always like surrogates to Geist, but Rem has shown to be an absolute menace. Buff Enjoyer wants it, so why not just take it out right now and force the ban on something else? Also, I think, like as I was saying, we're gonna see a top 3 from Buff Enjoyers that is a bit more constructive than just technically the best possible heroes, and opposite from Leviathan, right? Buff Enjoyers probably going for the upper mobile draft. They may decide to go for Amina or Calico. I know they like to do something like this. They can start tanking up, or as we were saying before, you know, go for the McGinnis, which is the one carry which, even if left behind, stays alive and manages to keep her foot. Lash getting
banned. That's another side laner.
Exactly. It's another side laner. It's also like one that really fits well with this hypermobile comp that Buff Enjoyers likes to run, right?
I would like to see Buff Enjoyers ban Bebop here.
Bebop, I was going to say a similar thing, or Yamato maybe, you know?
I'm looking at Levy's draft. They need some sort of frontliner, some semi-tank, and then Bebop also fulfills that sort of catch aspect as well. So Bebop, good. I feel like Yamato is very similar. He's strong early game skirmisher who's sort of a semi-tank, a little less pick power than a Bebop, but she still chases you down to your
Yeah,
walker,
she still does something similar. Bebop is like, I was gonna say Bebop is, in my opinion, is more so of the more similar to Mo and Krill in the way it tanks, plus it also like just has the consistent pick capacity, right? I would say that probably, yeah, I'm gonna stick to the Yamato ban. This is my prediction. I think Bebop is more important, but I do think they value getting the Yamato out more than the Bebop out.
It's certainly taking their time with this ban, so they're either thinking ahead. So they're thinking, okay, if we ban Bebop and they pick Yamato, what are we picking? Okay,
Sure.
and then they just, they throw out the window. Our ideas, they don't mean anything. Let's ban Shiv. So obviously they have an idea around this ban, whether the Shiv is probably going to be good against their future heroes that they pick, or they just simply don't care about the Bebop or Yam. So
they
would it be
scared?
would it be surprised if Levy picked Bebop or Yam here?
I would be like, I was thinking that perhaps Leviathan is more interested right now, and could have been interested in going for the like Uber debuff comp, right? Getting the Shiv in, getting the Vindicta in, getting maybe again the Calico, this kind of heroes. Getting the Shiv out basically forces that comp to not exist unless you force an Infernus, but we've seen that ABL is not as comfortable on Infernus as he would like to be, but has to come true. The idea is there. So this is definitely going to be looking towards, in my opinion, a Vindicta pick, which does force Leviathan to choose another frontliner, which is not going to be super simple given the requirements, right?
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting what Buff Enjoyers do here, because they have the choice between picking the Geist once again, because she's still available, and she's sort of a semi-frontliner.
I don't think you can though. I think if you're there, like, because they like to play so mobile, and like go in and get out. For example, they like to go for shrines whenever they have the options. So I'm not sure if I agree on this pick. Like, I personally don't know what their idea is, but guys is so strong you can't really say no, right?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they just came to the conclusion, look, there's not many side laners left. We'll pick up the Geist. We know it works. And that's probably going to be either Cosmetical and Zergy playing it. Looking for future picks, though. Apollo, really? So we're picking Apollo
still
into the Rem.
Still hypermobile concept.
Yeah, it's hypermobile, and it's pretty good skirmisher. Levy wasting no time at all, just pick Calico. Looks like they were always going to pick Calico there, regardless of what the enemy picked. They didn't really think about it. And for this last pick, they have a couple options. They can go towards more, maybe, like frontliney, Bebop, Mo, something like that. They can
stick with their plan and go for the Vindict. I don't think they're gonna do it, but they could stick with their plan and go with Vindict.
Or they could go like the snowball route, like you said, like the Vin. You got the Calico. Yeah. Just stop killing everything on your screen. It's never bad, right?
Yeah, I mean, also, buffing, like, the more mobile you are, the least you like to be stuck, right? That's sort of a very, very direct sort of concept, which is the more time you spend, the more like resources you need to spend, and more abilities that could depend on you moving around, the least you can actively decide to just stand still, right? So Buff Enjoyer is getting stake, Buff Enjoyer is getting everyone is not available, right? But getting blocked, perhaps something of the sort. But doesn't look like we're gonna be able to get a Vindicta. I think they agree that it would be very, very complex to play, and I don't know if it's a finals call to try a Vindicta out, right?
So they got that beefcake, they got that Yamato that they needed in their draft. Can play with the Rem, very, very tanky. Just sort of a brick wall that you have to break. The last pick for Buff Enjoyers, it's a Zergy or Cosmetical hero, I believe. So
maybe.
I mean, never say never, right? It could be McGinnis. I'm probably thinking more Venator. I think the pure damage is super good againds the Yamato. Super good against the Pocket. And it'll probably just two-shot the Yamato if she ever gets in your face. But saying that, they go for the McGinnis. So these are the sort of curveballs we like to see.
Thank you, Lordbringer. Thank you for the beginning.
It's a hero that hasn't been played in God knows, like, whenever. I know in this tournament it has been picked.
It has been picked a lot of times.
Before this tournament, it really didn't see much apart from the ult McGinnis, where it was strong for a little bit, and Yoshi said no, and nerfed it literally the next week. But yeah, McGinnis.
The double standards, man. The double standards. Pocket,
we'll see where they
take this. McGinnis gets literally her arms cut off whenever she's slightly stronger than she should be. It is what it is. We'll be getting into the game, man.
Yeah.
Thankfully, we see Buff Enjoyers players giving instructions on how to join a custom game. You cannot see this, Tanner, but they gave instructions on how to give a custom game in the chat of the match. I will share this copy pasta with the chat, so those who are not aware can get a little bit aware. It's a pretty simple guide, but
okay.
Here you go. Very simple.
Very simple.
This one won't make sense to literally any one of you guys, but just know this is a recurring joke between the players.
What we'll do, let's talk about the drafts as a whole. So, left draft, I'm looking at mid contest. I'm looking at the Billy, the Drifter ult. McGinnis Wall is actually really, really good for mid contest, and her turrets are super aids in the pit. Obviously, the heal is really, really good for fighting on the Rejuve Crystal, and the just an overall good hero in the pit, right?
Yeah.
For right draft, you have Pocket ult, Rem ult, Inferno ult, Yamato ult. So mid contest wise, I feel like maybe Levy have a tiny bit of an advantage. Just because the anti-heal is going to negate the McGinnis heal. You don't really have any stuns on Buff Enjoyers. You just have the Billy chain. So Inferno ult is sort of a secure for at least one crystal. But other than mid-boss, round like, you know, let's talk about rifts and just general skirmishes, I really like buffing Joy's draft.
I mean, the thing with the sort of Yams build, because that's sort of the idea, right? For McGinnis, that's basically the entire concept. Is just get the default required gun items, get the greens you need to stay decently alive, and to make your 2 last in case you like that idea. Start stacking a little bit of resist. Use your 2 as a scourge, and that alongside the tremendous gun damage and fire rate that McGinnis has. Usually proves to be insane amounts of damage, right? Zergame is playing this build for a while. He goes Berserker and Cultist and Blood Tribute, plus Mercurial. Trust me, guys, when I say it's one of the highest DPSs you can currently achieve in the game. It looks like a prime gun, not really prime, but sort of prime gun Dorman kind of damage, in case you've not felt it or like played it. Also, we're not going to be able to accept the request of the chat. Sorry, we cannot only look at Zergi's POV, as much as, you know, the McGinnis POV is probably one of the more interesting ones. But with this out of the way, we're going to be getting to the game soon.
Soon. So,
soon. Tell me.
McGinnis, top 3 guns in the game, right? I believe so for base
top
base
3,
DPS.
literally the 3rd best, right? If I'm not wrong.
Yeah,
3rd or 2nd best. Yeah.
So I mean, obviously Merc Mag, very, very good. You have a big mag, you shoot a lot of bullets. That's what it wants to do.
Super high base DPS, super high
I want to
usability
see
of the gun as well, you know, compared to Vipers, if you will.
I want to see sort of macro-wise where she's playing on the map. Is she just running at all your walkers? Is she, you know, is she playing that mid contest? She getting mid prio every single time? It'd be very interesting how they play this McGinnis and what her role is in the whole macro sense.
I was trying to remember how he played it, but if I'm not wrong, the main concept, like this, the straightforward idea, is just get her on a side lane, make her just an annoying threat that plays behind the mid part of the map. Whenever there's space created, even if it's like 2 people missing, she can just start contesting the like deeper part of the map because of her kit, right? We have to remember, guys, movement in this game is not super reliant on the base stamina or base movement values. It moves a lot around attack, a lot around items, which means that if the McGinnis uses the wall correctly, she can just leave, right? These fat heroes are not just unmovable monsters, right? Venator, you've probably seen Venator players be some of the most cracked movement players in the game. One more allegation I have to address: I am not 150 centimeters, I am 130, and I am standing up on the chair right now. That's why I cannot move. But outside of that, we will be moving into the game literally right now.
Good. Hopefully, when everyone loads in.
Whenever we load in, man. Whenever we load in, it is what it is.
So because of the recent matchmaking changes, how does it work in comp? Are they allowed to switch heroes or something? Or nah?
No, they're not. Also, but I know that due to the game staying updated every single hour, for some reason, we're not going to be able to have our overlay stuff that we built that would show like live ultimates and stuff. That was working the last games, you know, but sadly, the game of Deadlock does this to us, you know. So sorry guys, if you're not going to have the perfect viewer experience, you're going to have to rely on our incredible casting, if you will. So while that happens, you excited for the start of this series, man?
Yeah, so I mean, we could talk about the lanes. We've got the Apollo and Holiday going mid. Very strong lane, both heroes huge poke. Very strong laners at contesting the wave. In the left lane, we've got Drifter Geist against Infernus Pocket. Very even lane, I'd say. Like, it's, maybe I feel like maybe Infernus Pocket have a little bit of an edge on contesting that small camp, just because Flame Dash and the burst from Pocket is probably a little bit better. But other than that, probably a very even lane. And then on the right lane, we have the Billy McGinnis versus Yamato Rem. And I feel like this Billy McGinnis... Oh, as I say that, I believe there's a lane swap happening.
There is a lane swap happening, and I'm pretty sure. I'm not sure if Buff and Joris was following the counter lane swap attack that Leviathan was putting in place. But looks
they were
like
ready.
Looks like they react. They realize the depth of the enemies, and well, lanes do not end up not being swapped. HPs are dropped way, way deep, and this is like one of the worst trades for Buff Enjoyers. They definitely were not super aware of how, of course, again, aware Leviathan is about the early game lane swap and how good they are at countering it. Now they are, we'll see what happens in the next games, but you definitely do not want to be trading this much HP early on. It can set you back a little bit of items. The only real, like, important health requiring part of the game right now is the buffs coming up at 5 minutes, right? Up until then, we're not going to have too much of, like, if the teams play correctly, right? Health and in general just gameplay is not going to matter so much, right? We know how laning phase works. If there is something that I want to state, Billy McGuinness, in my opinion, one of the strongest lanes in the game. Probably
Yeah,
just because
for sure.
McGuinness is so good, right?
We can talk a little bit about the lane swap and why they lane swapped. And I feel like the philosophy behind it was that initially the Billy and McGuinness against the Rem Yamato. Rem obviously has very, very good anti-push and very good sustain. So does Yamato. Yamato has super good sustain. And maybe they felt like Billy McGuinness wasn't going to output enough push or poke against these heroes to actually take their tower early. So that's probably one of the reasons why they swapped lanes. Another reason could be because Geist Drifter just kind of can't contest the camp against those heroes, so they might have thought they have a better matchup against the Yamato Rem, which don't actually contest camp that well, but it is on their side.
I'm actually surprised that the McGuinness would like to swap away from the Infernus. Like, I understand the point, right? McGuinness is one of the heroes that suffers the most from having someone that procs something against her. And a big parry coming in right now from the Holiday will trade a bunch of HP from the Calico that will have to retreat. Nothing too big for the Calico, but it gets hit from another Bellow that does set her back for the next part of the lane. Both mid laners fairly low HP. Apollo is going to be able to trade consistently without being too afraid of losing them. Looks like Pocket is going for a box route, not really looking for any gank. But going back to what we were saying, well, never mind. Mirage goes down.
Who gets his first blood? So that's not what you want to see. Apollo getting an early advantage. He's one of those heroes that can really turn an inch into a mile. So, like I said, not what you want to see, but game's still playable.
It's like, yeah, it's super playable. Apollo is probably one of the few heroes that I actually do care about in lane. It's Billy and Apollo for me. If either of them gets souls, lane phase actually matters. You know, nothing ever happens in laning, but if something happens, it has to do with Apollo. Because the amount of pressure it can put quickly around the map is massive. And will we see? Oh, we do see a quick end.
Melee life still keeping him kind of healthy, but it's
damage
not
is enough to get him
enough.
down. ABL with his first, you know, signature kind of kill, you would say. Burry coming out. Guys could be going down as well. Ram needs to secure the kill, but Burry not available. Oh no, the Ram 2 was also ready. Oh, that's so unlucky.
It's okay. It's not that bad. Rather, he got 2 kills for 1, but he gets to reset in base. And being full HP and getting your buy-in,
of course,
is actually not the worst.
You would see it that way, of course.
Well, I'm just saying it could be. He could have got 0 kills there. Oh, survival buff goes to the Infernus, one of the strongest buffs in the game, and now he feels like Thanos.
Well, you know what? I kind of use Thanos at this point. Phenomenal striking here. Not gonna lie, you know, even if the hero is pretty fat or muscular, you know, any way you want to see it, the Infernus keep making sure she's feeling pressured all the time, reminding her that she does not want to stay in his LOS or she's gonna go on fire. It's minor things, but they do get in your mind pretty quick. These players are professional, so they're trained not to, but it still impacts you, you know? And again, now McGuinness is not going to be able to have a free lane. She's going to be one of the poorest people on the map, which is probably what she was looking to avoid by switching lanes. But we know Zergy, he's very consistent at always getting to the points he wants to get, however much time it takes. The question is, will he get there in the right amount of time, right?
Now, do you think them losing lanes was similar to last game or the game before, where they swapped lanes. They got that early trade because they swapped lanes,
Yes.
and then they snowballed it.
Yes.
Because if that is the case, then we really got to be thinking about when we're swapping lanes and when is the ideal time to do it.
I think, you know, like there's always an argument for, yeah, you can just like delay some buys or change the way you play, right? But fact of the matter is that for some reason, the HP regeneration, the amount of HP you get back when you're below elf HP becomes a bit more weird. And then you tend to try to overcompensate for how bad the starting part of the lane went, right? Which, if the enemy team is good at reacting, can just end up being them getting kills, right? And we do see Leviathan with a 5k advantage. Again, you know, guys, there's there's Guardian comeback effect. Any kill is going to give them money, so always consider this as more of like a 3-4k gap. Still pretty massive. Going to allow them to get possibly most towers on the map, even though they're currently losing mid tower. Apollo taking damage from the tower itself, not getting the parry down. May be able to get a finishing blow on the Mirage or Calico. They don't go
I'm
down.
not sure that all actually hit.
Yeah.
But yeah, losing these early towers is going to impact who takes the Sinners on which side.
Looks like we're getting a 1v1 between Pocket and Yamato. Pocket already out, so we're going to be moving towards the fight on the left side of the map. Billy and McGinn is hard pushing the lane. As I was saying, this is their strength. Even if, you know, the amount of damage that comes through when you get hit from the McGinnis wall is tremendous. I don't know, man. Ram is actually doing God's work by keeping them out of the tower.
Oh my god.
Quite possibly setting back Listic to have to reset here, which is not what you want to get whenever you just got a kill, right?
Yeah, I mean, the tower's probably going to go down here, but at least you're not giving a kill. Zuggy's going to try his best to defend, but I think it's doomed. This might be an overextension from Infernus. I'm not sure. There's movement coming out from Zergy, but he is going to fall in the end because a point-and-click ability is OP in this game. And Grapple...
It appears to be, but it's a
Grapple's a very balanced spell.
It is a very balanced spell, but the good thing is that there's many more balanced spells, like people that can go in the tunnels. Oh wait, Leviathan has both of them.
Yeah.
A full like 1000 HP healing once. Oh, that's Leviathan's. They have McGinnis heal on the left side, you know.
Yeah, so Obakun trying to make some space for his Billy to take doubles, ends up dying, and Billy only gets one of them. Is gonna have to leave here. And it looks like the second of the doubles is going to be taken. Apollo doing a little bit of poke, but still not 6.6k.
Just the free choice of taking the Sinners, you know, remembering them that there is a little bit of punishment. If they make any mistake, be ready to punish them there. Oh. 3 people close to the Sinner. Yamato going in for the kill. Not sure if the rest of weapon jars are going to be able to react fast enough. And 600 bag going to a now 9k souls Yamato. ABL is going insane in the first part of the game.
He's almost got double the souls of the Apollo. Double the souls of the Billy.
A consistent case of reaction, and hold on.
Oh my god, and he lives.
My goodness gracious.
So there was a lot of factors there to why he lived. The Crimson Slash healing, obviously. But not only that, he got the resist from his ulti and also the Power Slash at the end. So he's probably at around 80 to 90% bullet res. Not gonna lie. And
seems about right.
He actually lives from that engagement. So very rough start for buff enjoyers. The doubles get invaded. Multiple kills for Levy, but yeah, we'll see how they try to play it from this point on. Buff's just spawned. Urn's going to be going to the Calico, I assume. And I feel like maybe we're going to have to play around this Apollo a little bit more.
So, Tanner, I mean, you said it before, right? As the best player to ever touch the game of Deadlock and the most knowledgeable as well, can you tell me a little bit how the comeback mechanic on the Urn works? For resistances, etc. Please.
Yeah, I mean, comeback has the Urn has the same comeback mechanics as Rift at the moment, where you get a bunch of extra resists if you're behind. I believe it gives you a little bit more souls as well on the Urn, but not that much.
It should be, I'm not sure either. It should be something like that.
Yeah. But you definitely don't want to be giving Urn if possible. And that sounds like a very obvious thing to say, but
Yeah, right.
you'd be surprised at the amount of people that just forget about the basics.
Very big counter dive here coming in from Leviathan on the Mirage. Overseas going down. Overseas used to be the main problem when they were playing last time together, like against each other. Megan is finally getting her first tower. Comeback bonus kicking in. 600 souls going straight into her pocket. Looks like, as we were saying, the advantages gets a bit closer, and Yamato is doing her best to be completely unignorable. You're gonna always know she's available. Look at the hook going through.
And point and click. Point and click. Very, very fun and interactive gameplay. Levy's going to be taking this Rift here whilst 8k up.
This is a combat Rift. That's crazy. Meganis could actually just barge in with the wall. Looks like Buff and Juries are setting up, but...
Yeah, Zergi's going to touch here. Oh, he doesn't touch in time, and they lose a resist. And you know what that is? That is actually the bucket-free dash nerf, you could say, that happened in the last patch. The 0.48 to 5.1, something like that. Some Yoshi numbers,
you know what? We'll call it true. We'll say that's true. I think it's just Zergi looking at his own McGinnis skin. I think that's how it is. I'm gonna keep it a buck, man.
Maybe. So not only do they lose the Rift, they also lose a Walker. And now what was a 8k lead has turned into a 11k lead.
Wow. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. Buff and Joyers has been struggling fairly consistently against Leviathan in the early phase of the game. Usually what happens though is that Leviathan does their best to just feed a lot of kills to Buff and Joyers from this point of the game onward, and the events just sort of go into a more stable mid-game. So
they managed to trade a Walker, and they also get 2 kills. So not the greatest turn of events. It was looking really good. They got Rift, they got Walker, but they actually managed, what was 11k is now back to 5. So what you're saying is probably true, Mattia.
Yeah, it's just a common thing for Buff and Joyers and Leviathan. I've seen so many of those scrims. It's just a very, very common outcome. It's just the case of which one of the two teams figures out how to play their worst phase of the game against each other better, right? Whoever does that, if Leviathan figures out how to relax in this part of the game, if they figure out how to keep the advantage without giving too many kills to the very, very consistent and very coordinated Buff and Joyers, then, you know, we could be getting into a win for either two of the teams.
Yama ult burst has a grapple, points and clicks.
20 stacks available, but healing reduction, so not gonna get all the full amount of healing.
Yeah, and does he get out here? He does actually get out. So not the worst turn of events with either team. You force the Yama ult, but she does get out. Looks like Oberkum's in a hallway with an Infernus. It's not what you want to see. Throws one punch too many and actually gets parried. Looks like the return kill might happen, but the 500 healing from Rem. We're trying to Billy ult, but there's no range on it. And the Infernus gets out with murder.
Just to correct you, by the way, it was 830 healing. It was not 500.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I always underestimate how much this little rat can heal you.
Yeah, I mean, he's the Rasta Locket, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I don't know what to say to that. It's just pretty funny. It is what it is.
Looks like we got buffs and Urn in 20 seconds. We'll see what both teams want, what they want to do. Urn was on yellow, so Urn's going to spawn on green now. Looks like Buff and Joyers are going to maybe try and play for this left buff. I can see Oberkum trying to scout the area.
3-2-1 collapse on the Geist with ultimate. Want to get the ultimate out before the big fight goes in. Yamato with low HP. Ram will have to use healing pretty early, not able to finish out the contest. Calico going in deep, no ultimate available. If she gets caught off guard, she's going to be stuck. Geist healing at this specific point of the game is really consistent, but the parry goes out, which blocks her progression, and two of them goes down. Freemo gets counter-traded, but Urn pickup goes to Leviathan now.
Yeah, and they're looking for stragglers. Yamato is able to grapple his teammate for some reason and gets out, so not much to say there. Zergi trying to take a 2v1 and actually try and relieve some pressure from his team. Almost killed the Infernus, trying to kill the Mirage, but it's unable to do so.
Yeah, the missing heal pad here, or like the wall damage amplification on either of them to finish out the kill with like enough target focus, is what blocks in there. But you do start, like, I think that shows you the value of McGinnis. She's one of the more behind heroes on the map right now, and she's easily 1v2ing people, right, for a very long time.
Yeah. Oh,
not...
please kill the
okay.
Yamato. Okay, Yamato's down, but it looks like Obakun's going to trade his life for it. Not the worst trade, you know, 16k Yamato, 11k Drifter. The fight is still ongoing, though, as Mirage turns up and Holiday presses launchpad and runs away.
Man, it looks like it's up to Leviathan to not lose this game right now. They are strong enough of a team that I cannot say that it's up to Buff and Juris to come back. When you're in this situation and both teams play at this level, it is up to Leviathan to lose this game, right? They know where Buff and Juris are strong. They know what Buff and Juris need to do to win the game. They have to not give it to them. And small mistakes pile up real quick when you're ahead. Not so much when you're behind, but when you're ahead, they really do feel, right? For example, Apollo getting a green buff. This guy has now 3k HP and he can definitely contest a fight that he could not contest before. Will you recognize that he has it? Will you understand that you cannot dive him as much as you would? That your breakpoints don't work anymore as much? Doesn't look like Zergy will be able to finish off the kill here on the Calico with the classic look around yourself and act the dumb move from the Calico to not get shot properly.
Yeah. And it's a 13k lead. So, I mean, we're getting to that point in the game where if you're dying, you're going to be dead for 30, 40 seconds, and mid-boss becomes potential. As I say that, let's look at some of the items. We got Scourge picked up for the Rem. So now anyone Rem is playing with is going to be Thanos. Probably this Yamato, most likely. As I say that, they try and go in the Yamo before he has ulti available. Rem healing, maybe? Where's the Rem heal? Rem heal. Oh, and looks like the Rem jumps his other teammate and lets his Yama die. It's really bad.
Definitely, that's one puzzle piece to giving the advantage back. Kiting is definitely like the call for Buff and Juris here, but again, you know, Buff and Juris have to dedicate so much to this that you may actively just make the choice of dedicating so much to something else. I understand that, you know, as we were talking about before, a lot of these games are like reliant on a pre-decided time collapses, right? Hey guys, let's collapse at 18 minutes on mid and see what we can kill. Sell the Yamato because the collapse went bad, and you know, that's sort of what happens.
The thing is, I don't even blame ABL there. I feel like he was baiting for long enough that he should have received healing from his Ram. But as I say that, it looks like he's just back in. He doesn't care. He's not dissuaded from the last fight. And it's Levy's turn to play as they dive deep into the enemy territory. Maybe not the subway, though, as they start backing away. Infernus ult gets popped, and there's a wall. Zergy, please put it down. We can help you. And the Infernus goes down. So Obacum making space on the other side of the map. Turns out it's good because you're trading Obacum for anybody on the enemy team.
Right.
Infernus has double the death timer.
Point and click to your own Ram, get out of their danger, you know, always works out. This is sort of the problem, right, we're talking about before, which is every small mistake you make when you're ahead really fucking sucks. So a lot of the time the gameplay you would want to make is to just do nothing. The problem is, are you allowed to? Because, you know, teams like this, they don't just let you do nothing. The guy is 23k, she's the richest person on the map, right? It's not so much of a binary choice of let's just not play the game for the remaining time. It would be phenomenal to be able to do it, but with teams like these, it's not so simple. If you do nothing, you're gonna be slower. Non-contestable Rift because of the bad preset position from Leviathan, or perhaps just their choice. Probably we're gonna be treating a Walker for this. Not sure if Mirage has enough damage or cover to be doing it.
Yeah, so what I'd say is that the McGinnis has hit a power spike. She got the Fury Trance, she's got the Merc Mag. If you try and fight that Rift, you're fighting the McGinnis when she's at her strongest relative to the game, right? So maybe a smart choice, just give Rift, take Earn. As a Billy ult comes out, doesn't actually attach to a Tornado, so Mirage is able to walk away, but the lasso is there, no Tornado on the Mirage. And this could be a mid-boss force, but I see some shenanigans happening around mid. Obviously, it's on a Geist, so nothing ever happens, and the Geist is now running at you. Calco forced to press ulti. Pocket gets the
10
affliction
stacks,
off.
no counterspell yet.
Yeah,
This affliction
I
does
mean,
not look max, does it?
I feel like you could maybe send mid if this Calico dies.
I mean, they have rebuttal on the ability, and Yamato ult is not that massive. Yeah, I mean, this is gonna be a very simple mid call. There's not much to do. The beginnings with Mercurial on her one, the damage coming out of her is gonna be paramount, uncontestable. Looks like the team is slightly misaligned on what is their choice for this current time of the game. Yamato abusing this fact, and
Zogi just
decision making
constantly
maybe taking a little bit of
shooting.
a toll here. Yeah.
So Zogi's shooting just to keep his intensifying fire up at all times, which is a very interesting
That's
mechanic.
a lot of work. I'm gonna keep it a buck, guys. Berserker, I get it. Spellslinger, super easy. Radiant Regen, sure. Intensifying Mag.
Yeah,
I mean,
and
props
yeah,
to the
like you said,
micromanagement. Sorry.
I mean, a little bit of disconnection there from buff enjoyers. Some people going in, Zergy obviously going to pit, saying, "Can we go pit? Can we go mid?" And ultimately, nothing burger. So the game's evened up at least. Buff enjoyers now taking the lead for the first time in 22 minutes. It's a 1k, 2k lead. And
Big dive coming in here from Buff Enjoyers. Probably a kite is going to come through. Scourge early, not what you like to see coming up in case any other force is going to be required. Cosmetical playing a little bit out of position. He's allowed to. He understands that the enemy team is not going to be diving him right now, or at least making that gamble, which is correct. Right side of the map looks pretty solid. Leviathan currently playing in a fairly default, 3-1-2, 2-1, 3-1, 1-3-2, basically just having two people roam around the map together, and then having the two sort of solo laners hang around there while you have while you hover your carry. Overall, it's sort of like a reset timing. Buff enjoyers tends to be more efficient at playing the game while they are while they're even and when they are behind. So you will see buff enjoyers sort of getting more souls by being AFK than Leviathan. Now the question is, does Leviathan know and understand when is the time to get on buff enjoyers, right? When is it that they don't expect it? Because if I'm McGinnis and I've not seen anyone for 2 minutes, I know there's 4 people on me, right?
yeah, I mean, I think the hard part of looking for a fight is finding the right targets. The Geist is a no-go. The McGinnis at this point, with her heal, Fury Trance, and escalating resilience, she's probably at 40-40 res. Not including the heal res, obviously. So she's also a no-go. This slippery Apollo and Holiday are going to be super hard to catch. The only realistic kill options is Billy, who's a tank, and Obicum, who's Obicum. So if you're killing Obicum, it's probably a bad thing, I'll be honest.
I mean, there's the thing with Obicum where like he tends to die so early or so in the quote-unquote right spot that he ends up making value for his team by being dead, right?
Yeah, for sure. If you're trading anyone on your team for Obicum, it's usually a good play for buff enjoyers, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, 100% of the times. It ends up being like in very strong positions, and like the death of Obicum doesn't really impact anything with buff enjoyers. It tends to just impact the enemy team more negatively than buff enjoyers positively. As we say this, again, both teams getting up in souls. Really big dissonance in the way the teams are soul distributing, right? Right side has been starting to distribute more on the semi carries, and buff enjoyers is hard distributing on the hard carries, right? Hard and ones if we want. Buffs are going to be coming up. Looks like only half of the buffs are being enjoyed by the Hidden King team, and we will be trading left buff for right buff. Earn pickup maybe coming through from Leviathan, unless Mirage understands there's too much people on him and starts to go back. Collapse maybe going in on the right side to get the Walker as well. I think both teams may understand their position and be going for a trade right now.
Yeah, I believe buff enjoyers weren't ready for this rift to spawn on yellow because the waves pushed all the way in. It's going to be a hard contest, so it's going to be interesting what they do macro-wise here.
I mean, the entire game kind of revolves around the pocket for this specific fight. If actually, I would request from production, if possible, to just get a pocket camp for this fight.
Yeah, so Listic goes in, touches the rift. We've got 4 people on the rift now. Pocket's looking for an affliction. Still hasn't popped it yet. Just waiting for the right moment. It's very hard to contest with all these McGinnis turrets. They're slowly whittling down the team. Pocket, we've got to go in at some point. Listic goes down. We're still holding on to Affliction, by the way. And we found the McGinnis. So are we going to... Nope. We're going back into the pit. We're afflicting free.
Re-afflicted.
And Geist does have swap. Geist gets to swap off on somebody. Is now full HP, but this might be a winning fight. Overcome might go down. Geist is taking tons of damage. Looks like Pocket's out of juice and just has to kind of bait his team. And overall, is it just one person who's died? I feel like we just watched a fight where 60k damage has happened and only one person has died.
An extremely high quality fight. I'm gonna keep it a buck.
Yeah,
I'm
so
pretty sure we just watched a
limits.
fight where both teams are just positioned to the point of neither of them dying, neither of them getting a real advantage except for the Rift. So guys, when you're playing your ranked games, if you cannot play Rift like this, just know you will get the Rift one pretty soon. This is the new standard, you know.
Simply put, the worst thing you can do is die, and what who just did is die, and now it's going to be a mid-boss contest. So what do we have? We have
could be the
McGinnis.
quickest. I don't like this from Leviathan if they actually go. I don't like this from Leviathan.
Oh, it might be a bait. So Buff Enjoys realizing that is potentially going to be a mid-boss call, and they actually do get the lasso on someone. That ABL's going to go down to the lasso. There's zero ults in play in this fight. McGinnis ult, not really an ult when he's playing gun build. Listic gets onto Calico, goes down, Overcon trading his life once again. Zergy's so low, but manages to survive, and Pocket's now 1 HP as well. Will Pocket go down? Cloak and a headshot. This guy's dead. Inferno's going to get cleaned up, and we've got baby Rem left. So Rem is not going to contest 1v4. Mid-boss is going to go to Buff Enjoyers.
Sorry.
And...
Wait.
Yeah.
No, I was going to think, if you pushed mid-wave, would Apollo be able to get there in time? Arguably, actually, yes.
Are you talking about Buff Enjoyers, Apollo?
Oh yeah, that's the problem.
I mean, it's mid-boss for Buff Enjoyers. They just got 20k lead. This is probably going to turn into a 30k lead. Every sinner on the map is basically available. We got 3 minutes. Let's go hit some buffs.
You wanna hear my opinion?
Yeah.
Second person to die was Obikin. 2 people went on him. Fight got lost. Just saying.
Yep.
Pretty sure that was not your right target.
You're not wrong.
Sure you got baited once again.
Clearly, there was
when
a
are we gonna get
disconnect
Obikin on
there.
frontliner? Because I kind of feel like
And a pulse happens. So let's talk about the sort of events that have just happened, right? We got the pick on who? Apollo died, right?
Well,
Prime
Game's gonna be
time
back.
to... Okay. Prime time to go
Go on.
mid-boss. They start mid. Okay, let's bait mid. They bait mid. ABL unfortunately gets caught out just because...
He gets caught from the holiday lasso.
Yeah. So the lasso hits him, and your team are just not ready to contest because you're so disconnected. People are coming up your zip, people are coming up their zip, some people are coming through the staircases, and Yamato eventually dies, and it becomes a really bad fight when your solo frontliner dies like that. You got no one else who can really tank.
I feel like this is the case where you either want to discuss pathings with your team, or you want to set up how you go from point A to point B, right? Because if you're doing
For sure.
I saw them go from start of mid boss from below and go up, so I am pretty sure they could have just went through, and if they are confident about where they need to go and where they need to pass through, that could have been a very, very good fight. Ram got disconnected, Infernos got disconnected, ABL was picked off by being too far ahead. It is actually just a positional game of this level. So
yeah. And we're getting to that point where the 6Ks are coming out. We got the Frenzy for the Geist. We got the Silencer for the Billy. These items are single-handedly can change or warp how these fights are played. If ABL gets silenced, he's probably going to die, not going to lie. This Frenzy against Pocket Afflict, it means it's basically non-existent, I
mean, yeah, also we're going to start... we've not seen actually Buff Endure stack so much debuff reduction this game as they've been stacking Spirit Resist. Apparently, the debuffs coming in from Leviathan are not as prominent as you would like them to be. I'm seeing a lot... Holy
Ooh, and the
wall.
wall goes off. The tornado's not enough. He tries to punch through. Billy ult used just to secure the kill. Pulls him all the way back, and he does go down.
Very
so this
worth.
is
70-second respawn for our ultimate.
yeah, this is
Super worth it.
potentially going to be double shrine. We've got free rejues for 30 seconds. I'm kind of iffy on whether they're going to drop Patron or even go for the second shrine. Looks like Calico's trying to poke a little bit, but we have the McGinnis heal. And there's a little bit of a nothing burger.
It is a little bit of a nothing burger. You don't want to risk pushing in here with.
Reju's running out.
You don't want to
maybe,
risk pushing in here with with a pocket all the way off and
play
coming
it
up, right?
safe. We don't have to force anything. We're 20k ahead. Let's just play it by the book, you know?
Game one, we're not acclimated to how they're gonna play today. We're not super sure if they're gonna collapse on us or not. Do we want to give our entire lives to get the shrines? You don't really have like a super good wave on blue, so probably not the best of ideas, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean,
What do you think about the McGinnis pick so far?
I've been blazing it since the start of the tournament. I don't think I think we've seen it multiple times. Just be a super strong contesting pick for anyone that wants to kill her. I've been playing McGinnis in pubs and in ranked. Sorry, I forgot that now there's a separation. I'm not really losing games. It feels phenomenal. And like, look at his build.
This might be the tankiest McGinnis I've seen.
How does she die?
Usually in my pubs, I've been seeing a more spirit turret orientated supportive McGinnis, but I don't hate this side lane, get as tanky, be a beefcake. This inhibitor's so good this game. It's so good against Yamato, so good against the Rem healing. You're reducing damage, and you proc it really quick with your gun.
I mean, here's the thing, right? We know that McGinnis damage is insane no matter kind of what. So you can either double down on it, or you can be, perhaps if I don't die, I can deal more of this insane damage, right? And this is usually the approach that most of you carries go for. If you have a very high damage hero, just buy greens on it so it stays alive and it can keep dealing damage. For example, Lightbringer really loves to have a Wraith with only like 3 damaging items, which usually are Ricochet, Mercurial, and then whatever other gun item that can help, right? And then everything else becomes green. Why? Because she still does deal the damage, she just doesn't die, and she's the main issue of every fight. And McGinnis kind of really wants to be that, right?
Well, the longer you're alive, the more damage you're doing. So if you can stay alive longer, you're technically doing more damage in a fight. So very good itemization from Zergy, just being that beefcake, trying to stay alive as long as possible in a fight, just so he can output as much damage as he can in a single life.
Rift will be coming up. No region from the side of Buffingers. They will probably have to give it unless they do believe so much in their McGinnis gameplay. Apollo looking for a solo pick on the Mirage, completely doable, but of course a waste of time that would allow Leviathan to go on a 5v5 that they definitely do not want to take. Cosmetical pre-positioning on their Listic on top of the rooftop, waiting to set up an ultimate. Buffinger, Leviathan does not seem to be super aware of it. They're going deep in, giving the rift, and then coming back in with the
so this is a very common macro play. You give the rift, they lose the reses, and then you take the fight. So Billy Chain goes out, might catch someone. Looks like the Apollo does get the riposte off on somebody, and Rem goes down. Can we find any more? Maybe not. It's just
honestly,
the Infernus and Rem.
Massive movement play from Yamato and Calico, understanding the direction out was forward, not backwards. Only 2 picks coming in from Buffinger is kind of an unwanted result, right? Even though you're still ahead, you lost a Walker, you did not kill all the people you needed to kill. This could have been a game-winning chance, and it was not. Your waves are a bit abysmal, you're going to be losing a little bit of time, right? A big realization coming in from Buffingers. They hear the players of Leviathan being this deep here. Perhaps the Calico greets for a wave that she cannot take, and Buffingers react, but no, it doesn't look like so. So we'll be moving in for mid-boss and Rejuves respawning. Looks like Buffingers has total control over them.
Yeah.
Calico contesting the left buff. Is she, or she's just scouting? Just scouting, it looks.
Yeah, so we're getting some big items. We've got Refresher on Yamato now. We've got Spiritual Overflow on Mirage, Spirit Burn on Calico. This is probably going to be their best fight. And that's funny to say because they're 20k down. So
yeah.
this fight, it's not going to be easy. but it's the only fight you got, right?
I mean,
So-
arguably, right? Arguably, the sort of range between each 30k jump between the two teams, or sorry, not even 30k, like every 40k jump between the two teams is when you're the closest at this point of the game, right? The two teams being 20k means that one team does not really have 6k more per player, which sort of reduces the amount of power specs that are available, which makes the fight as close as you may want it to be. Looks like we're going to be getting a hard mid-boss rush from Leviathan. Holy,
Yeah,
get us in
so
there.
trying to capitalize off the earn delivery. Mid-boss does go to Levy, so they get a little bit of gold from that. Listic goes in, has
Come on,
counter
Scourge.
spell.
Listic
Spam the
has
parry,
rebuttal as
spam the
well.
parry. And he
2
gets,
to Lev.
gets one, but it instantly
no.
gets used. And Listic goes down, so now we're in a 4v6 situation. It's not looking great, but Geist and McGinnis can maybe turn this. Oberkun doing as much space making as he can as ABL goes down. It's a 1-for-1 trade at that specific point in the fight, but it looks like they're going to try and leave.
Buff Enjoyer's time to throw with the mid-boss contest. Unfathomable.
Ooh,
I cannot say that word. So we're gonna just be
Unfathomable?
watching Gameplay.
Yeah.
Whatever, man. Whatever.
I mean, it's something like that, but Geist gets the swap off, but does still go down, and now we're in the sort of situation that you didn't really want. You traded Earn for mid-boss, you tried to contest, and they were already set up for it.
Buff Enjoyers, why are we reacting? Why are we
So
reacting?
big swing. They were 20k ahead. It's now just a 6k lead, and it's probably going to turn into maybe 1 shrine, maybe 2, because this guy's staggered so late that she's dead for 60 still.
I mean, you know, this is just the division. You know, they understand that this is their strongest. They understand that the enemies have not been have not needed to counter buy for a while. You know, I'm not even exaggerating when I say if they were proactive and decided, hey, they're gonna go mid boss, like we can force a mid boss. Buff Enjoyers could have easily bought a silence wave. You know, everyone had 3k open, and Yamato would not been able to contest the mid bit, right? It's a bunch of small things that which do really matter when you need to secure a game. But you need to be super aware of them. It looks like we're gonna be getting a slow chase here from Buff Enjoyers.
Yeah, so a little
There's 2
bit.
people going down already. 3 people going down. Swing of the day.
Yeah, a little bit of an overextension from Demov. Just died in their base's pocket. Leads to his teammates trying to leave and eventually getting caught. So now we're going to be in a 3v6 situation. They do have yellow pushing in, so they can actually just run into their base and try and drop it. No buffs, no Earn, no bid boss.
Though. Guy's not here yet as well. Getting this base guard may be the highest amount of value they can get without getting super punished. Finally, they're catching up. Looks like Leviathan cannot really contest the shrines. Too many ultimates available for Buff Enjoyers.
Yeah, and this is going to mean that all the waves are going to be pushed in because 2 shrines have been taken. Obviously, Leviathan took 1 shrine, but 2 out of 3 lanes are going to be pushing at all points in the game from this point on. So, hard game from here, but Levy still do have a chance in the next 6v6 fight.
You know what? I still think like the 2 teams are super close, and considering how we've seen that Leviathan does have a win condition in mid, and we know the Buff Enjoyers struggles more with mid contests, they can definitely bring it back. The one thing I want to say is that Leviathan doesn't really need to ever play mid, right?
Yeah. So that's the strength of their draft. They've got better mid contest. However, Buff Enjoyers have Holiday, and Levy don't really have a pick hero. So in this downtime between, you know, Rifts and, you know, mid boss, it's probably going to be on Buff Enjoyers to make the first move with that Holiday lasso.
Right, of course, you also have to compensate that with my Holiday definitely does not want to die, right? If Holiday dies, it's chopped.
Oh yeah, for sure, but it's a fine line. He has to look for stuff,
100%,
but not die.
I mean, we saw it with Abrams and Leviathan, right? The Holiday getting the pick would have probably got Abrams towards a game win, right? Instead, we get whatever we got, and what a pick on the Infernus.
Yeah,
not necessarily enough. DB coming through, but as you know,
Where's
DB
his
does
team?
not dispel the ult anymore. Furnace ult coming in. I'm not sure if it's gonna be able to proc it. It does. No counter spell remaining for buff enjoyers though.
Was that 4 counter spells on the Infernus ulti that I
Yep.
just saw?
It was.
Okay, well, counterspell might be a little strong, guys. And as we say that, it looks like Levy are falling apart.
It looks like we're
already
going
dropped.
to a game 2. That's what it feels like. We're gonna keep it up.
Yeah, I mean, mid-boss in a minute 20, so I believe buff enjoyers probably don't want to wait for that. But saying that, it's probably the safer play just to wait for mid-boss. But we'll see what they do. Maybe they just
clearing
say...
out this mid wave would be the most important play right now from Leviathan, which is why Calico has been looking for this clear, but missing troopers not quite what she wanted. Game
the
looks
creeps
like
are
it's going to be
too
going to a
close.
end. Yep.
Affliction used, but it's a bit of a lot, bit of a damage farm. Trying to sit in pit, make the patron invulnerable. It's too much though, there's too much damage. Guy swap comes out, silence on the pocket goes down, Mirage goes down, and that's game 1.
Game 1 for us, man. I mean...
A little bit of a recap on that game.
McWinist, no? Am I right?
Yeah.
You get
Yeah.
it? Am I right?
I mean, buff enjoyers, not the best of early games. However, they managed to turn it around.
Definitely not the best of early games. Definitely the classic questionable mid-game outcome from Leviathan, you know, and probably also due to the quality of gameplay for buff endurers, right?
Yeah.
Pocket making sure he's aura farming the entire way, getting the last second ultimate, improving his future EDL scores whenever that will be a thing.
Yep, damage farming.
You know how
But
it
yeah.
is, right?
Ultimately, the game came down to, mid-boss. Levy did have a chance, Levy won that last mid-boss fight.
True.
Managed to get 3 rejuves, used them, won the fight, but they just stuck around a little too long. They got that first shrine, they thought they could go for the second, and it turned into Demov dying, into 2 more picks, and just snowballed from there, really.
I mean, you can't even blame like either team, you know. It's sort of like these instances are cases where you can only train these with each other, right? You can only train these instances with this specific team or that specific team, right? So it may be the first time Leviathan has to leave after pushing a base like this. It may be the first time they get slow chased through every single wave and killed like this. Maybe the first time they get out of mid boss too slowly because one of them was in a bad spot or they went for Obikim and ended up just losing the entire fight, right? It's a little bit of a, like, it's what makes these finals special, right? It's what makes these games seem a bit closer to what happens, for example, in lower seed games between teams that you've never seen, right? You see something that has never happened, which maybe other teams have figured a solution to, but in this case, no one has. So you actually end up seeing proper Deadlock, right? Match chats we're seeing right now are still outdated to the older game. They should be refreshing right now. Yep, very nice.
Yep. So, McGinnis, right? Do we think it's a 6th pick here, or do we think it's going to go up in prio?
I still think it's a lower pick, but at the same time, it's just I think it's a ban. That's what I think. I think it's a second ban.
Okay. Because ultimately, I'm looking at these stats. McGinnis has done 30k healing, 40k damage. She's a beefcake.
Oh yeah, and also you have to remember it's carry damage. So the damage she's putting out is not actually like the damage she could have put out if she just played for the entirety of the game, right? So this is 40k effective killing damage. It's not slop. It's nothing else.
Yeah. And I feel like buff enjoyers, everyone had their role. Oberkum and
100%.
not doing the top damage, but they're making space. You got
100%.
Cosmetical and Zergy. They're farming the creeps, They're doing their job. Listic, contesting the risks, being at the right place at the right time. Overall, just everyone doing their job.
I would say overall, like, also arguable, the way the Rift fight we're spectating through the eyes of Pocket, how you see the hero always being able to get the value, but it's so much different who the Pocket actually gets the value on, right?
Yeah.
Because did that triple affliction matter? A little, but would it have been better earlier? Would it have been another target? You can't really tell this easily. So with this in mind, we'll be moving forward to the next draft pretty soon. For anyone interested, it's going to be a best of 5. So the first 2-3 will win. Currently, Buffingers up 1. Leviathan will decide if they go first pick or second pick. And I mean, I'm excited, man. This looked like a phenomenal start.
Yeah, and it's all about those curveballs, right? There's game 1.
It is.
You know, it's not the most important game, but obviously it sets the tone for the series. Buffingjoy is saying, "Hey, we've got a McGinnis in our pocket. What are you going to do about it?"
I honestly don't. I don't have a solution, because all the heroes that are annoying for McGinnis are heroes that also suffer from the McGinnis too, right?
Yeah.
Infernus is annoying for McGinnis, but his damage is absolute, like, not even like questionably decent against McGinnis. Mirage is good against McGinnis, but again, 40% less from his massive burst is a lot, especially because it's only a single proc, same with his one. Pocket cannot one-shot her. So your actual real options are more towards the gun carry direction, which kind of means you gotta get the veteran. You know, that's sort of the real only solution. But then there is another small issue, which I don't think has been really used too much this game. First off, McGinnis builds a lot of conditional bullet resist, right? Berserker, escalating resilience. In some sense, I mean, she's building Juggernaut as well. Like, this McGinnis would work wonders even against the Venator. Also, McGinnis has spirit damage accessible, so she can just buy Suppressor. That's also an option. Do you have an idea? How do you like, let's say you're Leviathan, like, how do you draft?
I would want to see them to play to their strengths. And I think Leviathan are very strong at playing lanes and the early game. And what I'd like to see them pick are these stacking heroes. I want to see the Vindictors. I want to see the Drifters. I want to see these trophy collectors, because like you said, these teams have played a lot together. They played against each other a lot. We sort of know how the script goes, Levy, very strong laners.
Mm-hmm.
They get an early lead, and then it's just one or two of these pivotal fights. They just run out of power or run out of gas, right? So I want to see them to play to their strengths. I want them buying trophy collectors. I want to see the Vin, the Drifter, and try and make use of these kills and try and snowball harder than they actually already are.
I would say that I agree. At the same time, I think that probably Levy wants an initiator to have a sort of more gimmicky early mid game. Because I think their problem is that they have to dive and expand so much and not actually use the map the way they should. So what if they start getting like a Holiday in the mix, right? Of course, we're talking about the best possible hero. I of course quote the Moen Krill, but the point is they need to be able to do what they do when they're ahead without requiring the entire team to play as a block. They need to be able to have someone playing around the map, splitting properly, and making sure that the value they get is corresponding the same value that the enemies are getting. It doesn't matter if you kill 3 people in mid lane if both Geist and McGinnis are just going up 2k per minute, right? Probably will be moving into the drafts pretty soon. Just checking in if there's
So
what
waiting
teams
for
are going to be
both
moving up
teams.
in a second.
Okay.
Anyways.
But yeah, I feel like Buffingjoys, no need to change anything. I think their game plan's solid. Maybe Levy just playing more towards that early game.
We're small, man.
Where's
Mo?
Mo?
The screen. Yeah, we're fairly small in the screen, Like, look, I don't even reach the top of my webcam. Can't even get there.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
Are you standing up still?
Still standing up. My legs are strained. It's genuinely unbearable at this point. I'm gonna have to ask my mom to pick me up and get me on top of the desk next to it, because
you don't have
chair. No, the jump from the chair to the desk could be no. It's a very big, it's like 50% of my height.
I see.
It's pretty annoying, but it is what it is. That's the only place I can be at right now. Also, it's getting pretty dark, which means that I will have to go turn the light. So give me 1 second.
It's still bright here. I could open my blinds and it's getting a little dark, but is this guy crawling over to his window? Oh well, it looks like I'm solo casting the start of the draft. So yeah. Oh, is he? Oh,
Right.
a little
onto the
Super
chair.
Mario jump onto the chair.
Yep. Very risky, like always.
Okay, so we got Levy on Hidden King, and we got Buff Enjoyers on Sapphire.
Wait.
Mirage Ban. So Abrams is going to be available.
Do it, Buff Enjoyers. Leave the doorman open.
Oh, you really think they're going to leave Doorman open?
No.
I feel like this hero would be so good for Levy in the way they play, where they want to rotate around the map so much, and it's also just one of those skirmish heroes.
I'm gonna keep it real. I think if and as a person that coached that, like I coached a bunch of teams. If your team is unable to win literally every game when you have Doorman, it's a skill issue. It's
Oh, and what do you know?
okay. Well,
Holiday ban. They say go ahead, pick the Doorman.
well. We're gonna be challenging my opinion, it seems.
Yeah. So we got Geist available. We got the Abrams, which was first ban last game. Be interesting to see what Buff Enjoyers decide to do here.
I mean, Billy Pocket, right? Like that has to be the call, but wow.
Yeah, I mean that would be the normal way to draft, but I have an odd feeling that they picked Billy.
I think I think when you're on second pick, you have to, because you give too much strength if you don't, right? Like you can't be innovative, man.
Throw another curveball. Ah,
Nope.
junk. These guys are playing by the book. They want to win.
You know what?
Can't hate on it.
Do throw a curveball. Put Obi Kim on gun pocket. Give me that.
Yeah, glass cannon, burst fire, lucky shot.
Awesome.
Let's be honest,
That
Obican's
would be
never going to be
pretty
that
awesome.
rich.
Drift
okay.
coming true.
So, like I said before, Levy probably need this Drifter hero. They need to play to their strengths. They're very, very good at early game. They're very good at getting these kills, and Drifter's one of those heroes that can get stacks.
I'm interested because, I mean, I guess it is kind of an ego request, right? Get Dorman, come on, win the game, go for it. You gonna do it? You gonna win the game? Is Dorman are you a good team? Just quick check. But if Buffinger goes to lose the game because of the Dorman, it's gonna be a pretty painful draft choice. Here's the thing, right? I think a lot of the reasons why people don't really want to experiment too much in draft is because you really do not want to get to a point in the game where you waste a game because of a choice made 5 minutes before it, right?
Yeah.
Oh, we go into 20 minutes. Oh, they just got both of our shrines and none of them died. Oh, they have a door from their spawn to mid boss. Interesting. Oh, our mid contest is even worse because now they have a doorman. Very good. So I think Buffing Curious is going to have to probably force something that can sort of block whatever Leviathan may be trying to do. I'm not sure what that could be. Yamato, again, I like the hero, but I think Buffing Curious like Calico so much more. I don't know if they want to pick the Ram top 3. I think they're deciding on it. Looks like they value the Apollo above the Calico, which, has worked out last game.
Yeah, so Apollo kind of a counter to Lash ulti. Just a very, very good skirmisher. Can go toe-to-toe with Drifter.
Yeah.
I don't hate it. I like the top 3
it's
from
fine.
both teams. I think the Lash is a bit weird. I'm not sure why they pried it so hard.
It's an ego pick. Lash is a very ego pick because if people that can play Lash well have a very, not inflated, but realistic expectation of how much damage the Lash can do, right?
Yeah.
And if you have that visualization, you are always going to be confident about the Lash as a pick.
So we still have Geist available. What else are we gonna ban here? Still Calico. Anything that screams out to you? Do you think the McGinnis is gonna be banned here?
As I said, yes, McGinnis should be the third ban. I don't think he should go deeper than this, right?
Okay.
Abrams, maybe if Leviathan value him over, but like Billy's already in there, and as I was saying before, Buff and Joy's weakness, they don't really have a real second frontlaner that can flex onto the Abrams for Billy. So we're gonna see what happens. Yamato
so
getting
the
banned. I mean,
Yamato ban.
yeah, makes sense. You know, they just saw how comfortable. You can see how comfortable the ABL was on the Yamato. You want to put him on the spot. What he's gonna pick? He's gonna go Shiv. You know, that's the other call. We're picking a comp that just destroys Shiv, right? That's the idea. So let's just get him on it. I'm also though pretty confident that Buffingers may not be realizing that. I think Leviathan are again going for a buff stack, which either means that Buffingers are gonna pick a Shiv here, or it means that they are going to just keep doing their draft. McGinn is going unbanned. Okay.
Yeah, so Rem got banned. I can see the vision behind it. Calico picked up, so
sure.
Apollo Calico going to be your main skirmishers. Pocket's going to be one of your side laners. Billy your front line. So right draft kind of need another side laner, and then
I mean, yeah, they still have Zergi open, and they have Obikim open on.
Obikum, maybe who? I've seen Obikum play Apollo a couple times.
True. You're right. You are right.
And guys picked up.
Awesome pick. I mean,
yep. No surprises there. Great side laner.
I mean, shit, man. Pick them against yourself and show them what's up. That would be.
I don't know if they have space for it, because you already have the Lash and Geist. People straying away from Lash being a skirmisher. He's more
maybe
a
I can play
side laner
Spirit
nowadays.
Lash, but I'm not sure that's like his calling right now. So they have Empty Dreams and Demov available, but we'll see. You know, it's a bit of always Leviathan is very flexible with their picks, so I wouldn't really be surprised about anything crazy coming up. Again, I would be more surprised about Buff and Joyce spawning an Abrams in, right? Next pick. That would be really, really surprising.
Yeah, I've seen them run the double front line in scrims, and I think maybe in DNS as well, where they do Listic Billy and Who on Abrams, and they just go to town. They just
Who has been playing a lot of Abrams, actually. Now I'm thinking about it. He's been playing a lot of Abrams.
Yep.
This could be, blocking.
Levy decide to basically block pick it.
Completely understandable. Completely understandable. I don't think we're gonna go through with any silver again. I don't think the hero is liked from the teams. I'm not sure whether it's just a damage thing or whether Billy and Abrams are just feeling so much better, but
yeah, I mean,
she's been questionable. You know, she's been picked already. Together picked her 2 times already, but like, I don't know. So what?
It's sort of a specialist hero. You just need to feel the hero, and then you'll know when it's good. Ooh, okie dokie. We get a Graves. And that's going to be our second side lane, I assume.
So we're going to be going to match 3. Sorry.
Okay. Who do you think's playing?
A little bit of an exaggeration.
Do you think it's going to be the Zergi Graves, or do you think it's going to be the Hoot Graves?
No, it's the Hoot Graves.
Okay. Okay.
So it's going to be Zergi McGinnis again.
And Graves McGinnis. You're playing Plants vs Zombies. There's so many little critters on the floor that you have to kill. I don't hate it. I think it's good.
Venator.
Venator.
Okay.
So obviously,
our brains. No more fun.
A little bit more standard.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I love these drafts.
Anti-Hill versus Abrams.
Quick reference: when Buff and Joyce played Graves against Vindicta last time in the best of 3, Vindicta had 11 stacks at minute 15, and 8 of them were on the Graves.
And this is exactly what I said before the draft. I want to see Levy playing to their strengths. They managed to pick up the Drifter. They managed to pick up the Vindicta. We know they're good at laning, and they can scale off the kills. And this is just another way to scale off kills, right? Apart from just souls, you're getting raw damage.
It is what it is, man. Buff enjoyers. If you win this one, I'm not saying Lightbringer LARPs for a week. I'm gonna hold off for a while. That's my call. Oh, someone has always to also hold me to it because it's not going to be simple. But
Yeah. So, what do you think the Graves' job in this game is? Because we got the Pocket and Venator side laning. Do you think the Graves is just going to sit mid and just keep mid prio the entire time? Or do you think she's going to maybe roam to one of these side laners and try and take a Walker?
I want to keep it a buck, man. I have no clue.
You have no clue? That's why I'm asking. I mean, I don't have a clue. I thought you'd have an idea, but yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to see what she does. Obviously, there's not really a pick hero on Buff Enjoyer's side. You have Apollo Calico, no stuns there, but a lot of damage. You have Billy Ult, which is on 180-second cooldown, and Venator stun. So it'll be interesting to see how they play the mid game and how they approach fights. But I'm going to assume that they want to play indoors because Venator Graves, very good indoors. Billy, very good indoors. Even Calico and Apollo, you know, I see almost 6 heroes that if you get into a room with them, they're going to give you some D. So
yeah, sure. That's probably a good point. I don't know, man. I was just going a little bit through what Lightbringer chat was thinking, and it looks like the most common message is win trading ? And the second most common one is securing the 1-1. Going back to our chat for a second while we wait for the game to start. Who's your favorite chatter, Tanner, right now? You have 2 more seconds.
Okay.
And the person just unsubscribed and blocked us, and we are now bottom of the Deadlock algorithm. Thank you. It's fine.
Why did I do this?
It is what it is, man. Sometimes you get put on the spot, and it doesn't go the way it does.
Okay. I mean, okay. Let's talk a little bit more about the drafts. Obviously, I was talking about buff enjoyers being very happy to fight in these indoor closed environments.
Right.
And I think Levy want to be playing outdoors because they have the Lash, they have the Vindicta. You know,
I'm gonna make an argument, right?
Yeah.
Is there a differentiation between outdoors and indoors? When you have a doorman.
Oh. Okay, nice pun, nice joke. I get it, I get it. But
you get it, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, right? You have a Vin, you have a Lash. You don't want to be fighting in these closed spaces. So I think a lot of this game and a lot of the team fights is going to come down to where these teams are fighting.
Yeah, this looks like this is just so much more of a Rift comp for left, surely. Right side has their mechanics, right? I mean, overall, the one thing that's sorry, are you looking at the same players on the heroes as me? Who keep tab pressed for a little while?
Yeah. What do you notice?
This may be my first time seeing ABL on Doorman. I'm pretty sure the team... Is it ABL a Vindicta player?
I think...
Okay.
I mean, look, Doorman fits ABL's style of... I'm going to play in your face, I'm going to poke you as much as possible, I'm going to play as aggressive as possible. And if you go on me, I'm going to door away. So I don't hate it. I feel like he probably plays the hero, or he will play the hero quite well. But yeah, I mean, going into lanes.
This is like, yes, sorry, I'm still flabbergasted, you know, because I'm like, I think this is either like a premeditated kind of thing, or they forgot that they did not have a player to put on the door.
I'm sure ABL can fill the gap. He's a very
100%, right?
And then right now, are we seeing a lane swap once again?
Not caught this time because he's from Leviathan, you know. But
yeah, so Levy deciding Abrams Vin don't want to lane against Billy Venator.
I think it's more so that the Vindicta wants to lane into the Graves and get free stack.
Okay, I see. Yeah, that makes sense. So unpunished lane swap.
Not as reactive as Leviathan on this.
But yeah, it's going to be interesting. Mid lane looks kind of weird. You sort of have Apollo and Calico, very good at trading, very good at healing after trading, or during trading. And then you have Drifter and Doorman, which huge burst, but don't really sustain as much as the other heroes.
Yeah.
Left lane, we've got... Sorry, right lane, we've got the Graves Pocket. I don't think I've ever seen this lane, a Graves Pocket lane. I'm not sure what they're supposed to do.
This lane ever exists. Yeah, I agree on that.
But they're not doing too badly.
Big gank coming in. Yebers maybe going down. Definitely going down here.
And does he go down 1 HP? Graves Gun can't reach. He's going to die for it.
Put.
Oh my god, kill him? Yes. Okay, Cosmetical gets first blood for himself. Apollo, kind of low on the mid lane, but other than that, I think it's just a clean 1-for-0.
Yeah, I think this is just a good one. There's not anything to contest negatively towards this towards this play, you know. Just securing like a little bit of an easier game, but as you may see, right, the soul swing is completely not even catchable. You wouldn't even know that someone got a kill. It's probably just because of like wave loss or whatever it is, but it's just the way the game works, man. The ganks only start mattering at a specific point, and it's good to put them in there so the pressure is there. Put going down for the first time.
Yep, and as we say that, return kill happens in the right lane, and their advantage has gone nowhere. So
down the drain. Yep.
Yeah.
Default item Rusted. I think Hoot is probably one of the players that enjoys the most to play Rusted Barrel. I think I've seen him buy Rusted Barrel almost every hero since the item came out. Every single time I got into a game. I agree. I get it. I get the idea. And if he plays around it well, then sure, that's a very good item.
Bring back Withering Whip. I miss that item. That item was so good.
Honestly, it's like I kind of... First off, in the game files, Rusted Barrel is still called Withering Whip. Second off, I feel like having a... Yeah, it is. It is. Having a... I think they thought that the Withering Whip and Suppressor were repetitive as 16k, but I think that's false. I think they were completely fine. I'm gonna keep it real. It's pretty common to go. It's pretty common to go for like the Vindicta Rush Burst for your 1. It just becomes basically a viscous splatter, I would say. That's basically the damage range you're looking at, right? Probably like 150, 160, something like that.
Yeah, it's not as good because it's also got a longer cooldown, right? But having more stakes in lane just gives you more kill potential, right?
Right.
So
100%.
Better at locking down the enemy, obviously, but probably a little less damage. Probably leads to more damage.
Grace going with the full build, getting a rebuttal in the bag. We're still not gonna see a real item getting bought, but if they work, they work. You know. I'm gonna be hate watching the Graves, guys. I'm sorry, it's my fault. I want to be a professional caster and make sure that does not happen, but it's against my power. It's too much, right? To anyone in chat that thought Graves was bad, I currently think Graves is bad. So that currently strikes against my impartiality as a caster. But we're gonna have this is where sort of I stall and I leave the ball to Tanner to be a bit more impartial about the start of this game and what has been happening until now.
Oh, the only thing I'm impartial about Graves is that I'm not sure what her job is in the game because she's not.
What does she even do? Yep.
Well, okay. Good you can look at the hero and you can say, okay, she's a supplemental hero, so she helps kill things because it's very hard for her to start on someone with wall. Usually, if the enemy is like fighting a Graves, they're very wary of where she places her wall, and it's kind of hard to land it as the first spell. But if Graves follows up on a stun, you know, or whatever, like it's a very easy spell to hit. And then another strong part of her kit is obviously the ultimate, right, which is always pushing lanes. However, she's not a traditional side laner, so I'm interested to see where she plays macro wise. I think she might just be playing for that mid prio sort of role and give space to her teammates like the Apollo and Calico to go roam and kill side lanes while zombies go and push mid. But yeah, definitely a question mark for me.
I think the yesterday argument that we made was that she's sort of a potential hero, right? She can be a omnipresent mirage in the map with the old. She can be a very good area denial compared to like what a McGinnis could do. She can be a great buffer and an annoying source of damage because of the skulls. She can be all of that, but is she any of that is the question. Does she ever get to that point of being able to do that? I would say Graves with souls and with money can be very like... I still think she can be very high quality, like a very high quality hero. I'm not so sure though about whether she is ever gonna be able to do that when she's playing against a Drifter and a Vindicta, you know? Stakey goes in, Graves gets stuck, she will get ulted as well. Gonna go down, Snipe goes through as well.
I don't think many heroes are
We
living
need
that,
to stop
be honest.
sending the hate. We need to stop sending the hate, otherwise the hate is gonna, you know, keep existing, and the hero is never gonna start doing something.
Yeah. Also, one more aspect of the Graves before we watch Overcome just
a quick
get a kill
execution right here.
Yep. Is that I wonder what build she's gonna go. Is she? Do you think she plays into the Wall more, or maybe the Jar of Dead? As I say that, nice snipe from the Vindicta.
Yeah, Irizumi is very consistent in this hero. Oh, not enough charge on that, not a headshot. She would have actually killed him already. Listic going down to the Lash. Lash starting to get a bunch of money, and Irizumi getting traded in from the pocket that manages to get value from his HP. Hoot going down once again. Anyways, as the game progresses, we see ABL setting up for the doubles with the door. Pretty simple contest, nothing that you can really do about this. This is probably like the most annoying form of contest. A right side strafing across the door to get 3 punches in. Actually, you know what? Graves into Dorman is actually a decent call. She does do that. I've not thought about it. She does block you going through the door.
Yeah. Area denial.
That's a first. That's a first like good point I'm seeing. I'm not sure if this is a viable counter to it. Maybe they are testing the theory, right? Can we pick Graves and make Dorman not as good as he should be? The other counter argument is that most Dorman players currently place doors on very high places and just send you through and then just stay on the other side. So the pick meta is kind of like, it's not over, but it's very much more rare.
Very interesting. Abrams deciding to go for the Spirit build this game. So he's going to be max 1 with Resto, Locket, Arcane Surge. We've actually seen this fallen out of favor recently.
Could be getting out of like the default max 2, max ult. But I would say probably a little bit of wall hugging to reset your hormonal state. But
yeah, I'm not sure what that was, but go on.
You know, I was just thinking that there's gonna be a point in this game close to like the 15 to 20 minute mark where I'm not super sure how Daphne George is gonna counter Lash, which is like Billy, right? That's your call. Outside of that, like I guess Apollo stun coming through. Vindicta, by the way, getting picked off as we say this. This is the sort of the negative side of the hero, right? The lead for Buff Enjoyer, the lead for Leviathan is staying up, but even of getting picked the ultimate, Listic will be going down, most likely.
Unless...
I've never seen ABL not chase a kill, so I was pretty confident that was gonna go down. In the same possibility of, you know, ABL dying right afterwards, but that did not happen.
Yeah,
okay,
for sure.
Next steps of the game. What are we looking for at the next minutes? Drifter looking for kills, I would say, right? Main target with who? With Dorman, perhaps?
Yeah, I mean, I think Levy's game plan is just get as many kills as possible. It's as simple as that. If we look at the Vindicta, she probably's at a couple stacks. I would imagine she's probably at...
How many stacks does she have, into your opinion?
3 or 4? I would assume.
Let's go get a quick check. That would be pretty good. On the yeah.
So we got 2 on the Drifter. It's not that great, but can't complain. And we want to check the stacks on Vindicta.
Thank you guys for the suggestion
and
about
she's
the
on
game volume, by the way. We'll be
2
doing that
snipes.
soon.
So two stacks on Drifter, 2 stacks on Vin. Probably could be better, but You know, you're winning the game. You can't complain.
I mean, the important place for the important place for Vendetta to get stacks is right now when she can just snipe someone and they will die by the time that she's like that the snipe timer is over, right? So it doesn't even matter if she gets the execute. And yeah, here we see sort of the idea, right? Just graves the door. Seems to work out. Yeah, seems to cancel out the enemy position. And I mean, if it works, it works. You know, you can't contest it.
The Graves had so much impact there, just pressing her spells. She put the Graves tombstone like very far behind, so the zombies were coming in to the fight. And obviously the wall of the door is like great placement. So a lot of impact from the Graves so far.
Yeah, it looks like she's going for like full duration, full like just a macro positional playing. She will probably like turn into something else later in. She also could just go for a macro shot refresher, right, at some point. Again, my first and most important point right now for Buff and Joris is how do they go about the Lash. As we always see, Leviathan I had before, getting to the mid game, the script goes as always. Buff and Joris starts getting repicks, starts getting better mid play, and starts getting better pre-positioning. Just better maybe discipline at being at the right spots at the right time. And now it's sort of a sake of, okay, who can like right now the assets that Leviathan has to take, right? Walker is pretty low HP, right? They can definitely go for a fight in that, and it looks like we're going to be getting a fight there with the Lash, most souls on the place. Vindicta coming in from behind. Dorman ults the build. What am I seeing?
Classic Yoshi moment with Riposte.
Yeah,
that spell's definitely working as intended.
Oh, that's disgusting. Oh, we're not going to be able to get the Walker. Time wasted on the right side for Leviathan. Calico ready to pick up the Doorman on his door, but looks like Doorman will be able to leave easily. Nothing burger happening right here, except for another quick trade going in from Leviathan on the left side, going for the Walker. They realize that the map is currently split in the wrong way for Buff Enjoyers.
Yeah, this Walker's probably going to go down here. And it looks like a little bit of a nothing burger. Guy still has swap. Looks like
I would be looking for an earlier swap. A very big greed here, but
yeah, so Avia goes down.
Overseas goes down as well.
They're kind of close to mid boss here, by the way. It might turn into
difficult call. You know, it's a very difficult call at this timing. Like you go mid boss, and one of you guys does not even have green spike and insta dies. What do? Right?
Yeah, so they just go for the mid guardian. Obviously, the safer play, the more normal play. You know, I might be calling mid boss there. I might be getting a little funky, a little bit hyped up after those kills. But obviously, doing the safer play is always going to be better.
100%. It's a lot just about what sets your team up more. Buff and Joris now moving a bit more towards the further stage of the game. Buffs are gonna be coming up, contest coming in. Looks like Buff and Joris gets right side. I'm pretty sure they got left side too. We're gonna Graves maybe looking with the Billy for a finishing pick on someone. A lot of investments of time and cooldowns from the Billy, nothing getting out and not a loss. Venator, I'm not sure yet in any stage close to being able to 1v1 the Geist, right? He may be looking for it anyways, and I kind of want to follow that 1v1 if possible. Can we switch to that side, production? Would it be possible? Thank you very, very much. Arguably one of the more important 1v1s in the game, right? Stun comes in perhaps early enough.
Oh, he's so low. He got one shot off, but he was already out of the duration of when you can actually jump pad stun someone ran out. So living there, Zergy, little slippery bugger,
another
gets
very
out.
unlucky like survival for Leviathan. And I mean, my Graves hate is probably not strong enough, you know. It's not passing through. It's actually something is actually working.
Yep.
Has Lightbringer and the team found a counter to Dorman, perhaps?
Maybe potentially.
I think we'll see because Dorman, like, as strong as he is right now in numbers, becomes drastically stronger later in the game when positions become more important. So I think it's just the sake of Dorman understanding that he needs to position his door for engage and disengage rather than positioning them for just a consistent, you know, back and forth trading, right?
Yeah.
It's not going to be possible.
I think Levy's going to be kicking themselves a little bit this game because they know they can play early game well, and this game they've not been playing as well as they did in game one. And if we had these heroes in game one, we'd be running away with the game, right? We would have this Drifter Vin, they'd have infinite stacks. But right now, I'm pretty sure the Vin's only on 2 stacks, and the Drifter probably is still on only 2 stacks, maybe 3 as well.
That is the gimmick of playing Drifter in comp, though. Like, you know you're going to be hardly getting any big spike. And, you know, Vindicta not getting the Graves pick she was getting the first time they were fighting against each other. So there's a lot of work that is put in there. A big fight happening right now on the right side of Walker. It looks like Pocket will be getting caught. Big bag on him. Not sure Cape is available, but he goes back to his own Walker. Normally, he's not the wrong way. Doric comes in. Affliction doesn't hit the Abrams.
Yeah, Spirit Abrams just a little bit too tanky. He managed to heal 1,000 off his Siphon Life and about 800 from the rest of the lockets. So unfortunate they don't get that kill. Trying to hypeline the little cheeky guy. But yeah.
I mean, Cosmetical very, very fucking solid with his caves, able to always position and pre-position them well while he's playing. He also has I think he has a very strong conception about the duration of them. This will be looking like a mid call from Buff Enjoyers. Uncontestably a good call. I think Leviathan, no. Abrams showing up perhaps too early.
Yeah,
or no,
they have 2 points in Calico bombs, so everyone here is punching for about 400 damage, and this mid boss dies very, very quickly. Let's see what Levy have for contest here. They have Doorman Cart, that's about it. And Doorman Cart on to 2. They managed to get 1 reju, so it's 1 to 2 so far. Charged outside of the door. Listic gonna get chased.
Not going through it, but apparently it works.
Yeah, I mean, they're just trying to get rid of rejuves here, and they don't manage to kill Listic. They don't manage to kill Cosmetical. Getting chased to their Walker. Being bullied a little bit, to be honest. And Abrams deciding to go back in to try and clear the wave, maybe save the Walker. I mean, it's not going to be enough, though. The Walker does eventually go down.
This is definitely a hard position to be in for Leviathan right now, especially with your draft, right? Dorman really wants you to play proactive, super proactive about enemy resources. I don't think we've seen it quite enough. I don't think Leviathan has shown the confidence they're known for this game. Maybe just a difficult draft for them. Maybe Buff Enjoyer is playing very well, and you know, we could argue that the entire game was decided when Graves put down the put down her 2 in front of the door on the Rift, right? But the reality is just that Leviathan has not been able to convert their early game to a more normal and like default progressing mid game, which got the very strong at mid game Buff Enjoyer players to just walk on top of them and get drastically more souls, right?
Yeah, it also might just be a little bit of grand finals nerves, you know. Buff Enjoyers win game 1, they get a little bit of momentum, maybe Leviathan a little bit tilted from losing that game because, you know, early game they played it so well, but they eventually lost, so maybe some aspects of the previous game is playing a part into this game, but, you know, it's not over. 20k is still very playable.
I was just thinking, again a little bit what could be the call. You know, I mean, they lost 1 rejuve. Rebuttals are coming in from the enemy team. They know how much Leviathan likes to punch. And just a difficult earn, you know, like this is the thing with these sort of debuff Graves. It just sucks to finish whatever she wants to get. It just sucks to like, oh, you want to get the urn? Nope. Graves too. Oh, you want to pursue it? Nope. Ultimate. Just slows down the just slows down the game so much, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I think the game plan for Levy here is like what I was saying in the draft. You want to try and fight outside, play to your strengths, look for picks, but as I say that, the Geist goes down. Zuggy gets the urn. I believe Geist died trying to hand it in or was maybe too close. They lose Walker, they lose urn, and it's just a bit of a snowball effect. A lot of dominoes are following right now, you know. Vin goes down. Last rejuve used. What was a 20k lead has turned into a 25k. Trying their best to fight back though. So Rake does go down. Polo onto the Lash. So it's a
Looks like
1-for-1
Lash is going down
trade.
too. I mean, this is looking like a massacre, right? I think
Yeah.
we can agree that at this point against this comp, you are kind of hopeless. You don't really have any out, right? I mean, you know,
Well,
ABL door for people in the base right now. That's the out.
The thing is, if your Geist was a little bit more farmed, or your Lash was a little bit farmed, you might be able to play for them. But very unfortunate ult from Abrams there.
That's so rough. Oh no.
But yeah, this is definitely not an easy game. As I say that though, they might get away with killing Listic at least.
Quick 2-pick towards buff enjoyers, which definitely you do not like to see, especially when your respawn timer breaks the minute, right? It's looking like ABL is playing a pick doorman. This is something I've not seen before, and I'm not, I'm all for it.
I mean, it's what their team needs, really, right? They need like a sort of pick here, someone who can start.
100%. I'm just flabbergasted by the novelty, and I love seeing novelty, As we were saying, sometimes just breaking people, like getting people off like in their chaos or whatever it can be, just puts them in a very, very good spot, right? But in this case, it's not been working super well. 20k lead. Would not be so annoyed if we were not playing a Drifter Drifter Vindicta into a very fat pocket. I think, including Dorman, all three of these heroes just get one shot, right?
Yeah.
Spirit Abrams, it can be good. It doesn't. It seemed like it's been a very good tank. I'm not super sure if it's been the right kind of like hero the team needed. I probably would have preferred a one-shotting. Oh my god.
We've got a kidnap. Can we turn this into anything? Honestly, close the door. In 1 second, we can close the door. Door's closed. Listic's in. There is a wall by him, though, so it's going to be hard to chase this guy indoors. As I say that, though, he gets one shot, so...
I mean, you always have to consider when you're playing against buff enjoyers, how many deaths away is Listic from his standard power spike, right? Because that will seal the game and make you lose immediately.
True.
So I would say overall, right, always be careful with how many times you kill Listic in a game. Always keep count. I think we're not that close here, but it's something that we need to mention.
Yeah. And saying that, I think ABL just needs to keep doing what he's doing. Catching these people out, getting them through doors, and that's like the one way they're going to get back into this game.
So what I was mentioning before is that we are sort of getting to the point where, unless there's a 40k advantage, the two teams are very close in fights, right?
Yeah.
We've discussed this. We've came to this conclusion. Also, we probably can come to the conclusion.
Ooh, and that actually hits the guys.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
The hitboxes on Spectator are a bit delayed. That's why we still see the guys outside. But on Pocket Screen, she was completely inside. Okay. It's just how this works. But man, overall, right, at this point, if you're not 40k ahead, you're not a 6k item ahead for each person. So unless someone fills their slots, which they should be doing instead of going for tempo, you cannot really go for a win, right? So wait for your next 6k and then start a fight immediately. I would like to see left side fill their slots and force a fight. I'm not gonna lie. That's my personal view. Very difficult. Also, it looks like we are contesting draft and...
Yeah, they have a door, so the door actually leads very, very far back, and they're just playing in and out of it.
Yeah,
eventually
Graves
they have
probably
to
not available, no?
This Abrams is very tanky, by the way. They've got comeback resist on this.
Or pick up
Looks
the
like
can go contest.
Yep, so they're actually going to give it, and Listic goes down. This might be a turning point.
I mean,
there's no affliction in play here because they used it on the left buff.
I mean, it's fairly unlikely that Listic gets kicked off. At the same time, Listic has to be in this position, right? Very big flank here from the Abrams. Could turn into anything.
Oh, it's a 4-man Apollo ult. Can we chase? Okay, Zergy goes down. This is really bad for buff enjoyers. Really, really bad.
Scourge is still up for Abrams. Stuns the Graves. Easiest pick of the bunch for sure. We're playing into the
my
Super
God.
Troopers. These are monsters right here, and
Yep. And Buff and Joy's just
Oh
chewed more than they
my
could take, or like,
God.
like, it's actually going to be a free mid for Leviathan. Very
you know what?
surprising.
You know what it is, man? It's the call to go for the shrine. We were talking about it before. Is it worth it to trade your players and get that first shrine? Apparently, with this gap, it's very risky. It's not a mistake you can sort of give yourself. Maybe it pays off in the longer run, but I do think that rejuve and just farming and playing macro is way too important. And I also know that all these like Captain and Tanner lookalikes in rank are gonna start playing Scourge and Spirit Abrams again. And
I believe the reason why he went Spirit this game is because his team already have a lot of gun damage. You have the Drifter, you have the Geist, you have the Lash, even the Vim is doing gun damage.
Sure. Yeah.
So not many people on his team are doing enough Spirit damage, so he's just diversifying his team's damage.
You know, it's also probably because he's the only like they have a fairly decent amount of shred. So the Spirit Abrams is not that like problematic. You know, I think one of the bigger problems with Spirit Abrams right now is like how much Spirit resist people stack, and the fact you're hitting on one is reduced, right? It's just sort of the same argument with Apollo. You want to play Apollo, but your entire output is just Spirit. If they get Spirit resist, what do you do? When you're playing with a Vindicta, though, that sort of gets out of the window. And I mean, can we attribute the current state of the game to the stealing of Listic above mid boss? I think we can attribute a little bit of it, not all of it.
I mean, a little bit, but I think there's some draft things as well happening here.
100%.
You've got Apollo, Calico, and Graves kind of fall off, and I'm looking at left draft, and they've got Geist and Lash, who are very, very farmed. So
yeah, I mean, I would say, we've not yet seen the full power of Dorman. We probably saw, what a vortex up for a free Lash shot. That's so good coordination, stunning to the wall, and the Graves goes down once again.
yeah, he didn't get to play the game.
He's definitely not having too much fun today. Guys got down first rejuve.
Yeah, first rejuve guys, but she still has swap, so she's in an okay position.
Swap, and holy shit, she has 40k souls. I had missed that information. Now we'll probably see the first back to your entire HP bar. 900 healing from Rusty Rocket. Phenomenal.
Big affliction.
Spirit burn proccing.
Guys got afflicted here, so it looks like he's gonna have to get out unless he can look for a swap angle. They are gonna chase. Door put down, and that's the power of Door, man.
Holy fucking Door. I mean, are we sure we just don't die and keep pushing here? Am I crazy?
I think they're just taking the safe route, you know. Just don't take the unnecessary fights. Give them some respect.
Of course. Like it's always a case of like when you look at it from the other side, right? We look at it from our side, it's like come on, just push, bro. Yeah, fucking reach you, right? But like from the inside, it's a lot more niche because they have the feeling, you know. They have the feeling, oh, these players are going to be very good, and are we going to get? I was going to think that Dorman would steal the Calico when she goes to pick up the urn.
Yep.
And Vindicta staying alive, cooldowns wasted on her, quote unquote. Nothing burger from the pick that Buffing Joyce was trying to get, plus 10% from Abraham, sorry, plus 5% from Abraham's. Looks like they will be moving towards an urn, which will set them ahead a little bit more. I mean, we're gonna... I don't know, man. It's just a very difficult call.
Do you think we're seeing pro enjoyers right now, Mattia?
I think we still try enjoyers during the draft, but I think we have this argument afterwards in a post-game interview, perhaps.
Okay. I mean, look, the game's not over yet. Man.
No,
you were 25k
100%.
ahead, you're now 10k down. It's not impossible, but ideally you would have been in a better position, especially from how far ahead you were. We got Cursed Relic picked up from the Graves, so he can actually shut down the guy, shut down the Abrams.
Yeah. I mean, this Graves has been playing like a super debuffer, which I would probably want to see more of an E-shift angle rather than like. I sometimes I think that you debuff more by not dying immediately than you do by getting a real debuff item. Of course, you can't argue that Curse is the prime example of the right debuff item, right? What can you do about it? But again, yeah, and 100% Optim doors coming up with rage that reaches the entirety of the map.
And we were sort of doubting this ABL doorman, but I feel like he's had a lot of impact.
100%. I was doubting it. 100%. He's been getting that. Yeah, he's been getting that pretty well.
Yeah, from the picks that he's been making and the positional plays, I feel like he's been playing really well.
You know, Tanner, that we're gonna have to also have an MVP conversation, right?
For the entire series?
I would say, I mean, you know, you would do it for the tournament, but it's very difficult to do an MVP conversation without the top 2 teams. So I would really suggest you also take a quick look and start like keeping mental notes about impact of players during the games, right?
Yeah, I mean, for game 1, for sure, it was Zergy. Feels like he was like the rock that his team needed. Game 2 so far,
it was like Trying to interrupt you, like I think earliest part of the game, it was undoubtedly an ABL match, and holy stun, and he's in the wall.
Oh, we've got an Ido incident.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really do much about this. It's not even a controllable bug. Like he didn't do. It's actually like it's just game design, and you cannot do anything about it. Like
someone call Ido right now, because
someone call Ido.
Yep. That should be removed from the game.
I mean, you know, let me message. Who has the developer connection? Let me think. Who's in the test server? Let me
you don't have Yoshi on speed dial, bro?
I mean, I cannot say anything, you know.
Maybe we should focus a little bit on the game, because there is a fight going on.
We should focus on the game. We're terrible
looks like
commentators.
Apollo did go down. Obviously, Billy went down to a bug, so it's very unfortunate. Mid boss is up, and we're in a 4v6 situation. So it looks like Leviathan should go for mid boss here. Not impossible contest, as
DB comes through, annoying to get DB'd. And this guy is in the dungeons.
He has Warpstone, so he can Warpstone away. And he manages to Warpstone stun.
That's crazy, wow. Very nice job.
So actually
Abrams losing massive amounts of HP here.
Yep, and they were doing mid-boss at the same time. Parry, punch. 1 for each team so far. Double parry.
2 for buff enjoyers.
2 for buff enjoyers, and it's a huge affliction, by the way. I'm pretty sure it hit 4.
Geist
then uses the first rejuve, and Lash goes down. We still have Geist swap. ABL goes down, and throw enjoyers are now making the enemy team throw.
Our comeback enjoying. That's crazy.
They're comeback enjoyers.
These people enjoy everything.
I believe the Geist swap just got counterspelled as well. We didn't see it, but her health bar didn't move, so I'm going to assume it got counterspelled.
That would be actually so bad. Oh, how did that not go through? Okay.
And my god, they just won a 4v6.
I mean, burger flip of the day, no?
And this is what we're talking about, like going for the safer plays. Obviously, they tried killing Zergy, and they were in a good position to do so, but because Zergy managed to outplay them with the Warpstone and the Gut Shot, it just turned what was a free mid-boss into the enemy team getting 2 rejuves.
I mean, here's the thing, right? I personally believe the bigger problem is not so much whether a play is safe or not, is the confidence and quality of execution. We can't have Abrams and Dorman be fighting a guy on top while the entire enemy team is contesting mid-boss. We're doing mid-boss. Where is the Dorman? Right?
Yeah.
Like that is my view. This is my entire view. So it is what it is,
I mean,
man.
MVP for this game, if Buff Enjoyers win, I think it's probably maybe Zergy again. That singular play of Warpstone Gut Shot just turned the entire fight.
I'm gonna take a step back and like think a little bit more about it, because it's a bit difficult, right? Overall, I would say we would have to look at what Cosmetical was doing, and also probably take a look at the latter part of the game. I don't think Graves has put in enough, like not effort, you know, but like enough results, positive results in the earlier part of the game. So it has to be probably a logical contest between Cosmetical and...
Two-man last shot into door.
Door going directly into spawn. One kill.
Yeah, I
coming
think
through for
Who
the
just got
Graves.
killed in the fountain. If Who can get out, it'd be great, but he might be a little bit stuck.
Massive Billy ult. Lush managing to get out, perhaps. Second pick on Hoot.
Yeah, so Who actually died in their fountain because of the lash into doorman cart. Fight still going on. Not sure if it's winning or losing, but I'm looking at the health bars, and Rake actually goes down. So now we're in a 4v6 situation outside their base. Listic sort of stuck. He's probably not going to get out of this.
This is going to be one of the more annoying slow chases we've seen today. This is burger flip enjoyment number 3.
And we're back to
right?
throw enjoyers. So, you know,
Yeah.
throw enjoyers into comeback enjoyers into throw enjoyers.
These games are so painful to look at, to play, to... Unironically, I think that the person suffering the most right now may be Lightbringer. I've seen him not have so much fun when the games get burger flipped. -3, not so much you can do on the map. You know, mid-boss spawns in 1 minute 30. I mean, very aggressive play from Leviathan here. Like, can we get a door to support it to make sure that this play can continue? You know, they can't really go for Shrine, but technically speaking, they could just, if Pocket was not an instant, because the entire problem is Pocket, right? You cannot go there because even if you have door, you get afflicted, you lose the game. If Pocket was not an instance, look at the distance of the door, right? You can go from mid-boss to their Shrine. It's not arguably the most annoying mechanic the buff enjoyers have had to deal with. I don't think it's been the mechanic that has like created the most issues to buff enjoyers, except for the Listic pick number 1 and the Listic bug pick number 2. Dorman looking for a pick here, invisible on looking at the map.
And just looking at the current state of the game, we're back to an even 258 versus 255. So only a 3k gap. It's anybody's game right now. And I believe it's going to loop him back to what I said at the start of the game. Right draft, they want to fight indoors. Left draft, they want to fight outside. So I think that's going to be a big aspect to where the game-ending play will happen.
I mean, you know, I don't... It's so difficult to gauge the quality of the individual players in the sense of, like, not individual players, like individual heroes at this point. Because from my point of view, right, I would say that probably Abrams is strong enough to call for a fight inside, right? You can probably go for it because your Abrams is strong enough to do it. At the same time, how much damage does Pocket do? How much damage does Billy do, right? It's a very in-game sense of feel, which as observers, we don't really get. You don't understand how much damage every hero is doing, except like just trying to guess it. Proccing Spirit Burn first time on Abrams in Dome, getting procced on the Pocket. Pocket HP going
It's
slightly
very
down, but
important
not
Abrams lives
massive.
here.
No ultimates remaining on buff enjoyer's side except for Billy.
And it's
This
going to be a
could
4-man
thing.
Billy ult. Oh my god, the Geist gets one shot. I believe maybe her swap got counterspelled because her health bar did not go up.
It did just get kind of swap again.
Yep. And this is going to be potentially the game. It's still 4v6. It's not awful, but
Not
if
gonna
both
lie, man,
teams...
I've stopped believing. I'm just gonna wait until one team actually drops the picture because...
Yeah, look, if we're playing safe from this point on, I believe Buff Enjoy should win. You got mid-boss, you got Rift. Just take any fight together. But I say that and Apollo went down. So now we're down to a 5v4.
Oh, we're playing this mid-boss. I mean, right now, Leviathan really wants the enemies to finish this, right? They do not want to contest it before. Their strongest fight is literally in the middle of the pit.
Oh, and Abrams goes in. Is he going to die for it? No, he warp stones away. Listic going for the chase. Zogi trying to output as much damage as possible.
Why are we trying to delay here? Is it
He
just
goes
because...
down. Abrams potentially going to go down as well. We get the stun. It actually pushes him through to mid-boxes. And they're going to focus the mid-boss as much as they can. Door comes in. Cart misses.
No cart
ABL trying his
available.
best. And this is going to be down to punches. We've got the Graves Wall. The counter to the doorman door.
Oh my.
And they get free.
Interesting early contest. I would say probably warranted because of the... Oh, and we're losing base. Oh, that's just tragic.
Yep.
Oh man.
Rift secured by
Abrams went for the
Abrams,
Rift.
but
Okay.
I'm not sure it's going to be the difference here.
I'm not sure he's gonna stay alive. That's
too
the
much
major
anti-heal.
problem. 1 minute half respawn timer into up 3 rejuves, max pocket boons, max Venator boons team. Triple quad indom on buff enjoyers right now. Are they gonna make a Graves win? Is Graves gonna have a 100% win rate for the entire tournament?
Potentially.
Oh no,
As
door! The
ABL
door
runs
does
it
not
down.
go down in time. Oh,
5-man last shot, 4-man last shot.
oh my.
Into the curse of the patron. Affliction is out, but this is not a fight you're winning. Guys cannot get swap off, and she goes down. And we're left with Lash, who's trying his goddamn best, but it's not
Vindicta carry?
enough.
No, not enough. Oh,
And comeback
my.
enjoyers. They take game
comeback
2.
enjoyers. What is the burger flip counter for this game? 4, right? If I'm not wrong. We got 4 burger flips.
Yeah, I
Uh,
mean, there was a lot of flipping.
A lot of flipping. Yeah.
Obviously, I think both teams aren't happy with the way they played. However, Buff enjoys one. So,
And Graves'
can find-
win rate stays up. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, they can find solace in winning the game. They're now 2 games up. A lot of the pressure relieved from them, and they're on match point in the BO5.
The Dorman counter.
The
Apparently
doorman
it's real.
counter. Yeah.
Apparently it's real. Wow, I did not expect this, man. I'm not gonna lie. It's everyone's game. Buff enjoyers lost best of 5, you know, 2-0, and went into a comeback for the enemy team. Got 3-2'd right afterwards. So we need to seal the deal. This is the second. I think this is the second official best of 5 they are taking. I'm not super sure about whether. I'm not super sure whether they had another best of 5 after the R1 tourney. Because the last R1 tourney got delayed. So this may be the second best of 5 they're taking, and this may be their win. Or well, you know?
Yeah,
We'll
I
see.
mean, I think if you're Buff enjoyers right now, you've got the momentum. You won game 1, you won game 2. It wasn't an easy win, but you did win it. And if you're in Leviathan shoes, both these games you're in winning positions, and it's got to feel gut-wrenching, right? It's got to feel
That's the
really
difficult part.
bad to be in these winning positions, knowing how you should be winning, and then just falling at the last hurdle. So
Yeah.
hopefully Leviathan can bounce back. I'd really like to see at least 4, maybe 5 games. But definitely, if you're Buff enjoyers right now, you're
I mean, you're chilling.
you're riding
but
the wave.
you-
You're chilling.
But you know, there's the football 2-0 effect, you know? Up 2-0 is the worst position to be in when you need to win something. You relax, take a step back, maybe do something that you should have not done. One game goes away, whatever, need to lock in again. Takes a bit too much time, you lose the second one, and now you're 2-2. So Buff enjoyers cannot leave the hook right now. They need to focus for the next game. It's super important, in my opinion, that Leviathan understand how to convert their early game phenomenal outcomes into getting down to the game, because it's happened twice. It's been happening a lot of scrims in a row. We need to get the conversion going. If they do get the conversion going, this will possibly start being a Leviathan streak, because again, you know, as much as we may say that this is a macro game, if your early game is this strong and this oppressive, and you understand what to do right afterwards, you can win, man. You can win. They know they can grasp it. It just takes a little bit to figure out how.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, they know they're great players. They know they're a great team. It's just about getting past that last hurdle, like I said before. And if they can manage to, you know, find something within them and pull through, we might be seeing, a 5-game series.
I mean, hopefully, you know, I'm up for it. That's what I'm here for. That's the goal I'm actively looking forward to. But
Yeah.
we're gonna.
And I've got one question, Mattia.
Mm.
We've seen McGuinness, we've seen Graves. What do you think is the third curveball? What do you think Lightbringer has up his sleeve?
The third horse of the apocalypse. I mean, I would argue. First off, I would argue Vindicta is one of the 4 horses of the apocalypse.
Okay.
I may need to open up the. I'm just gonna check that look, man. I need to go look at the heroes because it has to be a hero I don't remember about. You know.
I think
Arguably Ivy's not gonna be it, right?
you know what I think it is. I think it's a sneaky Victor. I think this hero is actually
Ooh.
really strong.
So
And I
if it's
think it might be
specifically
the curveball.
So this may be the most biased thing I've ever listened to. Also, your Torment Pulse build has been ruining the hero win rate across the globe.
What do you mean?
It's probably
a skill issue.
documented that almost, I would say, every player that touched your build lost an average of 2.5 entire ranks afterwards. Guys,
Skill
if you're
issue,
looking
skill
this
issue.
game, if you're looking this stream, stay safe. We're going to be moving to in-game stats for this game. The API is not working properly, so we're just going to be getting those. You guys are super used to them, so you'll be seeing the classic. The only stat we're missing is the damage taken per hero, but we can probably assure you it's the Abrams with the highest amount. While that goes, you know, I would say the only thing that's... I would say Cosmetical ultimates have been consistently taking out the right amount of HP. And look at the game quality when a 40-minute game has the highest player having 8 kills. Would you believe it?
Yeah.
Do you believe this?
Yeah, I mean, it's just highest level of Deadlock, right? You're
Right.
never going to really have someone go 25-0 because all these players are great. No one... Okay, all these players are great, but no one's the perfect player. No one.
course.
There's no faker of this game apart from Mikel S, of course. But
Not yet.
you're never going to see someone like fully take off in this game because, realistically, in a 6v6 game, you can you can put all your resources into shutting one person down, and you can do that. That can vary during a game. So you know, oh my god, Geist is so farmed. Okay, we're gonna get curses. We're gonna focus all our spells on her. What's the next issue? Oh, next fight, we're going on Lash. We can shut him down this fight. So it's very hard to get really ahead in these games at the top tier of Deadlock. But yeah, I mean, Cosmetical, 72k damage, dropping a nuke, showing off how strong Pocket can be.
It's very hard to argue that the highest quality, like, is the Pocket player the highest quality player in a team, right? Or in a game? It's difficult because Pocket will give you these numbers, but you need to play the hero. It's the same argument that I think Ney has with you. Is Dew like the best player to ever be born, or does he just play the strongest heroes available, right?
It's a bit of both. You know, when you're playing these side laners where you kind of have the most farm, you want your best player on that hero, kind of, most of the time, because he's going to be the one that takes you home. That's not to say you can't have your best player on the skirmisher or the support role or whatever,
Right.
because realistically, Deadlock is a team game. Everyone matters. Everyone needs to put in their 16% to make you win, right? You don't want anyone overcompensating more than that usually.
No, of course, of course.
But yeah, at the end of the game, at the end of the day, Deadlock is a team game.
It is, and this is also why I believe that compared to other games, any form of MVP attribution is very hard. And I also think that if the MVP attribution is easy to do, you're not looking too deeply into what the team decisions were, right? Because was Pocket the best player, or was the entire team positioned in a way that would allow Pocket to get in, right? Was ABL last game in the early game the best player, or was his team making him space to be able to follow up, right? It's always a back and forth between what is the right team decision, what is the right team choice, and what is then the outcome of it. It's very hard for Obikim to be the best player on Apollo because at some point his value starts dropping off and he becomes a different kind of hero. Do you consider his early game to be valuable enough for him to be an MVP? It's always difficult in games like this to evaluate players as their individual entity. It's much more so of the team itself, right? Anyways, we'll be moving on to the next draft pretty soon. Looks like Leviathan will be going for first pick this this draft. We're gonna have to take a quick 5-minute break, and then we'll be back for the next. So we'll see you in a bit. Sorry, 10-minute break, not 5-minute break, and then we'll be back for it in a bit. We're back? Am I back? Are you back? Are we
Are we
all
back?
back? Who's back? What?
Production.
Production!
Draft.
We don't see the draft. Production! Blind production! Ooh, sorry, I was getting anxiety there, man.
Okay.
I was gonna be going on paid leave.
So,
Paid
we're
for
back
myself.
for the
Sorry.
game free draft.
And Dorman got banned.
My background is just fully
How are
dark
you
now, but
yeah, you're a Dark Lord. You're
that's what happens when it turns nighttime.
oh, I
It
see.
becomes darker
And you play in this environment every day, right?
a little bit.
That's crazy.
bit. Okay, let's focus on the draft. Doorman has been banned by Levy.
Wow. I mean, they don't want to first pick it anymore, so it's like, yeah, let's just ban it. You know, it's just a case. I think Leviathan was just ballsy. It was like, yeah, okay, go on, take the Doorman. We talked about it before. I mean, what we're looking for here is just, again, is the Buffinger is going to be setting up with the first 3 picks. They're going to be going for meta drafts.
Mirage
banning the
banned
Mirage,
out.
enabling the
Buff
ability
Enjoyers.
immediately. We're going to be a pocket Geist, pocket Abrams, you know?
I'm feeling the Abrams. Maybe
I think the Abrams
maybe a
too. I
pocket
think
Abrams.
they like the Abrams. Yeah. I'm feeling the Abrams too. I'm not. Yeah, Holiday. Other super
never
strong
mind.
option.
Just
Yeah.
pocket Holiday. So
Yep. It is what it is, man.
not bad. Not bad. You know,
Not bad.
quite standard picks.
Yeah, I mean, you leave open a bunch of choices. Honestly, out of all the picks we've seen, oh, okay, we are speedrunning. No time for
Okay,
commenting.
Billy Drifter
On-
Rem.
Yeah. Do you
Okay,
think there-
Drifter playing to their strengths. You know
what we can
early
do?
game team, getting early stacks, always good.
So the normal idea for the draft right now would be, again, do we want to block the heroes? We want to block the frontliners? We want to block the damage leaders? Is there categories that we can sort of like cancel out? Of course, Abrams makes it so that Leviathan cannot cancel out the frontliners from Buff Enjoyers. Buff Enjoyers will probably look to ban the Yamato as what we've seen before. Holiday and Pocket don't really like to play into the hero early game. They get punished for their movement. Abrams also does not like any hero that actively builds the anti-aura item, you know. Abrams does not like to be shredded, especially early game. But everything is open. We've seen Lash get intermittent value from both teams. I think Leviathan job this game will just be to get a way to deny the pocket. And as we said, Yamato ban goes through. Apollo ban could be coming through as well. They saw that Obikin plays Apollo very consistently. Otherwise, we have Infernus ban, McGinnis ban if they fear it. Anything that comes to your mind right now?
Maybe a Lash. I feel like
Nice.
the Lash Abrams mid contest is very, very strong.
Yeah.
Other than that, there's a couple routes that they can go, so nothing really screams out to me. They might ban the McGinnis just because, you know, they get PTSD from game 1.
Mhm.
But yeah, there's a lot of things that they can ban. And it just depends where they want to take the draft. So they do
Ban the
actually
Apollo.
end up banning the Apollo, like you said.
Yeah. I mean, take away the Ram, take away the Apollo. Obikin pool goes down. Drifter not open either. What is he gonna go on? Mo and Krill? That would be crazy, right? We've seen him in the past drafts. We've seen him perform fairly well. Hard call because of the high consistent damage coming in from the Drifter, right? Most likely, when you get a Lash going, this sort of like mobile pick on the right, exactly. You just go for a high damage dealer, high burst hero that can also move and deny all of this. You want to get people that can build counterspell naturally or have inbuilt avoidances. Infernus, very good control pick, very good into the Abrams, denies a little bit of the lanes, forces a lane swap that Leviathan has been able to catch up to fairly confidently. What is the call here from Buff Enjoyers? Do we look for another, maybe McGinnis, you know, into Calico Infernus? That looks like a possible pick.
Yeah, so I think the Lash is probably going to be one of their side laners, so I'm not sure they can draft the McGinnis. They definitely do need some tempo heroes, and I'm looking at the drafts. Apollo's gone. Calico's gone, Drifter's gone. So what's next for these for the tempo picks? I'm not quite sure. Do you have anything in mind? Maybe a bebop? Maybe, you know.
I think people would be pretty hard. There is the argument, if they really like the Graves, that that Infernus doesn't really have a good timing to the Graves, but you know, Infernus kind of gets played more of an exploder man. So what Buff and Joris is thinking right now is, we're getting into this. How do we make sure that our comp is good at everything they do? Guys somehow left open up until now. Very good.
Okay.
Zerg getting on top of it. The only player remaining up to here, probably Obikim. What can you do to Obikim?
Sorry, I just got stun locked. I mean, going off the Geist pick, I feel like it was more of a deny pick, by the way. I feel like they're denying a side laner, and then they're making the Lash more of a tempo skirmisher. And then Mina, very interesting. So I do like Buff Enjoy's draft. I think Levy have only maybe Venator as a side laner, unless they want to pick the McGinnis themselves and try it out, but I'm not sure how practiced they are.
You know, you're 0-2. What do you go for? Do you go for comfort? Do you go for testing? It really depends. And I think that most of these players are just so much more comfortable on Venator, right? How many times have you seen these players not on Venator in pubs, right?
Sorry.
Are they gonna live? So is it gonna be Empty Dreams Venator or Empty Dreams Infernus? That's the one question I have.
Yeah,
because it's gonna be Demo on Venator. It's gonna be Demo on Venator. So
I think
Infernus probably.
I think both drafts are quite well rounded. I kind of like Buff Enjoyer's draft a little bit more. They just have a little bit more mid contest. They have Holiday, which is just, you know, the S tier pick hero. The Lash is a bit of a question mark, but I feel like he'll be fine. He can do damage. So I probably sway a little bit more to Buff Enjoyer's side. Not by much, though. Maybe like 60-40, 55-45.
I agree. I mean, you know, Buff Enjoyer's side seems more confident of a draft, right? It's not like we've seen Leviathan keep trying this sort of core with Billy Drifter, Ram Calico, right? It's been revolving around this. And it's been a gamble, right? I think this Drifter hero underperforms in a weird way. It's not that it's bad at all. It does a lot of damage. It's very annoying. Its map presence, scouting, etc. It doesn't put them in a position to be... It has not put them in the right position. Why? Because Buff Endurers knows how to move. They know how to be around the map. So unless you're winning this early game very hard and then using all of your resources to transition into the middle game, you're gonna have a tough time, I feel, right? It's a bit complex, man.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think. I mean, Leviathan, if this Drifter gets decent stacks, and not just stacks, but gets the map pressure on the right heroes, this can be a good start. That's my opinion.
I mean, I agree. I just think Levy have to fill their weaknesses with items. So slowing Hex, especially one of them, very, very good this game against Buff Enjoyer's draft.
100%.
Good against Pocket, Holiday, Abrams, Lash, Mina. So I'd like to see maybe 2 free slowing hexes and try and use that as your main catch tool, because you don't really have that para, you don't have a Holiday, you don't have this pick hero, you just have a lot of skirmishers. And that's not bad, you can definitely play around it, you just have to itemize well.
I would say that the way Leviathan has been playing, right? And the way we've seen, by the way, W reference from Force and Shot, Billy being basically unbeaten. It's like you saw it last game as well, right? Last part of the game, the Billy was super poor. The game was going badly. And then that Billy ult just confirms the kill on the heroes you need to kill. Having this permanently undeniable slowing axe on the right heroes.
Yeah, but strong. They do eventually buy counterspell, so I wouldn't.
Yeah, they did have
I,
5 combat spots.
yeah, so I mean, we saw it before in the game before. Like,
You're right.
Infernus ultied, 4 people counterspelled. Where'd my ult go? Like,
You're right.
what did it do? So there's solutions to these problems. It's just whether you itemize correctly and you're able to, play around those
Yeah,
items.
of course. Like, you know, Drifter melting down the Abrams, Drifter Infernus making Abrams laning phase terrible. Also, Lash laning phase fairly annoying. Pocket and Holiday being chased around by the Drifter, and again, Calico, Infernus, etc. Venator doing HP checks on the Mina, which is not a thing to like ignore, right? You can't really do much when you hear the bells and you are half HP on a Mina just flying in the sky, right? You just have to disengage. Also, Venator questionably like one of the better options against guys just because of one of the anti-heal, 2 just the deny of like the stun, you know, and stun plus ultimate can get guys from 1.5 1.6k HP late game to 0 in 1 tick, right? Which is an execute, right? That's what you want against heroes like guys. You want a ranged execute, and Venator is phenomenal for that. It all depends on the same problem we've had up until now. Are Drifter, Ram, and Calico able to hold the team long enough in the early game to get them ahead and not lose the mid-game phase, which has been there in the script over and over and over again, before Venator gets online and before the enemy lady guys gets quote-unquote more online than their Venator, right?
Yeah, and, you know, Levy know how they want to play. They want to play this tempo. They want to, you know, try and kill as much as possible, dominate the early game, and I want to see them actually transition that into a game win. So hopefully Levy can learn from their, you know, game 1 and game 2 mistakes and
100%.
actually snowball the game, get that first domino to, you know, fall and snowball it from there. But saying that, buff enjoyers aren't bad, you know?
Yeah, they are. Yeah, to be fair, they're a pretty decent team, you know. I would have to say they are a pretty good team. I mean, they just have to lock in like crazy. Also, guys, the names are slightly off center for now. They're gonna be adjusted as the game goes. Again, our overlays got broken by the latest game update, which is fairly sad, but they should be correct. This is what we're gonna get, guys. We're sorry, but it is what it is. Tech issues over tech issues. Valve is a very like developing company, so it's fine that they update their game so consistently. Anyways, getting into laning phase, almost the same kind of nothing burger we're expecting, but again, we need to see less of a nothing burger than usual from Leviathan, or we need to see them figuring out how to play their mid game. What's your view here? Like, how does Leviathan fix their team? How do they fix their gameplay mid-game? How do they avoid losing to buff endures the way they do?
Okay, first off, are we going to see a lane swap in this game? Probably not, because the first wave has already been cleared. But
Maybe
yeah, with Leviathan...
Come on.
Well,
Come
okay,
on.
they might wait this time, but with Leviathan's game plan, I think, you know, they're not doing anything extremely wrong. They're usually winning the early game. Game 2 was a bit of a meh, you know, sometimes you have bad games, you can't win them all. But if they just play to their strengths, they slowly get the stacks, they steal sinners, and they don't overplay, they don't overextend, they'll put themselves in a winning position.
I'm looking at the past drafts and I'm looking at like the past results. I would say that to put yourself in the right position in a team like this, right? You're most likely looking to go on to get fights going or to get like objectives that don't involve a very prolonged kind of fight, right? Calico wants to fight and retreat and like reset. Drifter wants to get a pick and then like trade his pick for like a very good hero. Venator can just chill there and wait for and like trade his team. He's the longest standing, highest uptime hero in the comp. And their one saving grace is definitely the Ram and making them able to re-engage multiple times. Billy is the one key that allows the Leviathan side, and almost every team that picks Billy close to another carry or like another big core to not just play off that core, but to not just play off that core, but to have multiple options and multiple solutions to a team fight. I think this has been one of the big points that Leviathan has been missing. We got this kill out, we got this this situation going. How are we not forced to just do it in the best possible way to win it? How do we have more options after the first part goes in? While we do this, also, before I give you the word, I also wanted to mention that Zerg is on Lash, and we have Hoot on Pocket, and Obi Kimamina and Cosmetical on Guy. So a little bit of a hero switch, but not so much, right? We're sort of touching the widest ends of the pool.
So they decided on making the Pocket the more tempo character, and Zergi's probably going to get more farm, which is very interesting. We'll see how it works out, because usually Pocket wants to be one of those heroes that gets a lot of farm, but maybe they've tried this in a scrim, or, you know, who has an idea of how to play it in a sort of more skirmishy role, and he can do well with it. So
yeah,
we'll see how it goes.
My view about this is that I don't think they're expecting Leviathan to ever be bundled up. So they may be playing Hoot more as a spirit carry than they would play him as, like, you know, the late game disabler and late game just like refresh. Like, of course, late game becomes the same, right? But early game, possibly completely ignore your normal like set of like affliction team fight sort of mechanic. Go directly for the spirit damage across the slightly lower HP heroes. And again, like, we do see Leviathan taking this massive early game lead, right? This has been in the script. They are consistently good at doing this every single game. Now,
yeah,
they know where the apple is. Can they extend their arm and grab it? Can they finally do something about their game that turns one of the most winning early game strategies into a always winning game strategy, right? We win every lane. How is it that we just don't win every game? What is the missing broken factor?
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's just like going for those low percent overextension plays. This Rem is really owning this lane. He's 4.5k at minute 5. That's crazy. But going back to your point, I think it's just don't get too overhyped. You know, play aggressive, but don't push the line. See where the line is in the sand, and just try and get as close to it as you can.
I think the important part is to understand, like what I tell to my friends all the time is that the more important thing out of all is to understand how to do nothing, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes that's just what this game requires you to do. Literally just wait, right? You have to wait for the respawns, you have to wait for the next cooldowns, you have to wait for everything that you need to wait for. As long as Leviathan, like, you know, maybe they find a way to not have to wait, maybe they find a way to brute force their way through the game, which, you know, we've seen is not possible, but the amount of skill required to pull it off has been crazy. You need perfect pathings, you need to not split up with your team, you need to make sure that the engagements you do are targeted properly, you make sure, like, all these small things that maybe Buff Endurance doesn't really have to worry about now become your worry, which gets you into a much more, like, less consistent sort of gameplay. Again, if you master it, perchance you're gonna be the strongest team on the face of Deadlock. But as long as Buff Endurance has a simpler, more consistent way to win the games, what can you tell them, right?
Yeah. And let's focus on the game a little bit, because we've been yapping a lot about game plans and stuff, and I'm looking at this. Levy are up basically 5k at 6 minutes, which is almost like 1k souls a minute. The right lane is not looking great for Buff Enjoyers, and they've already they did take the mid tower, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough. Great ult from Listic into the charge. They get 2. Probably not expecting 4 heroes, and it was a great reaction from Buff Enjoyers.
Yeah, very good collapse. Very good. I think this is a planned collapse. I don't think this is just a reaction collapse. I think that they decide, like, they know that they're gonna be ganked at that time, and they call for it, because this is not the first time we see them at like 7-ish minute mark go for a counter, like brawlish approach. This probably will lead them to take massive amounts of damage on the mid tower, which is basically down right now, right? Just takes one person, maybe the Calico, to get on top of it when she's invisible later in, or just banish her to get it whenever there's any form of space. 7 minutes coming. Probably you want to keep as much SP as possible to be able to contest the Stinners, but we'll see Fremok going back to base and resetting. Buff Enjoyers, once again, taking all the comeback back, but we also have to remember, right, when you see someone getting a soul gap, it's not so much of them just being up, right? You're not actually up. There's towers that have not been taken. There's camps that have not been taken. There's maybe kills or like low HP targets that will die at some point. So your job when you're upping souls is sort of like try to secure as much of what they could take from you instead of trying to maybe eat more, right? Go up, secure what you have, go up, secure what you have, and then break the pattern. Go on them, make them regret like expecting you to just secure your souls and get to finish the game, right? That's sort of my view of how you play a game when you're ahead. Massive pick coming into to this stick, 2 kill from between the Drifter and the Infernus towards the Lash. Infernus getting massive amount of souls, right? And I mean,
yeah, I mean, what turned into like a 5k lead at minute 6 is now an even game at minute 8 or minute 9 now. So Rake having the game of his life, 8k souls on the holiday, max barrels. He's probably the strongest hero out of the roster that, you know, at this point in the game. I don't think there's going to be a hero that's going to be stronger than a holiday with max barrels, especially at 9 minutes ish. And he's using that advantage very well.
It is a little bit of the sake of figuring out when is the spot where you can aggress, and perhaps, like, you know, this is the 3rd time we've seen this fight. Massive parry on the baiting soul confirm. A little bit of a burger moment here with a bunch of trades going in the favor of the one character that you don't really want to become rich, but it looks like he will be getting taken out as well. All trades that end up affecting negatively the development of the game in the side of Leviathan. And for once, we finally get to see a higher position Obikim on the map. Very rare to see him in this position. He's a phenomenal player when put here, but he just ends up never having to be here, right? He always has to play something else.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen it in the past. Obiken's been playing this more ult-orientated Mina, and I'm not sure if he's going to do it this game, just because the Mina ult got nerfed a couple times. But he's used to playing this hero. Like, he's pretty good at it.
He used to be playing the old bot Mina. He was pretty good at it. He used to play like a default Mina as well. Again, like, it's just heroes that he's not necessarily being put on in draft, but Obikim is a very versatile player that probably gets undervalued a lot because he tends to die more than you would think, right? Again, does it matter? It doesn't seem like so, and Buff Jersey is one of the teams with the highest win rates across the board, and they've been playing with Obikim for now so long, right? Looks like the map right now is fairly giving an advantage towards Leviathan, right? Again, Leviathan trying to bite a lot off the map, right? These areas probably will be going down. Now the question becomes, can this Infernus just secure this lead he just got, right? Can this Infernus keep going at this lead? Can he pressure the enemy team with it? Look at them, they're not even at 10k and he's all the way on top of souls. Will he be able to put his money to the work, to put his quick farming speed, his quick killing speed to work, or will he get baited into playing more and more too much of the game?
Oh, Lash ult onto the Venator. We've got Holiday nearby, and the Venator is going to fall, and that's your 2nd top net worth. It's not what you want to see, really.
Yeah, getting picked up from 3 heroes that don't really care about souls, they just care about getting you out of the game, right? Making sure the guys farm. But again, it is just in the hands of the Infernus, which seems to be, again, just playing with so little HP. Such a greedy way to play. If it pays off, the most efficient. If it doesn't pays off, just sets you back so much again.
I just want to point out the Rem healed the Billy there for about 1.2k.
Classic normal numbers at 12 minutes into the game of Deadlock, right?
Yeah. I think we need to have a look at this Resto Locket item, Yoshi.
Perhaps, you know, just perhaps.
And double rebuttal picked up for buff enjoyers, so they're
Again,
aware of what they're playing
they are
against.
aware. They're aware, not clueless.
You know, you have the Calico with the melee damage, you have the Drifter with the melee damage, and also the Billy with the melee damage. So really effective item against these heroes.
Here's the pick we were talking about. Can Empty Dreams get out without just losing his entire lead to here? The dash comes through. Also looks like Rift gets secured from Leviathan. Honestly, really good state. ABL not getting caught here, it seems. Empty Dreams with a very greedy contest of this push.
Oh, this is going to be 2 points Inferno Assault. How much is going to heal? He doesn't actually... Well, that was off the heal bone. Yeah, it was the heal bone off the kill, so he doesn't get the lifesteal, but it does manage to make him survive. And is he actually going in here? He's actually... This guy's crazy, but it looks like it works out.
What a greedy set of gameplays from the Infernus. Paying off like crazy, right? 16k. What can you tell me? But
not only do they get the Rift, they get the Walker on that side, and they defend their Walker. So great set of events for Leviathan here.
This is basically the second time in a half we've been in this situation. It's just the sake of waiting. Patience will pay out. Can Leviathan do it? Can Leviathan achieve the turning point of their gameplay and go from just a team that's competing for first place to the first place in Europe?
Yeah, for sure. And that's not to say Buff Enjoyers can't come back in this game. 9k lead. I mean, it's nothing to scoff at, but like, it's still playable. The game's not over yet.
100%. I mean, we've seen it. That's the problem, right? We have to see the order off. We have to see how does Leviathan blocking the deal. And he got blasted, but
he just died in 4 seconds as like a frontline Abrams. That's crazy.
I mean, you know, the classic Era Domini HP check system. Infernus getting ulted, it looks like. Already will be taking damage. Infernus in a very aggressive position. He's fully green, so he doesn't care too much. Holiday goes down, but so does the Infernus for 40 seconds. The souls are back to even.
Even-ish. You know, it was a 10k lead. It's now like a 6k lead. Oh, good parry. 2 amp. Manages to actually kill the...
Finishes
he actually kills ABL.
Pretty important pick as well.
Oh, good parry from Listic. Gets the spirit buff, but is not going to be able to kill the 2.5k HP Venator. Way too hard to kill, especially with the Resto Locket. And Overseas picks up the urn.
You know, there is, going back to what I was talking about the art of doing nothing, right? There is a point where you have to also learn how to stop doing nothing and do something. I think Leviathan is really, really prominently understands very well what they need to do. But I do think that Buff Enjoyer's understanding of what their call is at any point of the game comes from an initial vision of here is what we need to not do. And here is what just we cannot do right now. Okay, these are the rules. What can we still do? And this mindset is what allows Buff Enjoyers to be put in a place where most of their souls and most of their players are always going to be on top of souls. They're always going to be efficient enough at any point in the game. And, you know, this is just the default. This is just the default part of the gameplay. The on top of souls is just the first part. If you figure out what and when are the times you need to do something, that creates the second part of the gameplay, which is the entire team part. We see the two Seaworth users splitting souls, basically. You can say that.
2 rats in a tunnel.
Yep.
Only one can take all the boxes, but
Infernus.
Definitely a mechanic that is very strange, and I hope Yoshi does take a look at. Not sure why there's only 3 heroes that can interact with it, but it is what it is.
Infernus, burn them to ashes. Kill the rats. Right. We're going to start moving into the later part of the game, getting closer to what most teams are used to be doing as like collapse timing, which is just find a place, get a kill, and start snowballing off of it. We've not seen Leviathan do it properly yet, but we may be starting to see this game where they've managed to keep an advantage all the way to the 18-minute point.
these are going to be the pivotal fights. This next rift, especially 20-minute buffs and earn, and any kills around this point usually leads to a mid boss, especially if you team wipe them, obviously.
Of course, yeah. 100,000%. Looks like we're going to be getting the first pick from Buff Enjoyers on the Venator, sorry, on the Drifter going down. Pretty difficult fight where you have to dedicate a lot of time and resources into chasing, but it looks like Buff Enjoyers do have all of the resources to do so, so they're not scared of doing it. Obikim tries to go for the ability, but the HP is a bit too high for him to confirm. Ram in the tunnels, not a big bag here available. Cannot go on top of the Venator yet.
This Venator dies here, it's really bad, but it looks like he's going to have backup from his Infernus. They take out Listic. You're not mad if you're Listic there, you know, your top 2 net worths are
no, 100%,
killing
100%
you.
not mad, yep. Again, you know, like every pick, every small mistake from Leviathan's side just brings Buff Enjoyers closer because of the way combat kills work, right?
Yeah. And Siphon Bullet's now online for Zergy, so he's going to be outputting a lot of damage, and
Very
we're
big
20
rush, I'm not gonna lie.
seconds. 20 seconds to Rift, so he's going to be super strong for this Rift fight. He is on the opposite side though right now, so he might try and turn up to the fight quite late.
Oh,
but...
do you see what I'm seeing?
Oh, is this is a mid-boss attempt, right?
Apparently this is the way in which Leviathan secures the game. 18-minute brawl into 18-minute mid-boss.
Okay, Billy Chain, 1-1 right now, 2-1.
2-1.
They actually get one redo for Buff Enjoyers. Nice
need to turn it into a net positive. No need to not feed the wrong kills. We need to target focus properly. Geist needs to go down. Pocket needs to go down. Lash is not here. Actually, Lash has come here.
Okay, no more redos for Buff Enjoyers.
Just leave, but we keep using these rejuvenators. Keep playing together then. Get something more from this. Do not just get the value from the mid-boss. Do not want to lose this much time and map, but like, look at Buff Enjoyers waves.
It's
Two
very
walkers basically going down. It's
very hard for Zergy to play indoors, so they just probably decided to leave. And as I say that, they're going right back in, realizing that the enemies are taking Rift and basically out-pushing the waves that were pushed into them. They capitalize and actually managed to take out Fremok, which was the one person who used the rejuve.
Yeah, sadly, I would say that they did not fight quite effectively enough, and it looks like Buff Enjoyers will be contesting Drift very reasonably, right? They are, they know that the enemy team is resetting or not here at most. A lot of damage coming in from the Venator, but not focused enough to actually make a difference. Parry again on ABL, not looking pretty, but Listic gets counter parried. Nothing that can be covered in.
Oh, and the rejuve got used, so now Venator is in a bit of trouble. The resto Locket is actually going to keep him alive for a little bit more, but Hoot chases him down. Rift is still in play, by the way. Calico trying to touch. Time's almost up. The orbs are going to spawn.
Who's going to be able to confirm them too? I think Buff Enjoyers have way too much space, but they actually secured the Rift, get kills, and probably just transition into a Walker, man.
So this is what we're talking about. These are the pivotal fights, the mid-boss and the Rift fight. This is going to be the first big swing of the game. 8k up, probably going to turn it into a Walker, so we're going to be 11k up. And if you're Levy, you're kicking yourself, you know? You were in the position, you had 2 rejuves, you had 1 rejuve for this Rift fight, and you're still managing to lose.
Have you ever played Extractor games, by the way? Any kind, like Tarkov, like...
Yeah, I've got a couple hours in Tarkov.
Alright. So you know how the logic works, right? You can play to just get loot, you can play to just get whatever you need and get out, or you can play to just play for the entire lobby. I think what Leviathan tries to do is play the most mechanically requiring, right, team-wise mechanically requiring version of the game, which, for example, right, that mid-boss, perfect, they get 2 rejuves. They need to know how to execute right afterwards. They're up to rejuves, they cannot lose the fight. They cannot lose enemies. They cannot get the slow pick afterwards. And this is probably one of the most exciting and definitely fun ways to play these competitive games. So I don't think anyone should ever blame or say that Leviathan are doing a mistake in the way they're playing. It's much more so that Leviathan should be understanding, and I think they do, how much work and time they need to put into this specific gameplay, and not be demoralized by how much sort of simpler the other version of it is, right? Of
Yeah,
course,
for sure.
there is a problem. If you win games in tournaments, you get more money. So there is always a problem where it's not so much just a game anymore, right? You have to think about the rest. But in my opinion, this specific phase of the competitive scene is where you want to put the most time into just exploring the way to play the game, right?
So, yep. As
Sorry
we
for the
focus
gap, let's
on
go
the...
back to the game.
No, it's all good. Lasso attempt onto the Calico, but the Ren with the healing and the DB and the ulti manages to kite him out. A little bit of a nothing burger, but it was a good attempt from Rake.
Looks like we're not going to be getting any specific big spike coming in from Leviathan. Always Cosmetical, keeping up with the souls, keeping up with the economy. He understands the way to get rich. Waves are super shot for buff enjoyers. Leviathan finding himself a bit of a hard position, which does not really allow them to convert very well. Freemo getting chased down by 2 people. Will probably be a longer chase. No ult yet available on the holiday. Ram close on the Drifter, but not enough damage to take the Abrams down. Mina gets stunned and no TP available. Will die.
One
She does not get it
second, but he gets
soon.
chained and
When she
he's
goes down.
dead. And we've got the crushing fist on the Billy. The 2 punches, so much damage.
Very good counterspell from Billy here. Does not get afflicted. Zergy does get a pick on Freemo, who was already out of position, so not the worst. Who gets picked as well? Lash goes down with the ultimate. Lash damage is very insane at this point. Not put it down. He's definitely able to clear the rest of the team as he does. And, you know, another very good start of the fight that turned into a very bad one.
Yeah.
The entirety of Leviathan has to reset, but most of them
Zergy
cannot
running
access their base.
past the Guardians to kill the Rem, looking for the Venator now, and the Venator is stuck in a hard place, between a rock and a hard place, and he's actually just dead.
Wow. This is...
Okay, this is a little bit of disrespect, but I don't hate what they're doing.
I mean,
this
you know,
is
it's
playing
not
to your
so much
advantage.
disrespect as it is. My character is super strong. I have one of the highest damages, and I trust it so much. Also, I don't really risk anything. You know, if I die and trade one, my team got the Guardians anyways. This
Great
is
corner
not...
boost there by Cosmetical, dodges the Drifter W.
This is definitely not the worst state we've seen Leviathan come back from, right? We've seen them come back from much worse states than this. This is just like a 16k behind, which is just like the enemies having 6ks before you, right? Like first 6ks being picked up from the enemy, second 6ks like being available, you know, if you want. But it's not...
Let's look at the scoreboard for a bit, because I do want to see the items.
Yeah.
So we've got 4 slowing hexes on Leviathan's side. And we've got 4 dispels, 5 dispels? 5 dispels on Buff Enjoy's side. So we're at that point in the game where your slowing hex really isn't doing much to catch these guys. And you can see from the fights, like, Zergy's just getting out for free most of the time.
I mean, it is just a case of like Lash being this impactful, right? It's again like you have the 3 sides of the game. You have the tempo core of the team, which is literally in the middle of buff enjoyers between Break, Hoot, Listic, and Obikim. You have the carry side of the team, which is sort of like what Cosmetical has been doing, and then you have the semi-carry side of the team from Zergy. Both the semi-carry and carry side of the team just have to play their game, get it going, not have too much time. And the rest of the team just has to play out. The big lasso coming in from the holiday.
You're super sad. You're super sad if you're Venator here. You've just been lassoed. You've just been afflicted. Guys, I've tanked all their spells. Where are you? And they still lose the fight. Looks like Rem's just going to get chased down. It's going to be the
Overseas
last
clears
kill.
out Zergy though. What is going on back there? The most difficult trooper to kill in the history of Deadlock, apparently. I don't want to be the bad guy, man.
What do you want to say, bro? Say it.
If I'm in here, man, I'm not having a positive outlook of things.
You think they ran out of gas? You think Levy After
Hey, man,
game
it
one,
is-
game two, it's just too much momentum.
It is one of the big things, you know. You come from the lower brackets. Your disadvantage is that you played for you already played a best of 3, right?
Yeah.
Most of these players are used to playing at this time, so we are fairly confident that they can definitely focus at their best. It's still important to realize that, you know, if you play games before, you do as much time as possible. You get stressed, you get tired, you make mistakes. Mistakes you maybe would have not made on a game 2 or game 3, right? You're currently on game 5 of the game 6 of the day, actually. So
Yeah.
starting to get a bit tiring, right? Abraham coming in, secured rejuve.
Just securing the rejuve. There's no reason to risk it. They're probably going to take this 3 minutes and just farm a little bit, unless obviously Leviathan play a little bit too far up. If they give any kills here, it probably leads to another shrine.
I mean, the next power spike for buffing Joyce is going to be 190k, where they all get their next 6k item, right? That's basically the goal. 190, maybe 200k, so they can generally just wait a little bit, and when that comes, just brawl, just send the game, right? You know, you're currently like only 15k up. Definitely, the enemies can come back from this. Leviathans do need a little miracle to come back from this current situation.
I mean, just look at the map. Look at how Buff Enjoyers are playing right now. They're spread out so much, farming so effectively, because they know that Levy are just going to sit in their base. Levy have no play here.
I'm trying to think, man. I'm trying to think what is the call, because the Billy S money, man. The Billy S money is just the guys. This guys has been so consistent at getting the souls, at getting the money, and at getting the fight, at not dying at the right timings. Again, just the case. Is it the player? Is it the character? Because the character has been doing a lot, but Cosmetical is now on his second character doing this, you know? Drake is on his third game, basically blocking out the entirety of the middle part of the game, right? And allowing it for the game to get to this point. Doesn't matter how ahead Leviathan are, if Drake finds the right pick, what can you even do about it, right? Listic has been playing well, just a little bit, like, you know, it's currently not a super frontline meta, so you do struggle to see the various advantages, but it's important to mention that Listic was part of most of the reason why Leviathan were winning the first games against Leviathan. Sorry, Leviathan were winning the first games against Leviathan in the upper bracket best of 3. So again, it's just the case of current game versus overall games. Pocket getting cursed, low HP here, he's still a Rejuve. Rejuve will not be going out for him. Or we can get into Shrine. Pocket has the ability to get out. Most of the enemy heroes are low HP. ABL going down first, you don't want to see that as your damage dealer. Oh,
yeah, I think at this point they're just running out of gas, and you know, the scoreboard says everything, right? They're 30k up, a couple heroes on fire. If we check the score lines, we would probably see that it tells the story of the game, you know? Cosmetical's farmed, Zergi's farmed, Oberkum's, you know, surprisingly had a good game where he hasn't had the feed, and Listic's taken up that role of making space for his team. And this is the last
Savior Ram ult coming in. Billy will be going down in a second. And I mean, what to say, man?
I mean, nice and quick game from Buff Enjoyers. They played it really well.
Sealed.
You got to think they were 5k down at minute 8, 6k down almost, and they make it seem so easy.
Good game.
Wow, man. I mean,
Good game.
what to say?
Yeah, what to say? I think Buff Enjoyers played really well. They had some really good strategies. I liked the Graves. I liked the McGinnis. Last game was sort of just, you know, maybe the pocket was a little bit of a curveball, because we haven't really seen Hoop play it, and he played the more skirmishy pocket. Not saying he didn't farm. He did farm quite a bit, but he managed to make it work. So
I mean, Leviathan were blocking out OBK and pick potential, but apparently the Mina was open, you know, and that led still to a very good and suitable hero for the mid game. As I was saying before, Drake basically making sure that Zergi and Cosmetical would consistently be hovered, making sure that the enemies that do a little bit too much of a deep dive get punished, because that's another very important thing against a team like Leviathan. I mean, end of day, there's so much you can do when a team just understands how to win against another team.
Yeah. And it's just Buff enjoys proving again why they're so dominant in the region. They adapt to the meta. They're not scared to pick new heroes, new strategies, and apply them to their games and be ahead of everyone in that sense. And then also, they're just 6 great players who play together as a team well.
That's been the call, you know. It's sometimes you do see that perhaps a way of playing a comp to play the game is more important than the draft that makes it up, you know. It is what it is. The 2 teams have finished. We are grateful for everyone that participated in the tournament. We're going to be getting to the match stats in a second. We're probably going to take a quick 2-minute break afterwards to set up everything, you know, for the upcoming part of the end of tournament. We're probably going to see if we can get an interview in. And I mean, that's it, man. Buff and Juris takes first place, Leviathan takes second place, and yeah, Abrahams finds himself in third place.
You know, it's a 3-0, but it wasn't an easy 3-0. Game 1, Game 2, very, very close. Of course, Game 3 was arguably a stomp, but Leviathan had some opportunities there. You know, looking at the early game, it was going great, but if I'm Levy and I'm their coach, I'm definitely looking at how I transition from those like winning lanes, that small soul lead that you get, and turning that into a full map win, you know?
I mean, that is the main point, right? It is the main interest of everything. It's always sort of something you don't want to look at negatively, because I think these players are monstrous at winning the early game. They win the early game almost every game, and it's just the sake of what to do right afterwards, right? Anyways, we'll be taking a quick 1-2 minute break. We'll be looking to get a quick interview in. As we were saying before, first place is getting 3,000 euros, second place is getting 1.5k, and third place, Abrahams, is getting 500. So these are the prize pool splits, and we'll be getting back to everything in a second. So we'll be back in a second, guys. Thank you so much for following us, and we'll see you in 1 or 2 minutes with the interviews. Oh my god, look at what we got, man. Rare find. Do you want to pick
Well,
Tanner?
well. I mean, it's Pocket himself.
It's Pocket himself, the one Pocket player, literally the only Pocket player to ever live. How are you feeling right now, Mr. Cosmetical?
I'm feeling pretty happy. The matches were rough, like early on when we had to play the best of 3 against Leviathan. It was pretty rough. So I was kind of expecting a similar like difficulty for these matches, but they went surprisingly well. So I'm feeling pretty good about it.
What do you think has been making you transition their very early game sort of like presence into your fairly consistent 18 to like 20 minute sole lead and then like making that into the win of the game?
It's about like I think I've started playing more selfishly because I used to have this problem where I kind of wanted to help everyone. Like it's like helper syndrome, and I think there's probably more people that have this issue. But I kind of cut through that, and I started playing a lot more selfishly. And even when there's like a fight at Rift, normally like early on when I joined this team, I would probably just go to that fight, even if I die, even if I don't have like swap or something, and it would be really bad for my souls. But you just gotta be like playing a lot more selfishly and farming a lot more, and that definitely helps. Because now you have games where I'm just running down a walker solo, or I'm just farming a bunch of sinners, or farming doubles, and I just get a big money lead, and it just really helps. And that's probably like the biggest change I made to my gameplay that had the most impact.
Tanner, do you have a big question to ask? Something crazy you want to ask him?
I mean, I was going to ask, like, how much do you trust your teammates when they pick these sort of experimental heroes like McGinnis and Graves? Because obviously you guys have an idea about these heroes. We've seen it in the tournament before, like with the McGinnis, for example. But is it sort of something that you put your input from your side? Is it a team-decided thing? Or is it like one day, Hoot says, hey, I've been playing Graves a lot. Can I pick Graves in this game?
It's kind of like the latter part a bit. A lot of the time we'll talk it through the team if we do anything like out of the ordinary, but a lot of the time it's also kind of like out of nowhere, like, hey, Grace could be good here, like, hey, McGinnis is still really good. It's like a really good game for McGinnis. And honestly, as for trust for my team, I mean, for me at least, these are like the best players in Europe right now, so I have like full trust in them that they can play these heroes if they say they can play them. So obviously we still discuss it with the team if you actually want to pick it or not. Because in tournament it's really different. If we're talking about a scrim where you just pick something last, it's fine because you can experiment. But if you do it in a tourney in a grand final, just out of nowhere, it's a bit risky, and you don't really know what to expect. So it's kind of like a weird decision to make, but we do it as a team.
Yeah, I mean that's probably what separates a good Deadlock team to a tournament winning Deadlock team. Because having that trust in your teammates and, staying ahead of the meta per se, that is what wins these tournaments at the end of the day.
Yeah, I agree. We were like some of these heroes. We initially weren't expecting to play them for a while. Like we started picking up like Gun McGinnis recently. We weren't like at all expecting to play that. And then one like in like a tournament match, we decided like, hey, like McGinnis would be really really good here. So we just put Sergey on Gun Guinness because well, Sergey's a good player. He should be able to play it. We trust that he can play it, and it worked really well. So things like that, it's really useful to have.
That's good to hear.
I mean, that makes sense. I think the one last thing that I was sort of mentioning, thinking about, is I've seen you guys, and this is sort of like a recurring theme, like sort of a meme in Lightbringer's chat at this point, that you guys have problems with mid-boss, right? Can you tell me a little bit what is like actually happening when you have to approach a mid-boss? Like, what do you guys think, or at least like what do you think, right? How do you approach it?
I mean, there's like so many factors to it that it's
no, of
kind
course,
of hard to explain.
You can use which of the 3 games like mid bosses like comes to your mind more, or like you remember more like playing?
I don't remember exactly the mid boss. I think for the third game, it's like
third game
to explain.
Perfect. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, it comes down a little to like the easiest way to like do it is like how many people are dead or what ults they have. Like they don't have Infernus ult, they don't have Pocket ult or something, then this could be like a good chance to go mid. But it's also about do they even have like the ability to get to mid? Like say all your waves are pushed in, even if they have all the ults, they might just not be able to make it to mid in time. And then you also have like heroes like Calico. Level 2 bombs for Calico, they shred the mid boss for melee resist, so you can kill like much faster than if you don't have Calico. So you can have that factor in like how fast you can kill it. Can the enemies even get to the mid boss? Or like straight up, are you just going to like kill them? Maybe just completely ignore like all the rejuice. I think for game 3, it was like the standard, we wipe like important players and then we just go kill mid. But I think there were some mid bosses we did in this tourney that could be seen as a bit risky. But it's like you just see something on the map, like a enemy that's really important not being near mid. They're doing Urn or doing the Rift, or they're just not expecting it, and you can just one-shot it.
Yeah.
Sure. There's one last question which I want to ask, which is from game 2, that it's the game that went the longest, right? I saw that you guys went for a bunch of like back-to-back risky shrine takes, and I saw you guys doing it like fairly consistently in scrims. What is like your approach about we have a lead, but we can take a shrine, but we're gonna lose some people for it? Is it worth it? Does it not? What is sort of like your idea?
It depends on the map state. It's like if you have like say there's a mid boss up, or there's a rift, or there's an urn, then it's automatically dying for a shrine. It's still good because the shrine is like so strong to have that advantage. But a lot of the time when we make these risky shrine plays, there's just nothing on the map besides maybe some jungle that they can like take. So even if we die like 2 or 3 people, realistically with like all the waves shoved in, there's just nothing to take. They can't really go to our base. There's no mid boss for them to take. There's no urn, no rift. So it's just dependent on what kind of objectives you have left on the map. But usually it's still worth it to some degree to just die for a shrine because it's just so important.
I think this sets the serious questions I have in mind. Do you have anything else remaining, Tanner?
No, I think I got all I needed.
All right, so I'm gonna ask one super quick last thing, which is, do you have someone that you find yourself laning better with in the team, and like, can you explain why? Or is it more global, you know?
I don't think there's anyone that I particularly lane better with. I think if there's anyone, it's probably Obicune, because a lot of the time I end up playing heroes, especially when I started playing like a while ago when I played Pocket, when there was like a different build where I went like earlier Superior Duration. I would play for more of a stall lane, and someone like Obicune really understood that. Well, if you have someone like Listic wants to win his lane a lot of the time. Like he plays very aggro. Well, I a lot of the time play heroes that want to stall more or poke more, and usually Obicune plays around that a lot better. So, but I lane pretty well with everyone in my team.
Okay, I think this sets it for me. We took you a long time for today. I think we took you here for a lot. If you want to say anything else that we not ask you, or like if there's a question you wanted us to ask you, please like talk a little bit about it, or like tell us right now. Otherwise, all right, get the fuck out. We need to open CS:GO cases. Oh, actually, if you want to stay for a CS:GO case, you can stay as well.
No, I want to go eat something. I haven't eaten yet.
Yeah, that makes a lot. That makes a lot of sense, man. Also, you have to remember, whenever I'm making these questions, I have to look at like chat, and I have to see people making comments of me being bald. So it's I've been having to
Oh
stay
my
serious for
God.
3 days in a row. It's not simple, man. It's not simple.
Bro, you are so bald. It's unbelievable.
It's crazy. It's so. I mean, yeah, I shaved it before the tournament. It was not that
Do you
bald. I
shave,
was
like,
like,
do you shave it every day?
oh no. This has been a prime thing for the
Okay.
tourney. I usually don't do it, but it looks pretty bad. So it's
Yeah,
just like-
because most like so there's some bald people like yours is like extra bald. no hate, bro. No hate.
Oh, no,
hate.
no
Full
worry,
up, bro.
No, don't worry, man. Like it's the last thing. It's all fun and jokes. I don't take anything. All right, man. Thank you a lot for coming up. Thank you a lot, guys, for participating. Thank you. We're gonna say thanks to like all the teams that participated, like in private as well. As we said, we're gonna be appointing the MVP probably end of day today. We're not gonna do it live right now. And yeah, go to eat, man. We need to gamble a little bit.
Bye. Bye.
Easy,
Bye.
easy.
Bye.
We're not gonna move you. We don't have the budget for that. You have to leave yourself.
I didn't want to just like leave while I'm still on call or something.
Yeah.
that they just hear me leaving.
You can't
I'm
get
a
out.
dip then. Thank you
Yep.
for the interview.
Bye.
Bye.
Wow.
That went well, man.
Is it time?
I think it's time, man. I think we need to ease out a little bit.
We need to fund the prize pool somehow.
And we need to think
Production?
a little bit about how do we think about the MVP, man? We need something that gets us. You gotta transition us into the same exact scene. Yeah, that's. Oh no, actually, yeah, I'm a bit bigger, you know. True. Oh yes.
And this is
Here
how we fund the
are.
prize pool,
Oh,
guys.
we're staying here for the rest of the night, guys. I'm gonna keep it a buck. For those who are waiting for Deadlock games, it's over, guys. The tournament is over. Now
Deadlock
play a
is
real
over.
Valve game. So Tanner, for you the honors. Which case are we opening first? Oh, we have to wait. One
Is
second.
production ready? You've added a browser source.
Browser sources let you display a web page from the internet or local file and are commonly used for widgets and alerts. Set the URL to the page you'd like to display. We can live reaction. We can. I've not seen this. This is a new overlay. Production put more effort into this than into the match stats. We're gonna have to talk about this with the production afterwards. But it is what it is. Tanner, to you the honors.
Do the gamma too. Do the gamma too.
It's a pretty big case, isn't it?
At the end.
Yeah, that's like, is that like not a heavy hitter immediately? I think there's a karambit in here. Am I crazy?
Maybe. Gold.
I mean,
Gold.
specifically this one, right?
Gold.
Man, Rake is not in the channel anymore. Otherwise I would bring him here. We know German people have higher luck in Deadlock cases.
Gold.
We've been opening for a while. I think it's due, right? It's a lock. It's just a lock.
Gold.
No stress.
Gold.
No stress.
We don't even have the 7 TV, but
What is this?
I'll do it.
What is this? Oh, it's triple gold. Yeah, you have to write gold multiple times. How many viewers are we gaining with CS:GO? Because usually it goes off, by the way. For anyone still in the stream, usually we get triple the viewers with CS:GO cases than we do with the tournament.
You choose Mattia.
We can.
Do this IRL. I'm not doing that IRL, bro. I'm not doing that IRL.
I mean, chat is gonna have a case in 1 minute. We're on delay rising, so I think we. I want the pink. I want the pink one. The pink one seems pretty chill. Yep. Get us in. Spin the wheel.
Gold.
Oh, you have to-
Gold.
Don't leak. Okay, fine. Impossible for you to dox yourself again. Surely, right? Deadlock cases, man. I wish.
Deadlock. Imagine.
Bro, what is this? This is poop and
Bro,
burn.
how are we gonna pay the players? How are we gonna pay the players?
Bro, we need like all the 5. First thing, we don't have the 5k to pay. We need to get it from the cases. Just joking. We have the budget, guys. It's just a joke. Captain, Upton came here because in a stream there was like the smell was just disgusting. So he had to came to this. Come on.
Gold.
Oh, that was a pink. That was actually a pretty cool pink as well. Bro, come on, give me something. What is this? How is this battle card even opening? Do this IRL snaps. I'm not doing a VR IRL. There's like a limited amount of content I can make that's like funny. VR is like a bit too much above. Okay, chat. So we have 1 minute delay. So if you write the case now, we're gonna do it as soon as we read, like basically when we read it, right? So write the case right now as you're hearing my voice. Half the four.
Do the chroma free. Do the chroma free.
Yeah, I think the chroma free seems like the best option. Wait. The M4A1 is fire though. If we get that, okay, this could be the MVP prize if we get it. Not if it's battle new.
Imagine.
Okay. If it's factory new with stat track, perhaps it's not the MVP prize. It just contributes to it. Come on. Right.
Oh. Purple.
You know what? This is the MVP prize. No, if you don't turn to the other side, yes, it does. All right. Yep, and we just snake bite. I'm feeding the snake bite case, man. £185? That's a shitload of money. That's true. Man, I wish we had cases in Deadlock. I mean, we need to get more excited. The game knows we're not excited about winning, so it's not gonna let us win. We don't want it enough. Tanner, you need I'm not screaming. Has leaping, bro.
I'm not screaming, bro.
Tanner, you need to scream, mate.
Oh, gold.
Win.
Gold.
Go. Come on. I can't be.
Wait. There's no way.
I'm gonna have a gift. Nope. Who the fuck makes these skins? Who decides that? Yeah, guys, let's put rust, dirt, and shit on top of a P90. It's gonna look phenomenal. We need to align our chakras. Tanner, you do the honors. Which one is it?
We need to VR each other. I mean, align our chakras, like you said. Right?
Keep going, man. Keep going. I'm taking the Falcon. Guys, how do we have 260 viewers?
Yeah, go for it.
I mean, W like the dedication, but I'm pretty sure this is higher in some parts of the tournament. Come on.
Go.
Come on.
Go.
Banana.
Go.
Come on.
Go. This game sucks.
Gambling is so hard, bro. Fuck.
Oh, junk. Junk. Gold.
Man, we need something, Tanner, we need something, man.
What do you want from me, bro? What do you? I'm giving all my chakra in. I'm putting all my chakra in. I'm getting nothing out. Go. It's another blow. This is why you don't gamble.
This is why you don't gamble, guys. This is a very good, I think, this is a very good example of why you should not ever gamble, guys. And what do we want here? We want the whiteout, right? No, what's the name? The Prince Stream. The Prince Stream. I think we want the Prince Stream. I mean, it's the one that looks the best, but Anubis is also pretty fire AK. Come on.
Gold.
No, we got another.
Junk.
Jank. I have to turn off my AC. I don't have enough money anymore for it. All right. I mean, that was it, man. Guys, is it wraps?
Yeah, I think so.
It's
Quick
pretty much
3-0.
wrap.
Quick 3-0.
3-0, man. I was ready to go all night, but it is what it is.
It
Again,
is what it is.
I think it's time we do a quick thank you to all the teams that participated before we say goodbye, because it's important to understand that. Can you move us over to the team view, please? Buff Enjoyers, first place in the tournament, second place from Leviathan, third place from Abrahams, fourth place taken by Silence, and then of course the seeding splits up technically. Next place to Fearless Furies, but you know, again, seeding just splits up a little bit here because License Dice and Fearless Furies basically got out at the same round, and then Dynamo Kiev and Echo Team got out first round. Every one of these teams put out a phenomenal fight. All the teams on the bottom row came from open qualifiers and played a super rough day one to get first seed. I don't think anything can be said, man. I'm so grateful. This was a community project. This was like something we've been building up. We're gonna keep doing this. I hope the players enjoyed it. I hope the teams had fun. And overall, man, I mean, thank you to everyone for watching. Thank you, Critman, for casting the past 2 days. Thank you, Tanner DL, for coming up.
All good. All good.
Yeah. We still need to pay you. But thank you to.
Wait, why did we just open cases, guys?
Yeah,
okay.
it's fine. Do we have more keys?
And then I buy cases. That's the infinite money strat.
The economy, the circular economy, you know?
Yeah.
Thank you, production. Thank you, Rising. Thank you to every one of the mods. Thank you, Shiny. Thank you to every one of the subs. Thank you to the guys at Night Shift for co-casting us, and for Ozus and Parzival for co-casting us as well during today. Thank you a lot for everyone that's been participating into the tournament and putting work into it. I can't stress it enough. Again, Tanner, do you have anything to say?
No, it's been a blast. First series, 2-1. It was quite fun to draft. Commentate.
You were drafting?
Yeah, I wish, bro. And then in the BO5, just Buff Enjoyers showing that they still got it, you know?
It is what it is, man. It's been a pleasure, and I'm gonna say good night to you. I'm gonna say good night to the chat. I think it was a pretty good journey, and yeah, I think in good style, the one available tournament winner that's streaming is Obicum, so we could be moving over to his stream. Production, do you think it's possible? That seems like a pretty good progression. So we're gonna be leaving you in the hands of one of the 6 goats. So cue the trailer for the tournament, and see you again next time, guys.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Your heart beats faster as you find yourself in new territory, slowly but surely realizing that here you are no predator, merely vermin scuttling down the hall. It won't be long before you find yourself feeling something that's eluded you for centuries: fear.